Hello everyone, welcome to this AWS Full Course by Intellipaat. Many companies are doing heavy layoffs right now. However, there is one IT field that has continued to thrive, and that is the cloud industry. According to LinkedIn, there are 27,000 cloud jobs available in India and almost 5 lakh plus jobs available worldwide. If we talk about salary, in India the salary for an AWS cloud professional is between 12 lakh rupees to 35 lakh rupees. Whereas in the US, it ranges between $100,000 to $250,000. Do you want to start your journey in the cloud domain? Then this video on AWS certification program is for you. This AWS course for beginners covers all the important skill sets required to get you a job. This video has been designed by top industry experts from around the world, which includes multiple real-time projects and important interview questions. But before we dive into the technicalities, I request you guys to click on the subscribe button and hit that bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us. Now let's move on to the agenda. So we'll start off by understanding what is cloud computing exactly, and then understand what is AWS. Once we're done with that, we'll talk about the top cloud providers which are out there, such as AWS, Azure, and GCP. Once we move on, we'll talk about some of the important services of AWS, such as EC2, EBS, EFS, and Amazon FSx. Once we're done with that, we'll move on and talk about some security services in AWS, such as IAM and CloudWatch, and then move on to discuss Elastic Load Balancer and Autoscaling. Once we're done with that, we'll move on and we'll do a real-world project, which is going to be a multi-tier architecture project from scratch. Once we're done with that, we'll pick up some real-time interview questions which will be asked to you in your next AWS interview.
AWS was introduced in 2006, and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top 3 companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services, or AWS, is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following. We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web, and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
AWS is basically a subsidiary of Amazon.com, which is basically the largest e-commerce company in the world, right? So the way AWS came up in the market was that Amazon, the largest e-commerce company, was building the infrastructure for its website, right? And they designed an infrastructure which was highly scalable, highly available. It can autoscale itself. It can, downscale itself. So all of these things were part of their architecture of the Amazon website. Now, when they created an infrastructure like this, they thought, why are we only using it for our website? Why don't we make it available to the general public? And they can use it as long as they want in a pay-as-you-go model. And that's how the cloud computing model or the cloud computing business came into the picture, right? So the same infrastructure that it was using for its website, it made it introduced to the world to say, like, I'm hosting my website or I'm hosting my Amazon e-commerce website on this infrastructure. If you also want your application to be as successful, as reliable, as available as my website, you can use the same infrastructure. And you know what? You just have to pay for the time that you used it, and the cost is as low as $0.0005. Isn't that amazing? So that's how AWS came into the picture, right? And now today it offers services in compute, it offers services in storage, networking, management, security, and many more that we're going to discuss as we move along. All right. So this is the AWS story, guys. We understand now that what is cloud computing. We understand now that the different kind of models that cloud follows. All of those things are followed by all the cloud providers. AWS is one of those cloud providers, and I told you the backstory of it, how it was launched, how it was incepted, and since it's the first player which came in the market, it's very matured in terms of its services. I think they have covered all their edge cases as to how our application can actually not be of use to a particular company or can fail, and they have covered all that. So you can be rest assured that if you are deploying an application onto AWS, it is in safe hands.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So before understanding cloud computing, we need to understand what exactly is an internet and how internet and intranet are two different things. So if we will see what is an internet, then internet is a global system of interconnected computer network that uses internet protocol to communicate between network and device. So what exactly is an internet? Internet is the global system for interconnected computers network talking, and or you can say it is a way through which we can share our resources, we can have the communication. And what exactly is a communication protocol? Communication protocol, you can say, is nothing but the rules. Let us say if now I'm speaking English, then I should be aware about the English language rule, and if I'm aware about that, then only I'll be able to properly communicate. Similarly, whenever our machines communicate, then they need to be aware about the communication protocol, or you can say communication rule. Then only they will be able to communicate properly. So in the protocols, we are having different type of protocol, and out of those, UDP and TCP IP are two of those. Moreover, if we will see what exactly is an intranet, you can say is more restricted network or a network which is local, or you can say it is a sort of a private network which is having very limited access worldwide. So now let's see what exactly is an virtualization. So virtualization is the process of creating a virtual environment of something. That something can be your hardware platform, your storage device, or your network resource. So virtualization basically is the way of creating something which is not physically available, but logically it is being available. Now let us say if virtualization is the technology, or you can treat it like as a software. So let us say virtualization is the software that manipulates the hardware. So when we manipulate this thing, then whatever we get is known as cloud computing. So this is how virtualization paves the way for our cloud computing. Now what exactly is in cloud computing? Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services like server, storage, database over the internet as per pay-as-you-go option. So with cloud computing, we can have faster innovation, flexible resource, and more economic scalability. You pay only for the particular resource that you use in the cloud computing.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is cloud computing? Your options are a method for storing data on physical servers located within an organization's premises, a technology that enables the sharing of files using Bluetooth connections, a service that allows users to access and use computing resources like servers, storage, databases over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis, or a form of computing that relies solely on standalone offline computers. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
So if we are using cloud service models, then we have three different types of model available to us. One is infrastructure as service, second one is platform as service, and the third one is software as service. In infrastructure as service, it contains the basic building block for your cloud IT. It provides you with the highest level of flexibility and the management control over your IT resources. And let us say if you are using platform as service, there you are not considering about the underlying infrastructure there, or you can say hardwares. All you are concerned about your platform. You always have the focus upon deployment and management upon your application. So with this, the efficiency increases if you are using platform as service, because you are not considering the other aspects like procurement, capacity planning, software maintenance, patching, or any other heavy lifting task. Let us say if you are using software as service, then here you are not concerned about the software and the infrastructure that is being managed, or whether the service that you are using, you are also not caring about it, whether in the backend it is being managed or not. Here in software as service, all you are concerned about is how to use that particular piece of code. So if we will move back here, so we can see, let us say if you are using an on-site sort of resources to manage your demand, then here you will be particularly managing everything starting from your application to operating system to your hardware. But let us say if you are using infrastructure as service, then majority of the things like virtualization, server, storage, and networking is being managed by the cloud providers. Let us say if you move into platform as service, so upon your hardware and the operating systems, or you can say your operating softwares, are being managed by the AWS or your particular cloud provider. So you are not concerned about their thing. All you are concerned about is the particular application and the data. Let us say if you are using SaaS, then here you are not concerned about the particular services or the particular hardware or the software that is underlining you. You are considering about the particular usage of a software. So if we will go for a SaaS, then we can have the example of emails. Let us say if you are using an email, then all you are concerned about is typing a mail and sending it to the particular user that you want to send the mail to. So you are not considering about whether the email servers are available or not. You are only working upon that particular thing to send the particular request, and you are intended that the particular person to whom you are sending should get that mail. Let us say if you are using platform as service, so you can basically use AWS Elastic Beanstalk. There you take your code and paste it there, and after that the deployment and the running of the things and the particular time-to-time update is being done by the AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Let us say if you are using infrastructure as service, then it's just like interacting with your AWS account, where you create all of the resources and then try to do the things. So you can also see, let us say if you are having this infrastructure, then you can imagine like those are the tools for interacting with it. Then we have the platform. So upon the integration of infrastructure and platform, after that if we will perform the specific task, then we get the end result, and upon that end result we do the work. Now after this, let us move in and let us see what is cloud deployment models. In cloud deployment model, we are having basically three different types of model. One is public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. In this particular cloud deployment model, we basically try to identify the specific type of cloud environment based on ownership as well as on the cloud nature and purpose. Let us say if you are using public cloud, then anybody over the internet have the access to the system and the services. So using this public cloud only, the particular cloud infrastructure service are being made available to the general public, or you can say to major industrial groups. So in the public cloud, if you will see, the security will be less as compared to the private cloud. So in the public cloud, you are having a lot of service providers like AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Platform, and the IBM is also there. Let us say you are using the private cloud. Then in private cloud, what exactly happen is the opposite of your public cloud. It is far more restricted cloud. It is available only for a specific particular customer or client. So here you get an one-on-one environment, and for the single user it is being designed. And this particular type of cloud deployment model is also known as internal cloud. So if you are using the private cloud, then you can have better control over the resources that you use, and your data security and privacy also gets enhanced. Now at the end, we are having the hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a mixture of both public cloud and private cloud. So if you are using hybrid cloud, then you will get a good flexibility and enhanced security, and the organization can move their application and data depending upon their need in between the clouds if they are using hybrid cloud. So if you will see, all of this public and private cloud provider are also being available, availing the particular hybrid cloud also. AWS also has a hybrid cloud. So if you give a specific request to the AWS, then you can obtain the thing. Similarly, IBM also provide this type of cloud, AWS Suite. Let us say this is an corporate data center and you are having an on-premise setup. And let us say this is the architecture of your particular network, you can say, or you can say your infrastructure is based upon this architecture. So you will be having a particular domain for the accessibility of your particular website. You can say www. Whatever name you want to have. And let us say if they are a user, so they will be interacting with that, and they will be accessing the thing. To protect from any of the unauthorized access, you will be having firewalls. To save the particular data, you will be having databases, and you will be having servers, and the storage options will be available to you. So whatever things are there in your storage option, you can take it, and you can basically modify those things using your databases. You can manipulate the data using the databases, and you can store the data in the storage option. For monitoring the things, you will be having some other applications there, and you will be also enabling notification to see what exactly is happening in your architecture. But let us say if you are using all of these things, then they will not be provided by a particular provider. So you will be have to integrate a lot of things. Let us say if you are using databases, so you have to set up the things manually. Storage options, you have to invest upon the hardware cost that is going to get incurred. The domain names will be provided by someone else. For the monitoring purpose, you will be having different application. So integration of the things will take a lot of time, and the availability of the architecture is also in question. Let us say if you require a storage, suddenly if the demand for the storage increases in abundance, then you cannot manually manage the things. Then you have to set up the more hardwares, so which in the meantime can cost your organization. And let us say if there is a particular user, and if it creates a fake account, then and if that particular user is able to breach your network, then it can create a lot of unsuspicious activity in your account. That particular user can particularly damage your architecture a lot. So apart from this, if we will see what we have in AWS Suite is that in one place we are able to get a lot of different services, and the integration is also pretty much easy. And as because this is being provided by the AWS, so it will have encryption in every level. So it doesn't matter what service or what resource you are using, so it will be far more secure, far more flexible, and far more available as compared to the previous setup. Let us say if you are having a domain and you want to manage it, you can manage it using the Route 53. Let us say if there is a particular user and that user want to access your architecture or your website, so you can particularly specify in that thing in the IAM. You can provide them with the credentials. You can even provide the permissions to them that what exactly is the accessibility of that particular user, what that particular user can use and what it cannot use. Let us say if you want to make your network more secure, you can definitely work in VPC. So VPC is the way in which you can create the architecture. If you not choose VPC, you will not be able to launch your machines. So definitely at the very starting point only, the security purpose increases enormously. And let us say there is the particular security groups and NACLs to check whether the things are going properly or not, whether the accessibility that you define is only going to be that much only, no more, no less. And let us say if you need more storage options, more virtual machines, so the scaling up of the thing will be far more easier, and it will be far more available as compared to the previous setup. Let us say if you want to monitor the things, what is the logs that is being incurred, how is your account been functioning, then you can definitely use CloudWatch. Even CloudTrail also you can use, and there you can also check whether any suspicious activity is being registered in your account or not. Let us say if you want to have the notification, you can use the SNS service that is being available. Apart from that, you also have the option of SQS and SES. So all of these things you get in AWS. So integrating the things and the security aspect also increases in abundance. So if you will go with this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is AWS Suite? Your options are a collection of popular video streaming services, a suite of cloud computing services offered by Amazon Web Services, a bundle of office productivity software from Amazon, or a specialized suite for online gaming by Amazon. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Virtualization in AWS. So what exactly is virtualization? Virtualization is the process of creating a virtual environment of something. That something can be your hardware, or it can be your storage device also, or your network resources. You can say that. So now let us say if we are using virtualization, then there are a lot of advantages. What are the advantages? It saves up space as well as operating cost. Moreover, it will enable us with the easy management of our data center. Now there are different types of virtualization like hardware virtualization, application virtualization, server virtualization, storage virtualization, network virtualization, and desktop virtualization. But here in virtualization in AWS, we will be focusing on our hardware virtualization. Now, if we will look into an hypervisor, what exactly is an hypervisor? Hypervisor is a hardware virtualization technique that allows us to basically run multiple guest operating system on a single host system on same time. The hypervisors you can also say is also known as virtual machine manager. Now coming on to type 1 hypervisors. Basically there are two types of hypervisors. One is type 1 and type 2. So let us first discuss about type 1 hypervisor. Type 1 hypervisor is also known as native and bare metal that you can see from the picture. From the picture you are also able to see one thing is that in type 2 hypervisor we are having an operating system, but the same is not applicable with type 1. So type 1 hypervisors run directly on underlying host system. It has direct access to hardware resource. It does not require any base server operating systems. You can say that. So as it does not require any base operating system, so it is far more efficient because it has direct accessibility to the hardware components like CPU, memory network, and physical storage. The only, you can say, the disadvantage that we get with type 1 hypervisor is we need to have a dedicated separate machine to run the instruction. So if you will look for the examples of type 1 hypervisor, then you can go with VMware EX1, a particular hypervisor is an example. Microsoft Hypervisor 5 is an example of that. Now let us discuss about what is type 2 hypervisor. It is also known as hosted hypervisor. The only difference that you will find in type 1 and in type 2 is that here in type 2, our hypervisor does not directly interact with our hardware. We are having an operating system in between that. So that is what happens in type 2 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor runs on an underlying resource. This does not run directly over the underlying resource, but rather it runs as an application in host system. So and software is already installed in our operating system. And using this particular software, the hypervisor make operating system, basically it reaches out to operating system and asks to make hardware calls. So basically type 2 hypervisor is useful for the engineers, or you can say security analysts, to check the malware and the newly developed application. So if you will look in, type 1 hypervisor is far more efficient, or you can say is far more better performing as compared to type 2 hypervisor, because in type 1 hypervisor we don't have any middleman, but type 2 hypervisor is easy to set up and can be set up quickly in test driven environment. Now after this let's move forward and let us see what is Xen hypervisor. So Xen hypervisor is a type 1 hypervisor which provides services that allows multiple computer operating system to execute on same computer hardware concurrently. So Xen hypervisors run in more privileged CPU state than any other software on machine except the firmware. So you can say that being in type 1 hypervisor, whatever features that are being available in our type 1 hypervisor, Xen hypervisor have all of those things. You can see AWS uses the particular Xen. Top 3 cloud providers for the time being, that's Microsoft Azure, AWS and GCP. So AWS is Amazon Web Services. Microsoft Azure is a particular, you can say, service provider which is being powered by Microsoft. AWS is being powered by Amazon.com, and GCP, that is Google Cloud Platform, is being specified, or you can say is being powered by Google. So Microsoft Azure was initially launched in 2010. Similarly, AWS was launched in 2006 and GCP was launched in 2008. So being the oldest cloud provider, AWS has more availability zones, and you can see more number of availability zones they are also rolling out. Similarly, Azure has 54 regions and it is available in 140 countries. Though GCP also got launched in 2008, but majority of its services have been started to roll out very recently. So you can think GCP is very new in this particular arena. Now if I'll move forward, now if we will see the market share and the growth rate, currently AWS is the leading market share. It is the front runner in the particular cloud providing domain. After that we have Azure, and then we are having GCP. So now if we will look into AWS being the oldest cloud provider, so it has more number of features. It is available in more availability zones, and even more number of regions are even being in rollout phase. So AWS also provides better security as compared to its other peers, and the particular, if you will see, the documentation part of AWS is also very good. Though AWS does not have its own tools, so it relies upon third party for the tools, but the users are pretty happy with the things because it's working very smoothly. So if you will see the major, you can say the client for the AWS are Netflix, Airbnb, Unilever, BMW, Samsung, MI, and there are many more. And the only part where AWS misses out is the complex billing architecture. Now if we will look into the Azure aspect, so Azure works being in the hybrid cloud, just like our AWS works in public cloud. So majority of the Fortune 500 companies are the client of Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure has a very good integration of the Azure platform with its Microsoft product, but it lacks in the integration part when it comes to non-Microsoft product, and the billing aspect of the Azure is you can say is good as compared to the AWS, but the documentation aspect is not good in terms of Azure, you can say that. And after that, if we will move forward, we are having Google. So Google is very new in this field, but it is the leader in ML and AI tools. So it has smaller global presence, but if you will look in, they have very good documentation and videos if you want to cover the GCP aspect. Now if you look into AWS for past 11 years, AWS is the current market leader in cloud domain as per the Gartner chart, and even being the oldest, so AWS has the better community support as compared to its peers.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. Which of the following statements about EC2 instances is true? Your options are: they are primarily used for storing large datasets, they are virtual servers that can be used to run applications in the cloud, they can only be used for batch processing tasks, or they do not support scaling based on demand. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
So today we are going to have an understanding of this project, and this project is actually based on a few services that we all have already covered in this course, right? We have gone through, okay, before that, what are the common services or the major services that you have covered in this course then? Okay, so why do we use, why do we use Lambda, guys? So now we are going to have a discussion on a few services which are similar to, let me just write that on the screen right now. Right, we'll be learning about EC2, we'll be using RDS, S3, Route 53, VPC, and we will be having ELB and Autoscalimg along with that. Okay, we will be having SNS, IAM. So these are the major services that we're going to work on today, right? So if you see this architecture, this will be very actually close to a real-time architecture, right? But at a small scale, right? We're not going to have hundreds of machines. We're just doing it on a small scale, like 1, 2, or 3 machines running. But these are actually this actually is an architecture which happens on industries as well. Your load balancers, all those things are configured in a similar way. So we are going to have a look over that, right? So if I go to the agenda, it says let's create an application using few services that have been discussed in this course, right? So we have just discussed all these services, that what all are available and what all have been learned, right? We're not going to cover any service which is, I will say, too complicated to understand. All these will be very straightforward and very useful for you when it comes to your architecture designing. Whenever you are doing for a project, for an assignment, you're doing your hands-on, practicing something, or even if you're going ahead and doing it for an organization in your jobs, right? So yes, yes. So I think we can go ahead now. Here it is. This is a part of your curriculum. It is uploaded on the LMS as well, so you can practice it whenever you want. Okay. Now, the application that we are going to host and that will be replicated with our infrastructure is a employee profile, right? Employee profile in the sense that whenever you join an organization, or whenever an employee comes into an organization, a profile is created for them, right? A ID is given, their information is being stored, right? So those things is what will be, I can say, configured in this whole infrastructure. Okay. Uploading photos is also possible, right? Now, technical architecture here is how exactly your services will be interlinked, right? How will they be interlinked with each other? Yeah. So now, guys, let's have an understanding of this architecture. What exactly is happening here, right? So this is a VPC. Okay. We have a VPC in which we are having public subnets and private subnets, right? Now, this VPC has a EC2 instance, an RDS, and an ALB, right? Now, in this architecture, we'll make a small change, guys. We'll not be going ahead with 2 private subnets. We'll be going with 1 private subnet and 2 public subnets, right? The reason being, whenever I'll be going and hosting an ALB, I need 2 different availability zones, right? It is a required thing for an ALB. So for that, I need 2 public subnets. So I'll make this 2 public subnets, 1 private subnet, ALB and EC2 here, and an RDS here, right? Now the request is being sent by the user. That means, let's say a new employee joined, so that data has been uploaded via the Route 53. Route 53 tells the request that you have to go to the ALB, right? So ALB, and then the ALB request goes to the EC2. Now why to EC2? Because your application will be hosted inside this EC2 instance. Okay. Now, after that, once that happens, you have to see that, okay, the data is being added to RDS without any IAM role required, because RDS and your EC2 will be in the same VPC, right? But DynamoDBs and S3 buckets will not be in a VPC. They'll be independent. Hence, you require a IAM role. So this key is not an encryption, not an access key. It's an IAM role, guys. Okay, which is attached to an EC2 instance. Clear? Now the data that has been added, the text-based data will be stored in the RDS. The photos that will be uploaded or the images will be uploaded to the S3 bucket. Right. Now the thing left is, why do I need a DynamoDB? Right. So DynamoDB will be used to store the metadata, guys. Okay. Right. It will be storing the metadata. So what is exactly the metadata, guys? Anyone? What is metadata? Okay, info on data, attributes, all complete data, logs, primary information, data about data. Can anyone give me an example of metadata? Any basic example, easy example, real time. I'm not asking a technical example, anything. Make it simpler, guys. Don't answer technically. Any simple answer. All right. So now for others, let me explain in simple words what metadata is. We usually tell it as data about the data, right? But how will you understand what is data about data? So let's take an example. Let's say we go on a trip with our friends, and I have that. Let's say I have a mobile phone with me, and we are going ahead and clicking some pictures of us, some having fun, doing whatever, right? So that image that I had clicked, that is a data for me. Yes or no? Every file is a data, right? So that image is a data. Now the name of the image, the size of the image, where was this image clicked, right? I'll say location where it is stored on my mobile phone. All these information about the data is called as metadata. So data about the data is called as metadata. Is that clear? Right? Timestamp, all those things, right? Any info about that picture or image is your metadata. Okay. RDS is capable of storing metadata, but when it comes to retrieval of that data from an RDS, it is complex, right? Because RDS is a SQL based database, and whereas DynamoDB is NoSQL based, right? Yes. So is this architecture clear to all? The data has been shared to DynamoDB, RDS, and S3. Now, whenever a image is uploaded on the S3 bucket, an SNS notification will let us know that there is some new data, right? Now, this is the basic setup. All these things are the same thing that we discussed till now. What to create, how much to create, right? Now, application architecture, right? Application architecture is that what is your application doing? What kind of things it is storing, where it is exactly storing. Okay. So the things are employee name, location, age, and technology is something that will be stored, right? And a new photo will be uploaded here. Okay. On the About Us page, your website will be having an About Us page, which will be directly hosted from the S3 bucket, right? So you will be hosting a static website on S3, and that will be the About Us page for your main website. The information which will be text based will be stored in the RDS, and the images will be stored in the S3 bucket as an object, and the metadata of that object will be stored in the DynamoDB. Okay, is that clear to all? Yes or no, guys? Extraction of data from a DynamoDB is faster compared to a SQL based DB. Not the S3 ARN, the S3 image link. Right, the cost will be there because of using DynamoDB. Yes, understand that. Okay, now this is our application logic, the basic thing, and now we have the steps. Right, so these are the steps that we have to follow to complete this project. So we don't have to look at the steps. I'll be doing that in front of you. And guys, I'll request all of you not to follow me, because some of you might not get along with me and you might miss out on a few things. So as of now, make the key points or note of specific points that we are going to discuss, right? And you can refer the recording later to perform it yourself, so that you can do the same project twice and it will be better for you, right? Do the project yourself. If you face any issues, see the recording, all right? So that will be also uploaded on the LMS along with the recording. Okay. So now guys, let's go ahead and start deploying this infrastructure. So what are the basic things to deploy? The first thing that you should have to deploy an infrastructure, guys. What is the first thing that you should be having to go ahead and deploy your infrastructure on any cloud? EC2. How will you create an EC2? What is the requirement to create an EC2? AWS account that we already have, guys. After that, all right. The correct answer is a VPC. All right. We should have a VPC to create our architecture in. All right, guys. Right. Yes. So now we'll go ahead and create our first VPC. Okay. Just a second. I think some network issue. Yeah. Let me go to VPCs. I don't need this VPC. Let me delete. And this one, I'm not sure when this was created. I'll have to check. Let's check it out. Yes, guys. So let's go ahead. Yeah. So now, guys, let's start with creating our VPC. Click on Create VPC. Give it the name. I'll give it Shiv Project. Okay, I'll name this. I'll take a CIDR block. Okay, I'll take any random CIDR block as per me. Right. So the CIDR block will be, let's say, 110.110.0.0/16. That's my CIDR block. Okay. And I'll click on Create VPC. Okay, once this VPC is created, I need subnets. So I'll go to subnets, click on Create Subnet, and the requirement that I have to create subnets is 3. Right? I need 3 subnets. Yes or no? right? So I'll name it Shiv sub 1. Okay, availability zone, for example, 1A. This as 110.110.1.0/24. This is my CIDR block. Add another subnet, sub 2 B 110.110.2.0/24. Add the third subnet, private 1, availability zone XYZ, whatever you choose. And this is my IP again, .3.0/24. And create subnets. Is this clear to all? Creating subnets? Is this clear to all? Yes or no, guys? Very easy till now? Great. Now, once this subnets are created, now we need what? Route tables, right? How many route tables do we need, guys? We need 2 route tables. 1 route table for the public subnet, 1 route table for the private subnets, right? So let's see that. Okay. So if I go to route tables, I have 1 route table for this one, right? So this is my Shiv limit, Shiv public. So I'll have this route table only for my public subnets. Okay. I'll go to, sorry, not actions. I'll go to routes, sorry, here, subnet associations. Subnet associations, edit. And as this route table is for public subnets, I'll add public here. Right? So 1 and 2. Save. Clear? In any condition, route should be possible more than 2. Nikhil, I didn't get that. Can you please elaborate onto that, Nikhil? Okay, route tables, yes. Now we are taking 2, right? Okay, you are asking, can there be a scenario of more than 2 route tables? Yes. Okay. Yes, there is a possibility. When you, let's say there are 3 instances, one needs public access, that means internet gateway. One is a private instance but needs internet. So we'll have to add a NAT gateway. But what about the third one, which is a private instance and we don't want any network to go into that? No internet gateway, no NAT gateway. So then we might need 3 route tables, right? Yes, route tables are different across regions. Okay. Okay, guys. Clear? Great. Great, guys. So now we have 3 route tables. Now, sorry, 1 route table in which we have attached 2 public subnets, but we need a route table for our private subnet as well. So we'll click on create route table. Now route table is share private RT for which VPC, project VPC, create. And after I create this, I need to add subnet to this route table, right? So I'll go to edit subnet associations and I'll add the private subnet. Yes or no, guys? Right? Correct? Yes. So we will do that and save associations. So now, guys, we'll go ahead and we'll create internet gateway and NAT gateways, right? Yes, we need internet gateway here. So let's go and create one. Let's name it IGW. Create. Once this is created, it gives me an option to attach this internet gateway to a VPC, right? So that is mandatory, because if I don't have the internet gateway attached to the VPC, there is no use of an internet gateway. So let's attach it to our project VPC. I'll select it and attach internet gateway. Right? Is it clear to all? Great. Now, once this has been attached to the VPC, it also has to be added to the route tables. Okay, it also has to be added to the route tables. So let's go back to routes, public route, and add it to the routes of the route table. Yes, in the public subnet, right. So I'll edit route. I'll add a route, select default IP of the internet, all zeros, and here I'll add internet gateway. And now click on save changes. Okay. Now once this is done, we'll create a NAT gateway, guys. Okay, we'll create a NAT gateway now. Why we need internet gateway is for internet to come to the public instances directly. The use of a NAT gateway is that access should be given to private instances without exposing them. Right? The NAT gateway does not directly expose your IPs or your instances. Okay. So we'll create a NAT gateway quickly. Let's give it a name. Shiv-NAT. Which subnet to select? The subnet should be public subnet, guys. Okay. So here is my public subnet. Allocate an elastic IP. Okay, it's taking time. Here it is. And now once this is done, and create NAT gateway. Okay. So now NAT gateway also has been created successfully. Okay. Once this is done, what do we need, guys? The NAT gateway is to provide internet access to your private instances without exposing them. Okay. Now, once this is done, we'll add the NAT gateway to the route of the private subnet. Right. So we'll go to the route tables. We'll see the route table of the private subnet. Which one is that? This one. Actions. Edit routes. Add a route. Again, to the internet via the NAT gateway this time. Now select your NAT gateway here. Does it pop up? Here it is. Now save these changes. Okay. Everyone clear till now? Up till making a VPC? Question in chat, sir. Just a second. I don't see any questions. If you can please put that again. Okay, if I delete my default internet gateway by mistake, what are consequences, sir? Okay, if you delete your internet gateway, the by default one, you'll not be able to launch any EC2 instances, right? Even if you are able to launch, you'll not be able to connect to that, right? Without internet gateway, you'll not be able to connect to your EC2 instances, the public one. Is that clear? Yeah, if I create and leave it, will it take as default? Sure, it will charge. No, it will not charge you. The internet gateways don't charge you. Okay. So now once our VPC is ready, guys, we'll go ahead and launch our RDS and our EC2 instances. Okay. Okay. So now let's first launch our EC2 instances. Okay. We'll go to instances, launch, and here I'll name it Shiv application instance, or let's say application server. Okay. Now this application server, I'm using Ubuntu operating system. Okay, I'm using the Ubuntu operating system. Also, I am going ahead and using t2.micro, that is fine. Key pair login, I'll use my key pair, but I'm not sure if I have that. Let's see that later. Okay. After this, I'll change my VPC in the network configuration settings. Okay. So I'll go ahead and edit. Select your VPC, that is Shift project. Select your subnet as private because I need my application server to be private. Auto assign public IP should be disabled, and select your default security group. Okay, I have selected the default security group. Now I will launch my instance. Okay, guys. So now once our instance has been launched, now I have a question for all. How do you connect to a private instance, guys? Everyone, how do we connect to a private instance? Okay, guys. So I can see people saying NAT gateway. We actually don't connect to private directly. We cannot connect to private directly. Exactly right. So for that, you will have to go ahead and either create a public instance or create an instance endpoint, right? So now there is a new feature that is endpoint that AWS has recently added. So I'll go to that. I'll create the endpoint. Okay. I'll name it instance. Okay, I'll write. Okay, Shiva, I have an instance endpoint. EC2 Instance Connect endpoint is the correct option that I need to choose. For which VPC? Shift project VPC. Which security group? This one. Which subnet? Private subnet. And create this endpoint. Now this endpoint is going to help us connect to that instance directly without the need of a public instance, right? So meanwhile that endpoint is created, let's go and launch an RDS database. Okay, guys? Okay, guys. So to launch an RDS database, we come on to the RDS service, DB instances. Endpoint is to connect to the private instance directly. Okay. Now let's create a database. Let's select that option. Is it clear, Anita? Instance endpoint is going to help us connect to the instance. NAT gateway will not help you connect to the instance. Okay. Because you don't have a public IP to connect with. So endpoints make a secure channel at the back. It's not loading. It's not always required. It's just a new way of configuring that. Okay, sir, if all the subnet is connected to default security group, then we'll modify route table. See, route table has a different thing. Route table does not have anything related to security groups. Okay, so that is two different things. Okay, I'm creating a MySQL database, guys. Okay, I'll go down. I'll select free tier. I'll name it anything. Admin is the username. Let's have a password. Okay, I have created a password admin123. All those things are fine. Now, when it comes to connectivity, I have to change my VPC from default to shift project, right? Yes or no? Right. Public access should be no, and any availability zone is your choice, and that is it. Create a database. Identifier, I'll name it shift hyper project. If we can directly connect using endpoint, then how can we achieve security? Deepa, if you're aware, if you have revised your endpoint concept, endpoints are private channels that are only available on the AWS console. So you will not be able to connect to the instance outside the AWS console using PuTTY or all those things, right? Because it does not provide you with a public IP. Okay, clear? Yeah. So now, guys, our RDS is also in the creating phase. So now this RDS will take about 5 to 6 minutes. So in the meanwhile, let's quickly create a DynamoDB table. Okay, I'll create a DynamoDB table and then we are good to go ahead. Okay, so let's create a DynamoDB table. The name of the table is employee underscore image underscore table. For example, string is EMP ID. IDs should be numbers. And this is my setting, employee image table. Okay, EMP ID and numbers. That is it. My DynamoDB table is created. Right, guys? So now, is everyone clear till now? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, great, guys. Please repeat. So nothing, Ravi. It's just that click on create table, give it a name. Okay, I'm giving employee image table, employee, for example, now. Give the partition key as EMP ID because this is what will be our database link from our RDS also. And this should be your number. This will store your employee ID and this will be number. That is it. And just click on create table. That is it. Okay, is that clear? Is that clear to all now? Till now, if everything is clear, great. So now guys, can we go on for a short break because our DB instance will take time in creation? Right, we can have a short break. In the meanwhile, yes, it is similar to the primary key.
Lambda.
So now what we need to do is, as we have to go ahead and launch this web application for the outer world, we need a load balancer. Yes or no? Right, we need a load balancer. Right, so let's go ahead and create our load balancer in the meanwhile. So let's go ahead, load balancers. We need load balancer because we need to show this private application in the private instance to the outer world, right? I cannot show it using a private IP, right? Okay, so let's create our load balancer. Here it is. Now every application load balancer needs a target group as well, right? So we'll have to go ahead and create that also. Okay, let it load.
Lambda.
Okay, let's select application load balancer. Now here let's go to load balancer, name it as Shiv-ALB. Okay, internet facing IPv4, that's fine. Now the VPC should be changing from default to Shiv project. Okay, and the availability zones as 1A and 1B. Right, now here we need a target group. So let's go to instance. We have selected instances. Let's name it Shiv-TG. That's my target group. Okay, go next. Okay, now this is my application server in which my website will be running. Right, so I'll select that server and include it in the target group and create the target group. Once the target group is created, I'll come back and I'll add that target group to my load balancer. Right, so I've added my target group to the load balancer and I'll just go ahead and create the load balancer. That is it. Okay, now once this is done, now I have to go ahead and think about a few other things. That is S3 bucket. I need a S3 bucket as well. Right, so I'll go to S3 because I have everything at the end will be stored in the S3 bucket. So let's go to S3. Right, and here are a few buckets. Yes, let me create a new bucket. I'll name it Shiv. Okay, ACLs I'll enable and I'll unblock the public access so the files can be uploaded here and create bucket. ACLs enabled, public access allowed, and just create S3 bucket. Okay, that is it. Now your S3 bucket has also been created and this is the one. Right, so we have our major architecture ready, VPC, EC2, ALB. Right, all those things are ready. RDS, DynamoDB and S3 bucket is also done. Clear to all? ACL is access control list. That means what kind of traffic can access the content inside this bucket. Okay. Okay, yes. So now we have things at place. So now as we created that endpoint, if you remember, that was helping us to connect to the private instance. So let's use it and let's go here and connect to the instance using the connect option. Now if you see, there is an option of connect using EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint, right? EICE. So I'll just select it, let it work. It is fetching a private IP for me. Let it be done. Yeah, so it has been found now. Right, so once this has been found, we will just go ahead and select our endpoint, this one, and click on connect. Okay. So this is done and let it connect now. Yes. So now we are connected to the machine. And I'm just going to take the root access, and now I'll run apt-get update. So I'm just updating my instance and all the dependencies inside it for security patches and all those things. Done. So once these things are done now we'll go ahead and start working with our application code. So the code that we are going to work with is this one. Okay. So this is the repository where the code of the application has been provided. So I'm just providing this to everyone. Okay, in the chat box. Okay, the AWS code main is the repository. Yes, it will be available. Okay. So now guys, we need to just copy this and clone this into the instance. So how will I clone? I'll write the command git clone and paste the URL. And you can see it has been cloned inside the machine as the name of this folder. Right. Once I have cloned it using the git clone command, I'll get inside this and see what are the files. Here are the files. Right. What I need to do now is I have to configure the config.py file. Nirupak, the private IP does not access the internet. Okay. So how is the gate clone working? Okay, Nirupak, that is happening using the NAT gateway. Okay. The NAT gateway is helping us. The NAT gateway has that static IP. That static IP is the public IP. Okay. Okay. Yes. So now once this is done, we have, as I said, we have to edit the config.py. And how do we do it? Nano into the file. So once I write the nano command, I have to add these configurations here, custom host of the RDS, that is here. Okay. So this is my host. I'll come back here, I'll paste it. Username is admin. Password is admin123. DB name, we have not created any DB yet, but we'll create a DB by the name ShivDB. Okay, we'll keep that in mind, ShivDB. S3 bucket is here. So the name of the S3 bucket is this one. I'll just copy this and paste it here. Okay, and all the things are fine. I'll save and exit. So what are the things that I've done? I have just created, means I added the RDS endpoint, username of the database, password, database name, bucket name, and the region. Now after this, as I said, we need to have a database. So we'll write the command to get inside the database first using mysql-h. Okay, db -u admin and -p the password. Right? Is that clear?
Lambda.
Okay, guys. MySQL not installed. So how do we install it? apt-get install. Sorry. MySQL. I require just Y. Sorry, MySQL hyphen client. It is installing now. It's almost done. In the next 3 to 5 seconds, done. Now we can connect. I'll hit enter and you can see we have connected to our database. And if I do show databases, it will not show our database. Right? These are the default databases that get created. So I have to create a database using the command create database. Okay. ShivDB, enter. Okay. My database is created now by the name ShivDB. How to see that? Show databases and ShivDB is here now. So now our ShivDB database has been created, and inside this ShivDB, I need a table as well. Right. So how do I find that table? So to create the table, this is the command that I have provided in this repository itself. Right. so that you can easily go ahead and copy paste this. You don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, done. Right. So here, if I do show tables first, okay, I have to connect again. Sorry.
Lambda, 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 lambda.
Yes. Sorry, I'll have to re-enter the commands. But there's no command, so I'll have to reconnect once. -h -u admin -p admin 123 connected. Show databases. So ShiftDB is there. So I'll use the ShiftDB first so that I can get inside the database. Now, if I do show tables, there is no table yet. Empty set it says, right? So I'll create a table now using this command. I just copied, paste, and enter. You can see now if I do show tables, there is a table in ShiftDB that is employee table. Right? Is that clear to all? Great. So once this is done, now what I have to do is I have to go ahead. Yeah, I'll exit this because I don't need anything else from this particular part. Now, here in our repository, if I come back, these are a few dependencies that I have, right? So I'll have to go ahead and install all these dependencies in my system. So how will I do that? I'll go ahead and you can either copy paste them one by one, or you can use simple method like me, right? I'm just going ahead, creating a sh file, chmod +x on the file, done, ./a.sh. It is getting installed, right? All these packages are now getting installed. Let's wait.
Lambda.
Yeah, so now you can see the dependencies have been installed, right? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Just give me a second, guys, just a second. Yes, so we were discussing that we have gone and installed all the dependencies here, right? So now we are good to move ahead. Okay, so we used a shell script to go ahead and install all the dependencies. So I'll go back inside the folder and where we have all the files and everything. So I'll just do ls and these are the files. All right. So now what we have to do is we have to now let's see our database is here, DynamoDB table, all those things are fine. Right. Now let's try let's go ahead and try launching our application once. So Python 3 emp app.py. So you can see our application has started, right? And let's see whether it is showing the application on the load balancers DNS, right? Let's copy it and paste it here. So is it showing? Okay. Right. So we are getting an error here, guys. Can anyone tell me why? Anyone who can give us an answer why so? Why is this happening? Okay, here you can see the security group. It says all traffic. I'll open that clearly for you all. See, all traffic. Then why is this error coming, guys? It's all traffic. So 80 doesn't affect. Either it's all traffic. So MySQL, HTTP, FTP, SCP, SSH, all traffics are working. Service, Apache service has nothing to do here. The answer is related to security group only, guys. Right? But if anyone can tell me why exactly this is happening. We did map the traffic to LB Ravi by target groups. Range 000. So you can see the port range is all. So it's 000. 000. No, guys. So the correct answer here is that whenever you have a security group that is default created, if you see the AWS has added, what is the security group ending numbers? B869. What is the ending numbers here? B869. That means this is the same security group. What we have done is any traffic coming to this security group should only be allowed. But there is no traffic coming to it because it is by default blocking. So whenever you have a security group created by default, Amazon or AWS, if you call AWS, has by default blocked the inbound. Okay, so I'll do save rules. Once this rule is saved, I'll come back and refresh. You can see the website is working now, right? Clear? Yes or no? It's just that your security group will by default block all the inbound. So if you have to unblock that, you have to change the by default settings of your default security group. That is it. Yeah. All right. So now we have gone through these. So everything looks fine. Now let's try adding some data. I'll choose a file. Let's say this image file and update the database. Should it go ahead and update? Yes or no? My answer is no, guys, and we'll see the error right now. I've clicked on update database. Let's see what happens.
Lambda.
Okay, again network issues. Let me refresh.
Lambda.
So now again we have an error here, right? Why is this error, guys? Okay, role issue, right? So the correct answer is that we do not have an IAM role here, right? So let's quickly go and create a IAM role in this part. So what is the access that my IAM role needs, guys? What is the access my IAM role needs? EC2 and S3. From EC2 to S3 and DynamoDB as well, right? So we'll go ahead, AWS service EC2. Okay, go next. Role is S3 full access, this one, and DynamoDB full access, this one. We have selected both the roles. Go next. Give it a name, Shiv 2nd September, and create the role. Okay, guys. So our role Shiv 2 September is created. And now let's go ahead and attach the role to the EC2 instance. Okay, just a second. Okay, let's give it a refresh. Where is our instance? This is our instance. I'll go to actions, image and templates, security, modify IAM role, and attach my IAM role here. Update IAM role. So once the IAM role has been updated, I'll select this, security, and you can see my IAM role has been attached, right? Now I'll go back to the browser where my application was running and give it a refresh, right? And it should be done by now. So let's see. Let's wait for the refresh to be done.
Lambda.
Just a second, guys. Let me see why this is happening with the application. Let me just restart it once. Okay, let's restart. Yes, let's give it a refresh. Let it display.
Lambda.
Okay, it's not working. Let me see why exactly this is happening. Is my load balancer working fine? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is working fine. I think some browser cache issues. So I'll just add some data in the incognito mode, and I'll just add some random data I'm adding. Choose a file. This is my file logo, and update the database. A network change was detected. Not sure why this is happening. This shouldn't happen. Let me go here, pictures, screenshots. Let me put up any random screenshot. Let me do one thing. I'll just paste it here. I think it's because of the internet that I'm having. Not sure why suddenly today the internet isn't working good. Let me add a file. It is showing save successful, right? So for me also now it is working fine, right? So now I can say it says the save is successful. That means the data has been added to our DynamoDB, to our database, to our S3 bucket. So let's verify Let's see our DynamoDB first. Come here and go to explore table items and just do a quick scan onto that. We run. Here you can see 4 entries. Let's see our bucket. As of now it's 0. Let me refresh. There should be 4 objects or three objects, sorry. No, it should be 4. Right, it should be 4. Let's refresh. DS3 bucket. Here are 4 objects. And now if I see my database here, I'll go here. I'll use shift DB, select star from the employee table, and you'll see this is the data that you guys have also added here, right? Now you might be having a question that we have multiple datas here, but only 4 datas in the S3 and DynamoDB tables. Can anyone answer that why? Guys, the answer is because, no, even if you have added an image, the answer is because you are not giving the IAM role permissions. So even if you select all the things, all the files and the data is only getting added to the RDS because it does not need IAM role. So before having the IAM role attached, we tried 2 to 3 times, and that is the result of extra entries. We tried 4 here. So we might have tried around 4 times before that. Okay. Is that clear to all? All right, guys. So now let's go ahead and okay, Nirupak, the correct answer is because I did not attach the IAM role in the start. So if I do not add the IAM role, it will not go ahead and add the data to the S3 and DynamoDB. It will only add the data to RDS because RDS does not need IAM role access. Okay. Yeah, I hope it's clear now. Yeah. So now guys, let's go ahead and now just give me 1 second. Let me open up Freenome. Let's see if I have my active domains left. If not, we'll have to complete that particular part here itself. But if we do have, that's great. That's just a second. I'm just checking that out. Okay, I'm just checking that. My domains. I have 1 domain, but I don't think it will be working. Let me try registering a new domain. Checking the availability. I don't think it's working. Right, so I don't think it's working. No, it's not. Right. Okay, so I have this domain which is only a few days from expiration. No issues. Let's go ahead and try configuring this domain for our Route 53 task. Most probably will not get the results. So we'll go to our Route 53, open this up. In the Route 53, we are going to just configure the domain request, right, to the load balancer directly. So let it load. Okay, it's working now, right, great. So I'll go to hosted zones. And in the meanwhile here, I'll come here and do cd inside this and Python 3 emp above. It's already in use. So ps-e grep Python 3749 running now. So let's see if where's the domain. So where's the application? It's working fine or not? Yes, it is. So now let's go ahead and create a hosted zone. Create a hosted zone. The name should be same to the domain that you have. So if you see the domain that I currently have is shub.tk. So the same name will be provided here and create this hosted zone. Once the zone is created, yes, you can skip that part also. You do not have to mandatorily go ahead with this domain part. Not to worry. So I'll edit the name servers one by one quickly. Done and change the name servers. So here are the, okay, it requires a verification. Done. Okay, I got signed out. Let me sign again. So my domains, manage domain, name servers, and I hope these are the correct ones. 987 is there or not? No, these are not updated ones. So I'll have to update them once again. Done. Change name servers. Name servers are updated successfully. So now I have to just come here and create a new record for an alias of a application load balancer in the region North Virginia, and my load balancer name is going to display here Shiv ALB. Just create record. So it has been done. So now let's wait for a few seconds for the domain to be properly configured with our load balancer. So it's not working right now. Okay. So as I said, freenom isn't working, so this might not display, but let's wait. We'll come back after a few minutes. Right. So this is your whole particular project that we have discussed. Right. So everything is getting uploaded. All the things are working fine. Right. So is everyone clear about the project? We'll see the Shubh TK after a while to verify if it's working or not. Seems to be not. Right. So is everyone clear till now? Yes or no, guys? So if yes, guys, then I have a small task for everyone. Right. I have a small task for everyone. Yes, but I have to watch the recording. Definitely, it will help you a lot. Okay, Ravi says, okay, yes, Ravi, we are left with the SNS task. Thank you for reminding us. So guys, we are left with the SNS task in which we have to go ahead and do the notifications whenever a new file is uploaded on the S3 bucket. Right. So for that, we'll go to SNS. Okay. Right. We'll open up SNS. In this, we'll have to create a new topic. Okay. So let's wait for the SNS to be loaded. No to SNS today. I didn't get that, Divyansh. So soon we'll run the application again. Sorry. CDWS Python 3 and employer.py. It's already in use. Again, I have to go ahead. Yes, I'll try grab my Python service. It's on 4182. And now our application should be running, yes. So if I go back, let's refresh. It is working fine, great. Now we were on to SNS. We'll come here to topics. We'll create a topic. Standard topic we'll create and we'll name it Shiv-project. In this name, we'll go ahead and come to access policy. Who can publish? Everyone can publish. Who can subscribe? Everyone can subscribe. Right. So whoever wants to publish a message through this topic, they can. Right.
Lambda.
Is that clear? Do we need to run application always? Yes. Yes, we have to.
Lambda.
Application should be deployed as a service, right? Right. So application can go ahead and be pushed to the backend. The process can be pushed to the backend. Right. That is a different thing. But just to show you all this, this I'm doing, right? What repos, Nirupak, you're talking about? The project repo are you talking about? Where all the files are? Yes. The Git repos, they're available forever. Means I'll never delete those, so you can access them anytime. Okay, so our SNS topic is done. I'll just click on create the topic. Now, once the topic is created, we'll go ahead and create a subscription to the topic. Okay, create subscription. Topic is Shift project. Protocol is email. Sorry, not email JSON, email onto this email, trainingintellipaat123@gmail.com. Okay, and no other things. Create this subscription. So once you create this subscription, there's a confirmation that will come to the email that you have chosen. So I'll go to the Gmail. I'll see, yes, it is here. So confirm the subscription. Subscription has been confirmed. So I'll go back to my inbox. And now I'm going to see here. Now I'll go back to my S3 bucket, go to properties. Okay. And in the properties, you will see event notifications. So these event notifications are what we need to configure. This means whenever a new object will be added, it should give me an email, right? So for all object create events, I'm doing this, all object removal and restore. Okay, I'm giving this notification. This notification's destination is SNS, and which SNS topic is, that is one is Shift project. Clear to all? Yes or no? Is that clear to all? Great. No, Nikhil, it can go ahead with mobile numbers, emails, other things as well. I'll save change. Okay, save the changes. So these changes will be done right now. So now we have to go ahead and add something to our S3 bucket from the application. Let's add something, choose a file, update the database. Is the database updated? It's taking time. So you can see there's a notification because something has been added to the bucket, right? Test event, all those things, bucket. No, it's not been added yet. It's a test event. Okay, no issues. We'll wait for something to be added. Here, I'll have to rerun that. My network, everything. Yeah, sorry guys, I got disconnected. I will have to go ahead, restart the service quickly. So I'll just show cd AWS code main Python pre emp-app.py. Sorry, again the error. Yes, so I just have to find what process is running at the backend. Yes, let me grab onto Python kill 4644. Done. Now we can run. Right? Application running, data added, notification found. Right? So this is a notification that something has been added. How will I know that something is added? This is the file name. Employee ID 1324. Okay, let's check it again. Let's test it once again. Okay, I'll give the ID as only once. Name as Shiv, whatever the rest data is. Okay, I'll update. Done. You will see a new notification here. You can see, and you will find employee ID as, you can see, all ones. Right? Is that clear to all? Anirupak, yes, we do need SNS in the real-time production scenarios. Means you can configure your messages also. Okay? Yeah. So is it clear to all how we have gone ahead and completed our whole infrastructure deployment? Yes, it will flood the emails, but it is just for records that yes, something has been added at this particular time. Right? And SNS is only not for this purpose. There are multiple uses of SNS. Right? I hope it is clear to all. Definitely, Abhinandan, it will work. Okay? Yes, I'll definitely share everything, guys. No, Lambda is not separately needed, right? Lambda, here we actually added for just going ahead and giving the trigger whenever something is added in the S3 bucket, it will trigger the SNS, right? So it's just an extra step. Okay? So I hope everyone is clear till now, guys. Yes or no? Right? So let me help you all with the cleanup here now. So for the cleanup, first of all, you will go ahead, delete your subscriptions, right? So you can see I have many subscriptions. I have to delete them one by one. Right? First of all, delete all your subscriptions. And okay, I have 25. Okay, and I'll delete my topic as well. Okay, so subscriptions and topics are deleted. Come back to Route 53. First of all, you have to delete the record. That is your A record, right? Delete, done. Once the record is deleted, then you can go ahead and delete your hosted zone as well. I'll just write delete. Then I had a role, so I'll just search for the role here. These are two roles that I don't need. I'll delete these roles. Okay. Autoscaling for this architecture is not required because it's a very small scale, so no need. Okay. We have to delete this here. We have to delete this one also. I'll delete. Okay, I'll keep this with me. My database, I'll have to terminate my database as well because this is something that can charge us highly. So delete me. Delete your DynamoDB as well. Okay, go to DynamoDB tables. Delete and confirm this. Yes. Bucket has to be deleted by emptying it. So how to empty that? Come here, empty the bucket first, permanently delete. Okay, so table is gone. RDS will also be deleted by its own. Yes, S3 bucket is empty, so you come here and just delete the bucket by writing the name here. Delete this bucket. Now load balancer has to be deleted. Why I am deleting all these things before is I'm not deleting the VPC directly, because until all the network interfaces in the VPC are closed, it will not go ahead and delete the VPC. So I have to do that. So I have to delete the instances, I have to delete the NAT gateways and all those things. Okay. So I'm coming here to NAT gateway. Here is my NAT gateways. Okay, shivNAT, delete this NAT gateway. So NAT gateway deletion will take time. We'll have to wait for that. So once these things are deleted, guys, we'll have to go ahead and delete our elastic IP that we'll get. So I'm just waiting for the NAT gateway to be deleted. In the meanwhile, I'll just remove all the unrequired resources. So now, guys, as you can see, I've deleted majority of my services. I'll go back to VPC. Okay, there's something still left. Let's see what it is. Right, so it is the instance connect endpoint. So we'll have to delete that as well. Let's go back to endpoints. So now this endpoint will be deleted, and after that only we'll be able to go ahead and delete our VPC. And in the meanwhile, I'll just remove all these. I'll empty all these buckets quickly. So I have to delete them. Okay. And I don't need this bucket. I'll empty. I don't need the next bucket. Right, guys? Yeah. So let's just see how our endpoint is deleted. And our VPC can be deleted now. Let's select it, actions, delete VPC. Yes. So now we can delete the VPC as well. Right, guys?
So this is your cleanup of all the services that we have created, right? We are not left with anything. So I hope you all understood the capstone project and you will also be able to do this yourself. I hope you all enjoyed today's session, guys. Thank you, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
What is an EC2? So let's go and let's explore the things. So basically EC2 is Elastic Compute Cloud. You can think it like an computing resource that you get, or you can think it like a virtual server that is being available to you. Let us say if you are sitting physically and if you want to interact with your website, so you need a physical machine. In that machine you need operating systems, you need different types of CPU, processor and all of those things. So let us say if you want to use all of those things virtually, then you can use Amazon EC2. Basically Amazon EC2 is this service, and inside this service we will be interacting with a particular resource known as EC2 instance, and there we can build our virtual machine. So EC2 is a computing capacity that is scalable in Amazon Web Services Cloud. Using Amazon EC2 eliminates the need to invest in hardware upfront, allowing you to develop and deploy application more quickly. How exactly can we do all of these things? Because if we are using the cloud, then we can scale up or scale down the resources very quickly, and we also have the provisioning method that is being given to us, so we can do all of those things very quickly. Now we will see what are the features of EC2. First of all, as I told you, instances are virtual computing environment. So how is it helpful to us? Let us say if you are working currently in a particular machine having the operating system Ubuntu. Now let us say your needs are changed and now you need to shift to Windows. Then if it is your physical machine, then there are two options available. One, you have to download some VirtualBox, and upon that you have to install the Windows, or entirely you have to buy a new system. But let us say if you are having a particular physical system and there you are able to access the cloud computing, then you can basically launch a particular instance of whatever operating systems you need. So basically instances are virtual computing environment, so virtually you can do these things. After that you have the Amazon machine image. So Amazon machine images are nothing but they are the ISO file, or in more simpler terms, these are the operating systems. Let us say if you are interacting physically with your machine, then you might be having Windows or Mac OS. Similarly, if you are creating a particular virtual machine, there you can choose this particular AMI option. Under this AMI option you can get Amazon Linux, Ubuntu Linux, Red Hat Linux, Mac OS and Windows type of operating system, and depending upon your need you can use it, and you can even create a image of that from the existing machine. After that, if you will look into instance type, let us say if you are having a physical machine, then there you will be having different types of memory storage being available to you. Your storage options will be there, your networking capacity will be there, your particular processors will be there like i5 or i7. Similarly, if you are choosing the instance type, there you get all of this option. You can basically choose how many virtual CPUs you require, what is the memory that you require. So all of those things are being availed to you from the EC2. After that, if you will look, there is also key pairs which are very essential. Let us say if you want to launch a particular machine, then if you are having the particular key pair, then only you can launch the EC2. So basically that enhances the securitical aspect of the thing. Now we'll move forward. Now Elastic Compute Cloud. So elasticity basically mean to particularly go on with the capacity, to manage the capacity. Let's say currently if I am having a lot of user interacting with my architecture, so a lot of load is upon my particular machine. So but dynamically my EC2 instances or my EC2 service should be able to manage those things. So that is what elasticity means. It will either provision or deprovision the resources depending upon the traffic, or you can say depending upon the load. Let us say now you can see if the number of users decreases, then the particular resources it need to free up, and let us say if the number of users increases, then it should be able to get more number of resources. Dynamically it should expand or it should contract. So regions and availability zones. So why is it important to know about regions and availability zones? Because there will be few services which will be region specific and there will be few services which are global. Let us say if you are interacting with EC2 service, then that particular service is an regional service. But let us say if you are interacting with S3 service, then that particular service is going to be global. So now let us understand what exactly is a region. So you can see these are the particular regions that have been available for the time being. In the green color you can see these things, and the red are the ones that are going to come up. So a lot of new regions are being and going to be enrolled by the AWS. So now let's try to understand what exactly is a region. Let us say here is a particular name that is known as North Virginia, North California, Mumbai, Frankfurt or Tokyo. So those are known as regions. So what happens in region? Regions are those geographical location where our AWS data center lies. Now the things come, what is a particular availability zones? Let us say in North Virginia, you can see it is also known as US East 1. There we will be having availability zones. So what are the availability zones? You can say US East 1A, US East 1B, US East 1C, 1D, 1E and 1F are known as availability zones. So each region is independent of one another. So we are having availability zone because let us say if one particular availability zone goes down, then there will be other availability zones to maintain the flow of the state of whatever architecture we are having, so that basically our particular website does not goes down or our architecture is available for most of the time. Let us say if we want to reduce the latency, then we can do it. If we are having our particular servers running in different availability zones, if one of the availability zones goes down, then the other will come into the picture and we will be getting an uninterrupted service for whatever thing we are using. So this is what region and availability zones are. EC2 instance type. So before that, let us understand what exactly is an instance type. So instance type is a combination of CPU, memory, storage and networking capacity. It gives you the flexibility to choose the approximate minimum resource for your particular application. Let us say if you are having a physical machine. So in a physical machine, apart from your operating system, you have a lot of different specifications. Like you might be having the storage options that is being available to you. You will be having the networking setting option that is being given to you. Similarly, you will be also having CPUs running. So let us say if you are trying to create a virtual machine. So while creating a virtual machine, you need to specify all of these things. Because we have seen, let us say if you are creating a virtual machine, so you get the option of choosing an AMI. Similarly, you will be also getting the option of choosing the particular specifications for your particular machine. So now if we will move forward and if we will see here, then in instance type, we get 5 different type of instance type: general purpose, memory optimized, storage optimized, accelerated computing and compute optimized. Now if we will go for the general purpose instance type, here you will get a mixture of everything. It can be memory, you will get relatively storage options, you will also get the option of managing the particular load. So in general purpose, you basically get a mixture of memory, storage, networking, everything you get, not very much, but yeah, in a limit it will be, in a packed manner it will be available to you. And if we will go for the memory optimized, from its name it is very much explanatory. If you are going for the memory optimized, then the memory that you will be getting will be pretty much more as compared to the other instance type that is being available. Similarly, if you go for storage optimized, then the storage class you will get a lot as compared to the other particular aspects. Now, if we will look into the accelerated computing, here we basically use it for, let us say, if there is a sudden spike in the particular users that is coming to your architecture or to your traffic. Let us say now currently with your website 2 users are interacting, and in next 2 minutes 10,000 users came up. So suddenly the interaction of the user has gone tremendously up. So there you can use your accelerated computing. Now comes when exactly do we used compute optimized? We use compute optimized in those particular scenarios where we need a high performing CPUs. So if you need a high performing architecture, then you can definitely go for compute optimized. So what is an AMI? AMI is basically Amazon Machine Image. So you can think AMI is like an ISO file, or in more layman term, you can think AMI is like an operating system that you choose for your particular machine. Let us say if you are having your physical machine, so there you have the operating system that is being working upon, and because of this operating system you are able to interact with the hardware and you are able to do the things. Definitely GUI will be also there. So if you are choosing the AMI, then basically you are specifying what type of operating system your particular machine should be having. It can be Mac OS, it can be Windows, it can be Red Hat Linux, it can be Ubuntu, or it can be Amazon Linux as well. So if you are choosing the AMI, not only you are choosing the operating system, but also you are choosing the architecture. It can be 64-bit architecture or your 32-bit architecture, or ARM 64 is also being supported. So that depends upon what type of AMI you are choosing, and upon that it will be given. If you are selecting the AMI, with that AMI, a particular storage options also get attached with it. Storage in this sense, you can say a root volume will be there, and this particular root volume will be a EBS type only. And let us say if you are choosing this AMI, so based upon this AMI, it will dictate how exactly will you be using the things. So this AMI you can say is an important aspect if you are going to choose a particular machine. How exactly? Let us say right now you are upon your particular system and suddenly your requirement changes. Now let us say in your physical system you are having Windows and now you want to use Mac OS. So there are two ways out to use that. Either you can install the VirtualBox and you can basically install the Mac OS in that, or else you have to entirely buy a new system for using the Mac OS. But let us say if you are having the access to the cloud, then simply you can choose the AMI and start using a particular machine of your type. So whatever way, whatever thing you want to have, you can use that. So now if we will look in creating and copying an AMI. So if you will be able to launch an instance, then you will get the option of creating an AMI out of the particular instance. So now the question comes, why exactly are we creating the AMI? Let us say if you are having a particular machine and your machine is somehow due to some error it is not working. But if you could somehow able to trace back your particular operating systems or whatever architecture it was in, then let us say if you take that operating system, put it in some other system, then you can say that you have actually replicated your previous machine which was not working. So that is the particular advantage that we get if we are able to copy our AMI, because instance replication is not supported in the AWS. But let us say if you are able to create the AMI of an instance, then you can do it, you can do the replication. Let us say if your particular instance is present in one region, then you can with the help of the AMI you can launch another instance in different region with the help of AMI.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And your question is, what does ABS stands for? Your options are Elastic Block Store, Elastic Backup Service, Elastic Business System, or Elastic Block Storage. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Public IP and elastic IP. So what exactly is a public IP? So let us say if you have launched an instance and it is in the public subnet, then you are going to get the public IP. This public IP is not associated with your account, but let us say if you are using an elastic IP, then that particular elastic IP is going to be associated with your particular account. Now comes the thing that if you are using public IP, then it can be basically get freed once you stop your instances. Let us say if you are having a particular IP and it is associated with your particular instance, you stop your instance, it get freed up. And once it is free, it can be used by other. But let us say if you have associated a particular elastic IP with your instance, till the time you don't free it, it will not get free. So if you are using in elastic IP as it is being available to you every time till the time you don't release it, so it is also chargeable, but the public IP is not chargeable. So now let us try to understand why exactly are we in need of elastic IP. Let us say if there is a particular company, AWS, and they have a domain aws.com. Let us say if they are having a particular elastic IP, they can basically map their domain name to that particular to that elastic IP. So whenever someone will type aws.com, or even if let us say if they in the future changes their domain name to something else, let us say to aws.com to aws.tk, if they are having that elastic IP, they can map n number of domain name to that particular elastic IP, and all of the traffic will be then redirected to the particular website they want. But let us say if you are using the public IP, every time they stop their instance of, or you can say if their particular website does not function properly, so public IP can get lost. Then the direction of the particular traffic can go to anywhere, and they will not be able to properly manage it. So if you are having a particular elastic IP associated with your particular domain name, so you can map n number of domain names to the particular architecture you want. So that is what public IP do and your elastic IP do. Now if we will move forward and if we will see here, now let us see what exactly is an elastic network interface. It doesn't matter whether it is your physical machine or your virtual machine, you will be having an elastic network interface. So basically let us say this is the particular first point of interaction of your machine to the internet. If you are trying to get the internet, or you can say if you are trying to make the connection, then from your particular machine the first point of connection will be done through the network interface card only. Your network interface contain elastic IP, public IP, private IP, and the security group of your machine. We have already discussed what is elastic IP, a particular elastic IP which is static. It does not get released till the time you don't release it. Public IP is attached with your machine. If you stop your machines, then it will going to get free and it is going to be allocated to someone else. Private IP is the internal IP of your particular machine. And what are security groups? Security groups are nothing but the virtual firewall that is being present in your machine. So EC2 is a particular service that is being available to us, and in this service I am going to use this instance resource. So basically this instance is nothing but a virtual machine. So if I want to work with anything, let us say if I want to work with my website, then I need a virtual machine available with me, then only I'll be able to work. So what I'll do, I'll go into instance, and right now I don't have any instance running, so I will create an instance of mine. I'll click on this launch instance, At the very beginning, I have to specify the name. Let me give it a name, let us say Shubh. After this, what I'll do, I have to choose an AMI. So before moving forward, we need to understand what exactly is this an AMI is. So basically this AMI is nothing but a type of an ISO file. You can think like that, or you can think like it as like an operating system that you are choosing for your machines. I get different types of operating system. I can choose Amazon Linux, I can choose Mac OS, I can choose Ubuntu, or I can even choose Windows. But in this session, I'll be choosing Ubuntu. This AMI contains every information that we require for launching an instance. Just like, let us say, if you are having a physical system, there you have operating system. It can be either Windows or it can be upon Mac OS. So similarly, when we will be launching our virtual machine, we also have to specify the type of particular virtual machine operating system we want, and here I will be choosing Ubuntu. After this, I'll move forward. I will not do any changes to here, and make sure to choose the type of AMI which are having this free tier eligible criteria only, or else you might get charged. So if I will choose of Ubuntu, you can see in Ubuntu I am having this as free tier eligible. This type of architecture is also having a free tier eligible. If I'll move to the end, I am also having Ubuntu Server 1804 LTS as also my free tier eligible. Similarly, if I would have chosen Amazon Linux, so here also I might be getting 2 or 3 different types of free tier eligible. So if you are choosing any of those, make sure to choose a free tier eligible only, or else you might get billed. Yeah, so let me show you. Yes, so here it is. You can choose only the free tier. You can definitely choose other one, but it's better to go with the free tier eligible, or else you might get charged. After this, similarly, just like we have architectures, here also in the virtual machines, the architecture comes up. We will not do any changes here. Now we will come into an instance type. Now before selecting an instance type, we need to understand what exactly is an instance type. So instance type is nothing but a combination of, you can say, CPU, memory, storage and networking capacity. Okay, so let us say if you are having a virtual server, so there, let us say if you are working on a Windows operating system. So apart from operating system, you have a lot of different things that is being, you can say, fixed in your machines, like the type of processors you go, like you can have i5, i7 processor, you can have some generations based upon that. So similarly, instance type will do that work. If you are choosing a particular instance type, you can get different types of virtual CPUs, you will be getting different types of memories, and depending upon your need, you can choose. In this demo session, we will be choosing T2.micro. Why? Because it is comes under free tier eligible criteria. Apart from this, you don't get any other instance type having free tier eligible criteria. After this, what I'll do, I will have to make a key pair. So now let us understand what is a key pair. Basically, key pair is a type of security credentials that you get. Let us say if you are creating instance, then you have to specify this key pair. Only if you have this key pair, then only you will be able to log in into your instance, or else you will not be able to do. The type of key pair, let us say if I will move into here, create a new key pair. If I will move here, then you can see I have to type a particular key pair name. So let me write a name. Let us say Shubh. I'm working in North Virginia, so I'll specify that North Virginia demo key 1. Okay, so this is the name of my key pair. Here also you can see the thing. You will need it later to connect to your instance. So whenever you will try to connect to your instance, you need this key pair, and the key type that I will have is RSA, and the particular format of my private key file will be .pem. Okay, and this ppk is for putty. When we will be working with putty, we will see how to convert this PEM into putty. So this key pair that I am creating right now is the private key. Okay, and there are two types of key that I will be having. One is public and one is private. I will be having this private key with me, and the particular public key will be there with AWS, and it will resides in my machine. Whenever I will try to connect to my machine, then AWS will check whether my private key is matching with my public key or not. If everything goes well and fine, then only I'll be able to connect it. After this, I will click on create key pair. So right now this particular PAM file has been downloaded. After this, what I'll do, I will move into this. I'll move into network settings. For the time being, I will not do any changes here, but yes, in this security group, what I will do, I'll move here, and in the type, I will keep it all traffic. So why exactly I'm keeping all traffic? Because now you need to understand, if I'm having all traffic, that means I'm allowing connection of my machine through any port, and it will be able to connect from anywhere. Okay. So for the time being, you can choose this. Once we will move forward, then you will be able to understand much more better that why exactly these security groups are having different types of port. But for the time being, you can just keep in mind that security groups are nothing but they act like a virtual firewall for your machine. So here I am specifying, okay, through whatever ports I want my machine to get connected, it can get connected. After this, what I'll do, I'll go down, I'll not do any changes. Here is the summary of the thing. If you want, you can review it, and after reviewing the things, you can simply click on launch instance and it will get launched. Yeah, so now it has got launched. If I'll click on view all instance, then you can see right now it will be in pending state, and after some time it will be available. How to connect our EC2 instance using directly from the AWS management console, and we will also look in how to connect our EC2 instance from a putty. So let us start. Right now in the previous session we have already launched an instance. At that time the instance state was not in available, but now it is running, you can see. Moreover, the status checks has also been passed. It will take some time. For that, you can wait for that, and once it is passed, now we can move forward. So after launching the instance, you can see a lot of information that is being available to you, like the public IP, the private IP, and the instance ID is also being provided to you. Moreover, whatever VPC it is in, those things will be also visible to you. The instance type that we have chosen, there will be also now visible to you, the VPC ID and everything you can see. After this, the security group, if you will move in, you can see that this was the security group which we have chosen, Launch Wizard 13. Here we have allowed all traffic, so that is also now available. Similarly, you can choose each and everything available here. So let us see how exactly to connect this EC2 instance. So simply I will choose my instance. After choosing it, I will go into connect. And here I will be getting 4 different types of options, but I'll be choosing EC2 Instance Connect. After that, I'll click on Connect. Now the things will be now connected. Yeah, so now I have successfully connected it. And now after connecting, the very first step that you should be doing after connecting your machine is updating it. How to update it? You can type a particular command, sudo apt get update. And this will particularly update your machine, just like in your virtual in your physical machines you do refresh once you start a new session. Similarly, we will be updating our machine. What is the significance of this step? Let us say if you are having a physical machine, so why do we exactly refresh our machine? So that if any port or if any terminal is busy in some work, and if the efficacy of our machine is not that much, if we want to restore that efficacy or efficiency, we can use that. Similarly, if I want my machines to be available, if any updates are being there, it should be updated. If any port is not working properly, if all the connections I want to have properly, then I can use this command, sudo apt get update. The significance of this particular thing, sudo, is that let us say if I'm using a particular software, there are 2 options. Either you can straight away open it and start using it, or there is another option of run as an administrator. So why do we get the option of run as an administrator while working with any of our software? Because there are certain privileges, those are being reserved only for the administrator. Similarly, if I will try to update the machine without this sudo, it will tell me, okay, you don't have the permissions to do that. That's why I will type here sudo, so that I will specify to my machine that okay, I am a super user do Basically, I am an administrator and I should get the particular, you can say, facility to update my machine, and to update it, the package from where I will be updating it. Okay, the thing from which I will get the update is being residing upon here, apt get update. After this, what I'll do, I'll hit enter. So it will update my machine. So now my machine is being updated. Now let us see how to connect our machine using Putty. Basically, Putty is a third-party software that you get. Okay, so if you want to use Putty, then you have to download Putty. Once you will download Putty, with that Putty Gen by default will come. So what I'll do, first I will show you what exactly will Putty Gen do. This is Putty Gen. Okay, you have to download this thing, Putty. You have to download from the web browser. You can download it, and once you download it, then you have to basically put your PEM file here. If you people might be remembering, the particular type of file that we have chosen for our machine is a .pem file. Okay, this one will be having a .pem file extension at the end when we have downloaded it. But if you want to work with your Putty, then we need to have a .ppk file, because ppk stands for Putty private key file. So my PEM file, I have to convert it into .ppk file, and once I convert it, then only I'll be able to use it. So what I have to do, I will go to my Putty Gen. After moving into Putty Gen, I'll click on load, and once I will click on load, I will go into downloads, and here I will do it all files. So once I'll do it all files, I will be able to see the .pem file that I have created. I'll click on open. After this, a pop-up will happen. I'll click on OK, and here what I'll do, I'll click on a save private key. After this, it will ask again, a pop-up will happen. I'll click on yes, and after this I have to save it. Okay, the particular name that I have given for that, the same one I'll keep it, and the only thing that I will change here is I will not have a .pem here, because I need a particular ppk file. Yeah, so it is here. After this, I'll click it save, and it has now got saved. Okay, so after this, what I'll do, I'll open my Putty. So this is the Putty that I need to open. So after opening Putty, what I need to give the public IP of my machine. So I will take the public IP of my machine. I will select my machine. After selecting it, I will take the public IP of my machine. After that, I'll paste it here. And after pasting it, I'll move into SSH. From here, I will move into authorization. And from here, I'll browse in, and I'll be able to see it. Make it all files. Okay. Let me check in where exactly it is. Oh, so here it is. So I'll choose it. I'll click on open. And after this, I'll click on open. So I'll be getting this pop-up, and that means that everything is successfully done. So I'll then click on accept. After this, I will type here Ubuntu as my login. Why I am typing here Ubuntu? It is because the type of machine that I have chosen here is Ubuntu, and if you want to know how to see the username, you can go into connect, and here you will be able to find the username, that is Ubuntu. So after this, I will hit enter, and I have successfully logged in into my Ubuntu. If you want, we have already updated our machine. So if you are getting into the Putty and this is the first time you are trying to log in into your instance, then you should update it. Then the same command you have to paste here, sudo apt get update. After that, you have to hit enter. So it will update our machine. The small updation has only come because we have already done the updation earlier. So I am currently I have logged in into my AWS Management Console, and now I will be moving into resources of instance. So here I will create an entirely new instance. So I'll first move into launch an instance. After moving into launch an instance, I'll be specifying a name. Let us say I am doing it for Windows. So let me choose Windows. So after choosing the name, here comes the important aspect that we need to see, the AMI. In this session, we will be going with Windows AMI, And what is an AMI? If you will look, AMI is nothing but it is a type of an operating system that you choose for your machine. AMI also contain every information that you require for launching an instance. Similarly, this is because an virtual server, so we are choosing the AMI. If it would have been a physical server that you people or me will be working upon, we can also have this same type of operating system that you want. Either you can go with Mac OS, Windows, or whatever you like. So here I am choosing Windows. After that, I will keep it under the free tier eligible criteria only, or else I might get billed. So I will not do any changes here. I want the latest version to be enabled, so I will go with whatever default setting it is be. After this, the instance type, I'll be choosing t2.micro only, because this is the only instance type which is available under free tier eligible criteria. And what is an instance type? Instance type is basically a combination of CPU, storage, and other lot of things. Let us say if you are having a virtual machine, and if you are purchasing a physical machine having an Windows operating system, after that you see a lot of specification. What are those specifications? It can have i5 or i7 processor, it can be a 9th gen or a 7th gen operating system enabled machine. Similarly, if you want to have a lot of different types of virtual CPUs, memories, that thing you can choose using instance type. But currently we'll be working on with t2.micro because it is present under free tier eligible criteria. After this, we will be looking into key pairs. What is a key pair? Basically, when we will go in and create a new key pair, let me give a name. Let us say it is Windows. So what basically is this key pair is? Basically, it is a private key pair that is being given to me in the PAM format. Okay. So what is the significance of this key pair? Let us say if I am launching my machine, then this key pair will be matched with my public key. The particular key pair that I will download now will be a private key pair. Okay, private key file it will be. But whenever I will try to launch an instance, then this private key file will be checked on with a public key file. So there will be two type of file. One will be public, one will be private. The private will be with me and the public will reside with my instance. So whenever I will specify this private key, then the particular AWS will check whether the private key and the public key are matching or not. Basically, you can remember key pair is a type of a credential that has been given to us, and if you want to launch an instance, then you need to specify the particular key pair. If you are not having a key pair, you can click on simply create a key pair. Okay, you can click on it, and after this it will get downloaded. After this, I will not do any more further changes. I will keep whatever it is in the default setting. After that, I will just go down and I'll click on launch instance. How to connect our EC2 of Windows type. So I'll refresh it. So you are able to see that currently the instance state is running and the status check has also been got passed. So after this, what I'll do, I'll select my particular machine. After selecting it, I'll go into connect. So here I have to go into RDP client. After going into RDP client, for connecting our machine, I need an remote desktop file. So I will click on download. So my remote desktop file has now got download. What I'll do, I'll open it. So after opening it, I will click on connect, but before connecting it, what I'll do is that I will get the password of it. So what I'll do, I'll click on get password. So if I'll click on password, then it will ask me, okay, upload your private key file. So I'll click on upload, and once I'll click on upload, I will move into the particular location where I am having the particular key. So this is the particular private key that I require, windows.pem. So I'll select it, and after this I'll click on open. So this private key will get pasted here. After this I'll click on decrypt password. So after this, if you will see, I have got the password. So after this I will come back to my remote desktop connection, and after that I'll click on connect. So it will open up with all of the things that it requires, and after it what I have to do, I have to specify the password only. Here you can see the public DNS is already taken care of, and the username is administrator. So if you people can see here the username is administrator, and that is also being reflected. So after this, all I have to do is to give it the password. I have copied the password. I will go into a remote desktop file. I'll just simply paste it, and after that I'll click on OK. And after that it will ask me for a few verifications, and I'll do that. And once I select every yes option, then I'll be able to connect into my particular Windows EC2. So now it will prepare up. So this is a major benefit of, you can say, of cloud. Here if I would have taken some other thing, let us say VirtualBox, or there what if I would have tried to install an operating system of Windows type, then it would be consuming my resources. But here you can see this is the major benefit that I get using cloud. I am using an AWS account, and upon browser I am running this particular you can say the operating system based upon Windows. This is my EC2, and here I am running my Windows. And after this you can basically give the permissions, and after this you can just move in and do whatever you want. If you want to open the Chrome, you can open it. So whatever work you want to do, you can do it starting from here. So you can open your Chrome, and you can do whatever you want. There is another way also to connect to your particular RDP. Okay, I'll show you that also. So let me minimize this. In my system, if you people are using Windows, then you people will be having a remote desktop file. You can either open it. So this is another way of connecting to your machine. You can take the public DNS. After taking the public DNS, you can paste it here. After pasting the public DNS, you can just simply click on connect. So it will ask for the password. You can take the password, and once you take the password, you just paste it here, and then you can click on OK. And if you are having a remote desktop file, if you are using Windows, then you will be definitely having a remote desktop file. So you can also connect it using this. Okay, so another connection was in progress, so that's why I'm not able to do it. So let me show you that also. Let me stop the previous connection that I'm having. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, so let me try to connect it once again. I will be pasting the password again. After that, I'll click on OK. Now I have successfully logged in using this RDP also. So these are the two ways through which you can connect. If anyone is using Mac OS, then what they have to do, they have to go to the iStore, and from there they have to download the remote desktop file, because in Mac OS the particular remote desktop file is not downloaded by default. You have to download it, and after that you have to give the public DNS name, and you have to give the username. After that you have to give the password, and you will be able to connect it. How to create an AMI, and how to copy it into another region. So for doing that, what I'll do, I'll go into launch instance. So let me launch a particular machine of Ubuntu type. So I will name it as Ubuntu. After naming it as Ubuntu, I'll choose the Ubuntu AMI. After choosing the Ubuntu AMI, I will choose a key pair. So let me choose the key pair that I have created. So here it is. So I'll choose it. And after choosing the key pair, I'll not do any other changes. So I don't require it. So after that, I will click on launch instance. So now I'll go into view all instance. So right now it is in pending state, this one. So once it will be in running state, then I shall be moving forward. So now the thing comes is that why actually are we trying to copy an AMI? It is basically because we cannot take a machine from one region to another region. But just think, let us say if I am having a machine, though I cannot take it from one region. This is I am currently working in North Virginia. Let us say if I want to take this machine into another region. Though I cannot take it, but if I will be somehow able to take the operating system of this machine, or you can say AMI of this machine, then you can say that I am able to replicate this machine into another region. So that is what the significance of AMI copying will do. So I will select my machine. After that, I'll go into action. Here in the action, I get an option of image and template. I'll go into image and I will click on create image. After that, I will give it a name. Let me give it a name somewhat like Ubuntu AMI copy. After that, if you want to give a description, you can give it. Let me give it copying AMI. And after that, we need not to do any other things. So what I'll do, I'll click on create image. So after clicking on create image, if I will now move into AMI, you are able to see this is the image that we have just created. Okay, so here you can see the AMI name that we have given, Ubuntu AMI copy. I misspelled the copy, no worries in that. So right now the state is pending. You can see other details right out there. So let me give it a name. Let us say Ubuntu copy. To copy, and I'll save it. Now currently the state is in pending, so I shall wait. Once it will be available, then we will look in for more things. Okay, so I waited for a few minutes and now the particular state is available. Okay, so once you have the AMI, you can do a lot of different things. You can simply launch an instance if you want, but before doing that, what I'll do, I will try to copy the AMI. So I'll click on copy AMI. So the AMI name will come automatically. So now you have to choose the destination region. Let me choose destination region of Oregon. I will choose it, and after that I'll click on copy AMI. So you can see the AMI copy operation for the particular AMI ID is initiated. It can take few minutes for AMI to get copied. So if now I'll move into Oregon region, so you will be able to see the particular AMI that we have created there is being available here. So if I will name it, let us say Ubuntu AMI. So I'll save it now. I shall okay, so the state is pending right now. If now what I can do, if I want to launch the instance from the AMI, I will be able to do it, but it will not allow me because for the timing, if I'll go and if I'll start launching it, it will give me an error because the state is currently in the pending state. Okay, the AMI state is now in pending. So now what I'll do is that I shall wait, and once the AMI will be in the available state, I shall then see. So I waited for a few minutes and now you can see that it is available. So once it is available, then I shall go and launch an instance from the AMI. So here the very significant step that you will notice here is that let us say if I am creating a particular instance, let me give it a name, Ubuntu. So if I'll try to create an AMI, this time I don't get the option of selecting any AMI because I already have an AMI that is being selected. So this is what you get when you already have an AMI. Apart from that, you have to give an key pair And after giving the key pair, you can simply click on launch instance. So let me do the things. I think I already have a key pair in this region. So yeah, so let me select it, and after that what you can do, you can simply launch an instance, and the particular instance will be available to you. So if I go here and view all instance, so this particular instance is now available to me. So this is how you can copy an AMI and you can launch the instance. So EBS is Elastic Block Store, or you can also say it Elastic Block Storage. So basically this is an raw and unformatted storage option that is being available to you. Let us say if you are having your physical machine, in your physical machine you are having a RAM. So RAM, as we all know, is the fast accessible memory that is being available to your machine. Similarly, EBS acts like a RAM to your virtual machine. It is the fast accessible memory to your virtual machine. So that is what EBS is. So and other thing that, let us say if you want to use your EBS, then at the beginning you have to format it, because it does not comes with the formatted option. So you have to format it, then only you will be able to start using it. Let us say if you are using your root volume, which is being attached to your machine while launching your instance, then that root volume is already in the formatted manner. But let us say if you attach the EBS manually, then you have to format the EBS first, then only you will be able to use it. Now if we will look into the feature of EBS, then there are a lot of features. The first feature that comes up is that depending upon the IOPS and throughput, you can choose what type of EBS you want to have. Other than that, you can have your EBS in the same availability zone of your machine is there. So basically the accessibility will be faster. Apart from that, let us say if you are using your EBS, then you can also specify the particular storage option that you want to achieve in. Now let us say if you are having a particular physical machine, so there you will be having a storage option. After that, what you do, you just do the partitioning of that storage. So that thing has been demonstrated you here. Let us say if you are having a storage option, then you can partition it to different types of drives, C drive, D drive, E drive, whatever you want. And once you have made that partitioning, then you can move into that drives and start making the particular folder inside it. And once you make the folder inside it, then you can start storing any number of data you want. It may be a file, it may be a TXT, or it may be a video, whatever way you want to have it, you can have all those things. Now if we will look into the Linux or Unix file system, this is how the things are there. There will be a root volume, and upon that root volume you create a directory. So whatever thing we refer folder in the Windows file system, that is we basically go with the name of directory in our Linux or Unix. Once you create the directory, then you can go to that particular location and start having the particular data you want to store it. So this is how the things look in the Unix. We already know that EBS is a raw and unformatted storage option that is being made available to us. Now let us say if you are using the storage options, then upon two things you will be looking at. One is throughput and one is IOPS. Now what exactly is an throughput? So throughput is basically a parameter upon which you decide that what is the amount of data that is being transferred either from or to the storage device per seconds, or you can say in minutes. So based upon that you can decide that how much of data transferring are you able to do. And the other aspect that you check in is the IOPS. So what exactly is an IOPS? IOPS is basically input output per second. So it basically gives you a particular number that upon per second how much of input and output can be done upon your particular storage options that is being available. That is basically upon an EBS, how much of the input and output can be done. Now if we will move forward, so here we are going to have the 4 different types of EBS volumes that are being available to us. Now if we will see the first two, general purpose and the provisioned IOPS, they are having SSD. Now what exactly is an SSD? SSD is basically an storage option that is being available to us. So if you will see what is SSD stands for, SSD stands for solid state drive. And what does HDD stands for? HDD stands for hard disk drive. HDD is also a storage option that is being available to us. Let us say if you are having small or random input output, then you will be preferring SSD over the HDD because it performs better when it comes to small or random input output. But let us say if you are having a large streaming workload, then definitely you will be performing HDD. And let us say if you are using SSD, then the performance attribute is IOPS. And if you are using HDD, then the performance attribute is going to be throughput. Now coming on to general purpose SSD, then the baseline performance is 3 IOPS GB with a minimum of 100 IOPS and a maximum of 10,000 IOPS. The burst performance that it can give you is 3000. Now let us understand what is an burst performance. Let us say if there is a particular, you can say mean for the particular performance, and if your particular machine is unable to reach that much of mean level, so whatever is being you can say the mean is 10 and your machine is able to perform up to 8 only because there is not much more workload, then that 2 units is being reserved. And when in the future your machine is going to need more number of performance, then that 2 unit is going to be get released. Similarly, if you are using general purpose, then you will get a mixture of everything. But let us say if you want a little bit high performance as compared to the general purpose, then definitely you can look for the provisioned SSD. It will be performing, it will be giving you the performance far better as compared to the general purpose SSD. Then we are having the throughput optimized HDD. Then as we already know that being in HDD storage option, the major focus of this particular storage is upon the throughput. If you want the more throughput, you can definitely go for throughput optimized HDD. And we are having cloud storage HDD. Let us say if there is a particular data whose retrieval is not that much frequent, and if you want the particular attribute in that particular storage is throughput, then definitely you can use the cold storage HDD. Now as we already know that EBS, if you want to use, then your particular machine and your particular EBS have to be in the same availability zones, and you can attach one EBS with only one machine. But let us say if you want to attach multiple EBS, then definitely you can use provisioned IOPS IO1 volume, and for using that the particular machine configuration has to be AWS Nitro system based Amazon EC2, and that also have to be present in the same availability zone. If it is there, then definitely you can go for the multi-attach of your EBS. Now let us say if you are having this multi-attach feature being available to you, then you can perform better sharing of the data, and the accessibility is also be good because those things are present in the same availability zone. Now let us see what exactly is an EBS snapshot. So snapshots are nothing but the backup of your particular volume. So EBS, we already know that it is similar to our RAM storage that we get in our physical system. Let us say if there is some of the data present in my EBS, and let us say due to some chaos or due to some problem I lost my EBS volume, then how will I be able to retrieve it back? Only if I have taken the backup, then only I'll be able to do it. So you get the option of taking the snapshots of your particular EBS. All the snapshots are incremental except the first one. And where exactly is your snapshot being stored? It is stored in the Amazon S3. Now let us say if you are having the EBS snapshot, then you can basically copy your particular snapshot or your backups from one region to another region, and you can even use that particular backup. How exactly? Let us say if you are having your particular snapshot in US East 1, you take the particular backup to the US West 2, There you retrieve it back into the volume form, and then you attach that volume to your machine. So then you will be able to use your particular EBS volume there. So that is how you can copy the things. And after that, you also get the option of managing your EBS by using data lifecycle managers. So basically you can define when exactly the backups needed to be taken, not manually. You can do all of those things. You can automate every of the thing, and the best part about this thing is that it is free of cost. So you can schedule that, okay, in what how many number of days a particular scheduled backups would be happening, and all of those things then will be stored up. So if you are taking the particular snapshots in a regular interval of time, then you are protecting your data, and whenever you want you can just take it, or you can say you can just put it back into your machine if you want it. It will also help you in auditors or in internal compliance whenever if anything comes out. And let us say if you want to reduce the storage cost, then you can do it by deleting the outdated backups. If you don't need any particular backup, you can simply delete that. And if you will look to the quotas of AWS Data Lifecycle Manager, then you can create up to 100 lifecycle policies per region. You can attach 45 tags to your resource, and you can create one schedule per lifecycle policy. So basically you are getting a lot of options. So you can definitely use the Data Lifecycle Manager for managing your EBS. So now let us see what is EBS encryption. Let us see, if you are having a particular volume, then you can encrypt it, and whenever you will require it, you can decrypt it. So if you are using the things in this particular fashion, then you are protecting your data from any of the malware attacks. So you can protect your data and you can keep it very safe. And the one thing that needed to be noted is that it is supported only for the volumes, not for any of the instances. If you will see, this is an Ubuntu machine that I have already created. So after this, what I'll do, if I'll move into storage, so you will be able to see that I am already having a particular EBS volume. So this is the root volume, and it doesn't matter whether it is root or not. It is your EBS volume only. So this is the by default EBS volume that's get attached to your machine when you will be trying to create your machine. But let us say if I need to attach more EBS volume, then how can I do it? So that thing we will look in. So here you can see the root device type, and it is an EBS volume. So EBS volume is what? EBS volume acts like a primary memory to your particular machine. It will be the fast accessible memory, but with that we also have a limitation in EBS that it provides you with limited storage capacity only. And if you will see another thing while working with EBS is that, let us say if you want to attach any of your EBS volume with your machine, then you need to specify your EBS volume in the same availability zone as of your machine. So right now, if you will see, our machine is currently in US East 1B. So while creating an EBS, I will specify my EBS volume also in the same availability zone. So for creating a EBS volume, I'll move into this volume sections. Here I will get an option of create volume. I will click on that. And after that, I will go on to the type of size, okay, size that I want to specify. Let me specify the size as 5. After that, as I already told you, the particular availability zone that I need to specify has to be the one in which my machine is there, because I'll be attaching this EBS volume to that machine only. So I will select the availability zone. After selecting the availability zone, what I'll do, I'll go and click on create volume. So right now, if you will see, with the available volume, this is the only volume that is having 5 GIP, and I just created it. Just because I created it right now and I have not attached it to any of my machine, you can see the current volume state is available. So first of all, let me name it. Let me name it as Ubuntu EBS. Ubuntu EBS. I'll do that and I'll save it. So after doing that, what I'll do, I'll attach this EBS volume to my machine. So I'll go into action, and here I will get an option of attach volume. So I'll click on attach volume, and here if I will type, I will get the particular machine name that I want to attach with. So I will select Ubuntu, and once I select the Ubuntu, a particular device name will come up, that is dev/sdf. Okay, and after that what I'll do, I'll click on attach volume. So right now if I will go in here, you can see this is currently in use. So the same thing will also be reflected in my instance. If I will move back to here, and if I will select my machine, and if I will go into storage, earlier I was just having one volume, but now I have two volume. This is the particular volume having the 5 GB is the volume that I have recently attached it. So after attaching my volume, I have a lot of other things to do. What is that? I have to properly format it, because EBS is a raw and unformatted storage type, so I have to format it. After formatting it, I have to mount it upon a particular folder, then only I'll be able to use the thing. So how to do that? If I will select my machine, after that I'll go on to connect. I will move into EC2 Instance Connect. After moving that, I'll click on connect.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Amazon FSx? Your options are a cloud-based relational database service, a fully managed file storage service, an artificial intelligence service, or a content delivery network. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So after connecting, the very first step that I will be performing here is sudo updating it. Okay, sudo, I'll type for that, I'll type sudo apt get update, and I'll hit enter. So now my machine is updated. So after updating my machine, I will type a particular command lsblk to see the available storage options to me. So you can see this particular under this name section, I am having a particular storage, that is XVD. This is nothing but your default root volume that you have attached while creating your machine. And after that, if you will see, this XVDF is the particular you can say is the particular EBS volume that you have attached. Okay, and from the size also you can verify it, it's 5G. So after doing that, what we need to see is that whether this particular volume is unformatted or in format option. So how to check that? For checking that, we can do one thing. First of all, we will try checking the XVDA, which is our root volume. So by default, though root volume is EBS volume type, but it is already in the formatted manner. So how to check that? For that, we will type a command file -s /dev/xvda. So after that, if I'll hit enter, okay, so it is telling me I don't have the permission. So for that, what I'll do, I will type in, after that I'll hit enter. So you can see it is telling something like DOS MBR boot sector extended partition table. So what does this signify? That my particular EBS volume of root volume is particularly, you can say, in a particular formatted manner. But if I will do the same thing for my XVDF, for my EBS volume that I have just attached, if I will do the same, you will see something written as data. So what does this signify? That signifies that our system is telling, yes, there is a particular volume that is being associated with us, but I exactly don't know in what format it is available. So for that, what we will be doing, we will be basically making it in a particular format option. So how to do that? For that, we will type a command sudo mkfs. After that we will type here -t ext4 /dev/xvdf. So what does this doing? This is basically making a particular format option. ext4 is a particular formatted option that we get, and we are trying to format our particular xvdf. After that I will hit enter. So now you can see the things like allocating group tables done, creating generals done, and whatever backups and all it needed to do for the formatting, it has been done. Now if I'll go back and if I'll paste this same file, same command that I was using earlier when I used the same command sudo file -s /dev/xvdf, it was telling okay, something is there, but I don't exactly know in what format option is it available. Now if I will type this same particular command and if I'll hit enter, you can see that the things it is in this particular things tells us that yes, now the things are been properly formatted, and now we can start working upon it. So after this, what is the step that we have to do? We have to create a directory and we have to mount this volume onto that directory. So how to do that? For that I will type a command sudo mkdir and the particular of directory name that I will give is EBS volume. After that I'll hit enter. So if I'll do here ls command to see whether this directory is available or not, you will be able to see EBS volume is available. So once this EBS volume is available to me, what I'll do now? Now I will start mounting my particular EBS volume. So how to mount it? I will type a command sudo mount. After that I have to specify the particular EBS volume that I want to mount on xvdf. After that I will just simply write the directory name upon which I want to mount it. After that I will hit enter. So now here if I will do ls blk and if I'll hit enter, you can see my xvdf is now being mounted upon this EBS volume. Okay, and if I would go back and if I would see here, earlier this same thing was not there, but right now it is available. So with this we are able to see that yes, now we are successfully able to do the things. Now the another thing that we would be looking in is that let us say if I'm typing here another command df-h to see exactly how much things have been available, to see that okay, in this xvdf, though it has been specified that I'll be getting 5G of storage option, but in exact if you want to see how much is being actually allocated to my particular xvdf, you can see this using this command df-h, and it is 4.6G only. So let us say if you want to increase it, how you can do that? If you want to have the particular size that is being specified, for that you can type a command size2fs. After that you can type here dev/xvdf. Okay, and if you will hit enter, now you can see okay, permission denied because I have not written sudo here. So let me type here sudo. If I'll hit enter, now nothing do, the file is already long block. Okay, so whatever things it needed to do, it is already has been given, that's why it is showing me. But let us say if there is some particular scenario where the things are not given, but the storage option whatever it needed to give you is not available, if you want to make it available, then you can use this command sudo resize2fs /dev/xvdf, and you can just hit enter and you will be able to do the things. And after this the last thing that we need to see is that let us say if you want to unmount this particular EBS volume from this particular directory, how to do that? For that you have to type another command sudo umount. Though we are unmounting, but the command will be umount. After that you have to specify the device name, or you can say the particular volume that you want to disassociate, and after that you can hit enter. After that if I will do here ls blk, and if I'll hit enter, you'll be able to see that we have successfully unmounted how to attach our EBS volume to our Windows machine. So I already have a Windows machine running. You can see this. And what now I'll do is that I will create a particular EBS volume and I will attach it, and then I will try to do the mounting upon this particular machine. Okay, so before creating an EBS volume, I need to check out what is the availability zone of my machine, because EBS needs to be in the same availability zone as of my machine. So my machine is available in US East 1B. So I'll create a volume and I will keep that particular EBS volume in the same availability zone. I will go into create volume. After that, this size that I'll specify here, let us say it is 10. And after this, let me choose an availability zone. Let me go for US East 1B. After that, I'll click on create volume. So if you will see, this is the particular volume that I have just created. You can see the time from that also you can know, and from the volume state it is creating right now. So I'll select it. After that, I will name it. Let me name it as Windows EBS. After that, I'll click on save. So let me check. Yeah, so now it is available. So what I'll do now is that I'll select the EBS and I will go into action, and here I will click on attach volume. So I will choose the instance that I want to attach with. I will choose the Windows. So the device name will come up, and after that I'll click on attach volume. So successfully I have now attached it. Now if I'll move into my particular machine, now if I'll go into storage, I should be able to see it. Yeah, you can see this particular machine that I've just attached. After this, what I'll do, I'll go into connect option. I'll go into RDP client. I will basically download the RDP for it. I'll open it. But before connecting, what I need to have the password. So I'll get the password. This is the particular, you can say, the file that I require, windows.pem. After that, I'll click on open. So this file will get open. After that, I'll click on decrypt password. So now I will be having the password. So for that, what I'll do, I'll open the RDP again, and after that, I'll click on connect. So it will ask me for the password. I will copy the password. After that, I'll paste the password here. After that, I will click on OK. Click on yes. Okay, so now I have successfully connected into my RDP. The RDP I'm in. So for the time being, I don't require it. Data. Okay, so I don't require all those things right now. So what I'll do, I'll close it. If you want to set it up, this is how you should set it up. I'll close it. Okay. So what I'll do is that as I have successfully mounted the thing, now if I'll come into this PC, you will be able to see this particular thing, this local disk C, and this is the root volume that is being attached to it. The particular root volume having a size of 30 GB. Now here it is showing 29. So this is what our root volume is. But now I am unable to see the particular volume, the particular EBS volume that I just mounted. So what I'll do, I will, though I have attached it, now I need to bring it here. So how I can do it? I'll search disk management. I'll click on disk management. Yeah. So it will open up. First of all, you can see this is the particular root EBS volume that is being available to me. So now, and this is the another volume, the particular EBS volume that I just attached. So before doing anything, what I'll do, I'll first bring it into online. Yeah. So it will now be online. Okay. Okay, so it is taking time. We shall wait. And once this will be available, what I'll do, I'll click on new simple volume, and after that I need to do few steps, and this particular volume will also be reflected there. Okay, let me click on initialize disk. Okay, I'll click on OK. Okay, so now it is present. Okay, so now it has gone to online. This was the thing that I was missing. How to this? I'll go on to new simple volumes. I'll click on new simple volume, and after that what I have to do, I have to just click on next, and I'll be clicking on next. I'll not do any other changes. Yeah, I'll be doing it assigning the following drive letter SD. Okay, whatever you want you can do it, but I'm happy with D. After this I'll click on next. After this I will go with NTFS only. I'll not do any changes. I'll click on next. After this I'll click on finish. And now if I'll go back here, you'll be able to see the D drive is also available. How to create an snapshot, how to encrypt our EBS volume. So if you could see, I already having a particular instance running. Okay, it is of Ubuntu type. So basically the AMI that I have chosen here is Ubuntu. So if I will select my machine, and if I will go here, you can see the particular platform is Ubuntu, and apart from that, in the security group I have allowed all traffic. So now if I'll move into storage, now here you can see only one particular volume is present, that is my root volume, that is also of EBS type. And now what I'll do, I'll attach, and I'll also show you once I modify the EBS volume, this same will be reflected here. So for attaching my EBS volume, I need to be aware of where exactly is my machine available. So you can see it is available in the availability zone US East 1C. This is my machine. After this what I'll do, I'll go down and then I'll move into volumes. So here I'll be creating a volume. I'll click on create volume. So volume type will be general purpose SSD. The size that I'll have here will be 6 GB. After that, the availability zone that I'll be choosing here is US East 1C, because my machine is available in the same availability zone. And after this I will encrypt my volume. How to encrypt a volume? You have to click on encrypt this volume. Once you click on that, it will ask you for the KMS key. If you want to have it, you can give a specific custom KMS key. Otherwise, you can go with default AWS EBS KMS key also. Once you select it, all these things will be available. Your KMS key description will be there. KMS key that protect my EBS volume when no other key is defined, and all other particular thing will be available to you. Okay, so these are the things that you will get. And what exactly is this KMS key will do? Basically, it is a service that is being available to you. It is key management service. And why is this service being created? So that you can in a better way control and cryptograph your keys, so that you can protect your data. And once we are done with that, I will click on create volume, and now my volume is being created. Okay, so this is the volume. It is right now in creating state. If I'll refresh it, you will be able to see this is available. Okay, this is the 6 GB size that I have specified. So if I'll refresh it, you can see it is now available. So I will give it a name, Ubuntu EBS. After that I will save it. So this is how you can encrypt your particular key. You can see the particular KMS key thing is also available to you. You can see it, and the KMS key ID is also been associated now. So after this, what we will do, you can also see the encryption thing that is being also leveled here is encrypted. So after this, what we will do, we will attach it into a machine. So let me select my volume. After that, I'll move into action and I'll click on attach volume. Here I will have to choose the particular instance that I want to attach with. Ubuntu EBS is the one machine that I want to attach it with. After that, I'll click on attach volume. So now my volume is being attached with my machine. Now if I will move back into my machine, so now if I'll refresh the thing, you will be able to see Ubuntu EBS. I'll go in here. I'll go into storage. You can see this is available. Okay. And you can see whatever thing was there, it is also present here. Encrypted, yes. KMS key ID is also available. And after this, what I'll do, let us say if I want to modify this EBS volume, how I can do that? I will simply select my EBS volume. I'll then go into action. I'll then click on modify volumes. And one thing that you should know is that you cannot reduce this size of the volume that you have specified at the beginning. You can only increase it. If I'll try to decrease it, let us say, you can see this particular pop-up will happen. The size of the volume can only be increased, not decreased. So what I'll do, I will then just increase it. Let me increase it to, let us say, 9. After that, I'll click on modify. And here it will ask, do you want to modify it? I'll click on yes, modify it. Now you can see, if I'll refresh it here, you can see it has been successfully modified. Now if I'll go back to my instance and if I'll refresh here, now you will be able to see the updated thing here. If I'll move into storage, you can see the volume size is now 9. Okay. Now what I will do, if I will now let us create a snapshot and let's look in that. Let me select my EBS volume. After that, what I'll do, I'll go into action and here I'll get an option of create snapshot. I will click on create snapshot. After that, I will be giving a particular description. Let me give it a description, which is say it is Ubuntu. It is Ubuntu snapshot. Ubuntu EBS snapshot. After giving the description, I'll click on create snapshot. If you want to give the tag, you can give it. Let us say if you have any key, you can give it. I don't have, so let me give it a name. And after that, if you want to give some value, let me give it a name as EBS snapshot. After that, you can simply click on create snapshot. So you can see successfully created snapshot from volume. This is the volume ID and this is your snapshot ID. After that, if I'll move into snapshot, so here you can see from the description, this is the snapshot that I have created. It is Ubuntu EBS snapshot. You can see snapshot status and everything. You can even see the encryption was enabled for my EBS, but that thing also got reflected here also. And what is this snapshot? Snapshot is nothing but a backup of your volume. Let us say if you created a volume and you want to have a backup of that. So you can basically create a snapshot. So let us say if your EBS volume get deleted mistakenly, then you can restore this snapshot and you can get your data back. So you can see here, this is my particular snapshot that I have created. Let us do the thing. Let me give it a name. Ubuntu snapshot. Ubuntu snapshot. After that, let me save it. Now let us say if I am having my volume this, if I go to here and let us say, let me force detach it. Now if I will go here, successfully force detach a volume. Now let us say if by mistakenly this volume of mine got deleted. Okay, let us say by mistakenly this volume of mine now got deleted. So what I can do now, the thing that I can do here is I can bring this same volume back from this snapshot if I am having. So how to restore the particular EBS volume that has just got deleted mistakenly? You can select your snapshot. After that, you can go into action and here you get an option of create volume from snapshot. So you have to click on that. Okay, everything will come in the manner that you have specified, and after that you can just have to select the availability zone. Let me select it 1C. Able to select the snapshot, first snapshot restore. No need to do any other things. You just have to click on create snapshot and this snapshot will be becoming your particular EBS volume. So you can see here snapshot ID, that is 051, and this is our Ubuntu snapshot that we have just created. After that, if I'll click on create volume, and now if I will move in here, you will be able to see this snapshot that we have just created. Okay, so let me go in and show you. So basically this is the snapshot that we have created, and right now it is available and it is having everything same. Encryption is encrypted. You can say the encryption thing has been specified as encrypted. It is having the KMS ID. So our exactly same EBS volume we are able to restore if somehow you delete it. So this is the major benefit if we are creating snapshot. So EFS is elastic file system. So through the EFS we can share our data, and most of the time it is also available, and the scalability also that it provides is also limitless. The particular storage capacity that EFS provides us is unlimited. So let's move forward and let us see what are the features of EFS. So it is completely managed, and let us see if you are using any service in the AWS, then it will be having its own security, own encryption. So the data security is also very good. You can also get the lifecycle management and the storage class for managing your data in the EFS. Security purpose, it is also very good. The performance is also good as compared to the other storage options that are being available, and the particular storage that it provides us, let us say if we will compare it with the EBS, then it has an enormous gap in between, because we know EBS cannot provide us with unlimited storage capacity. Now if we will see what other thing does EFS provides us if we will compare it with the EBS. Now let us go and let us see that. Let us say if you are using EBS, then your particular machine and your EFS has to be present in the same availability zone, but that is not the case with your EFS. EFS does not need to be present in the same availability zone as of your machine. Your machine can be in the region and EFS will be in that region, and after that you can do the connection. So the availability zone specification does not apply to the EFS. Now EBS being an elastic block store, so it comes in raw and unformatted manner, but this same is not applicable to the EFS. So you can straight away go into EFS and you can start using the thing. And where does we use EBS? Let us see if there is any database application that is running, then we will be using EBS. But for the companies to improve their content management systems, they can be using EFS, because let us say if any company is using it, then they will be dumping a lot of data into it. EBS definitely will be fast accessible, because EBS acts like a primary memory to your machine, but EFS acts like a secondary storage option that is being available to your machine. But the storage option that EFS can provide, EBS cannot provide you. How to create and mount an EFS? So for working with EFS, we need an instance. So let us go and launch an instance. I'll click on launch instance. After that, I have to give a name to it. So the name that I will provide here is Ubuntu EFS. After giving it a name, I will choose the AMI is of Ubuntu. So I'll be basically working with Ubuntu. Now I'll be moving down. Here I will choose a particular key pair that we have created, that is Shubh North Virginia demo key 1. I'll select it. Now I will go into network settings. I'll click on edit. After that, I'll not do any changes in VPC subnet or in this particular aspect, but I will be going down here, and in my security group I will keep it as all traffic, and the source type will be anywhere. So you can remember the security group name. We will be looking into this, that the name is Launch Wizard 18. why I'm changed the things and why I'm keeping a note of it, we will be able to figure it out in few more minutes. Okay, I'll do the changes and after that I'll move down. I don't need to do any more changes. If you want to see the summary, you can look in that. After that, you can simply hit on launch instance. So now my instance will be launched. So it will take few moments to be available to me. So basically here will be our instance. Yeah, Ubuntu EFS, currently it is in pending state. So in the meantime, as my machine is getting created, what I'll do, I'll now move into EFS and I will create a particular EFS. Okay, so I'll go here, I'll click on create file system. All I need to give is to provide it a name. Let me give it a name as Ubuntu EFS, and the VPC that I will have here will be of default type. If you people could recall the things, then while launching my machine also I was having the same default VPC, so I'll keep the same VPC here also. The storage class that I'll be going on with is standard. After that, I'll click on create. So now this is my particular machine, my particular EFS that I have created, and the file system is now available. Now if I will click on the name of my EFS, what I can see, if I'll move into networks, right now the mounting targets are being created. So I need to change this mounting targets. Okay, so apart from this, other thing that we should be looking in is that there are a lot of benefits if we are using EFS as compared to the EBS. So in the EBS, if you people could recall, then EBS was very, you can say, availability zone specific. You need to specify your EBS in the same availability zone as of your machine, and the storage capacity that we get in EBS is also limited, but the storage capacity that we get in EFS is unlimited. Moreover, we can also connect our EFS with n number of instances we require, but the same option was not available in EBS. Now if I will refresh it, still now it is creating. So what we need to do is that we need to click on this manage, and then we will be changing our security groups. We need to attach the same security group that is being attached with our machine. So basically we have to do the changes with the availability zones. So if I'll move back to my instance here, so right now it is in initializing state. So if you people unable to recall that what we have attached, so if I'll move into security, you can see launch wizard 18 is the one. So I will particularly keep this same security group with my EFS also. And apart from that, another thing that you people should be aware of is that while trying to connect, or you can say while trying to mount my EFS, then with my EC2 instance, at that time what I'll be doing is that I will be installing NFS common. So now you need to understand why exactly are we trying to install an NFS common. It is because your EC2 instance and your EFS are two different services. So if those two different services want to access each other, then we need a medium so that they can do the things. So for that, for the accessibility of the things, we will be installing NFS common. So now let me check if my machine is available or not. So if I will refresh here, okay, still it is initializing. So let me check if my EFS has given me the mount targets are available or not. Yeah, so now the mount targets are available. So I'll click on manage. I'll go inside and I'll change this default security groups. So I'll remove it one by one. After removing it, I'll move into security group and I need to select the one security group that is being attached with my machine. So it was launch wizard 18. So here it is. So I will have this same launch wizard available to every of my availability zone. So I'll move in one by one and I'll do the things. And here I'll move into 1D, type 18, I'll select it. Again, let me go here 18 at the end. Let me select 18. Okay, after doing the things, what I'll do, I'll click on save. So now our EFS is ready to be mounted. Why I have attached launch wizard 18? Because if you will, people go and look in, this is the particular security group that is being attached with my machine. Now if I'll refresh it, you can see this Ubuntu EFS is now running state. So what I'll do, I'll select it. Out of this, I'll click on connect, and now I'll connect this particular machine. So it will now come up. Now the very first step that I'll be doing once my machine is available is that I'll be updating my machine. So as I'm working with Ubuntu, so I'll type here sudo apt get update, and after that I'll hit enter. So now my machine will be updated, and after updating my machine, the next step that I will do here is installing NFS common. If you people could recall, I have already told you what is the significance of NFS common. My EC2 instance wants to access EFS, so it needs a medium so that it can access the thing. So who is going to provide that medium, a way to access the thing? It is going to be provided by NFS common to me. So to install that, I'll type a command sudo apt get install NFS common, and after that I'll type here -y, so that if any permissions has been required, whether you want to download it or not, it will not ask me. Straight away it will download. After this I'll hit enter. So now all of the packages that I require will be getting downloaded, and now it's available now. So after this, what I have to do, I have to create a directory upon which I want to mount the EFS. Now why do we want to create a directory to mounting it? Now if I'll move in to my EFS, and if I'll click on attach, I get two options of attaching. Either I can you can say mount it via DNS. So what will happen? Upon this DNS name, FS a particular ID is given, and after that DNS name, a whole of this US is to on Amazon.com. Yes, this upon this particular, you can say upon this particular DNS name, the particular EFS will get installed, will be mounted. And here if I'll click on mount via IP, then what will happen? Upon this IP address, this particular EFS will be mounted. Now if you could see in the architecture of both of this is the particular command that is being provided to us from the AWS for mounting our EFS. Here what I am having this particular command, and at the end, if you could see, this is written EFS. So what basically is this telling? That the architecture is such a way in that if you want to mount your EFS, you need to create a directory of the name EFS. Let us say if you don't want to give the name, what you can do, you can create a directory of whatever way you want to have or whatever name you want to have in. After that, you can give whatever name you want to give it. Okay, so if I want to mount it via DNS, then same thing goes on. Upon this DNS name, it will be you can say mounted, and I have to create a particular directory named as EFS. If you want some other name, you can do it, and you can change it once you paste it there. So I'll go into connect to instance, EC2 instance connect. I'll go here. So first of all, what I have to do, I have to create a directory. So how to create a directory? I will type here sudo mkdir, basically make directory. Out of this, the EFS the directory name that I'll give here is EFS. Out of that, I'll hit enter. So now I'll type here ls command to see if the EFS directory is available or not. You can see it is available, and once it is available, what I'll do, I'll go back. Either thing you can take, either you can take the DNS name, you can copy this and paste it there, or you can take this IP name. You can take this NFS client command code and you can paste it there. So I'll be taking this particular code. I'll take it. I'll go back and simply I'll paste it here. After pasting it, what I'll do, I'll simply hit enter. Yeah, so now it has been successfully mounted. Now if I will type here command df-h, then you can see I am being successfully able to mount this thing upon this particular directory named as EFS. If you want to create any you can say any file in this EFS directory, how you can do that? You can move into this directory by typing a command, change directory EFS. You can hit enter. Now I'm in EFS. Let us create a file. Sudo using touch command you can create it. Sudo touch, let me create a file named as 1.txt, and you can do that. You can hit enter. Now if you will do these things, you will be able to see this file is available in this EFS. So Amazon FSx is easy and cost effective to launch, run and scale feature rich high performance file system in cloud. So basically FSx is like a file system that is being available to us. It makes uses of SSD storage to provide fast performance with low latency, but it can also make use of HDD. Now if we will look into the use cases of FSx, then we will be able to note that it supports wide range of workload with its reliability, security, scalability and broad set of capabilities. AWS FSx is built on latest AWS compute network and disk technology, which is fully managed service. And apart from that, it is compatible with a lot of the services that is being available like Amazon EC2 instances of Amazon Workspace. Let us say if you are having an FSx, then you can simply mount it upon the Windows or upon the other Amazon Linux machine that you wanted to have. Being a file system, you can think that it is a modified version of the EFS. Now basically right now Amazon FSx is being provided with 4 different types. One is for Amazon FSx for Windows file server. One is Amazon FSx For Lustre. Apart from that, we are having also other 2, that is NetApp, ONTAP and your particular OpenZFS. So these options are also available, but we will be majorly looking into the Windows and the Lustre. So apart from this, one thing that is far more you can go with surety is that it will be highly available. 99.99 times it will be available to you. It is simple and fully managed. So if it is fully managed, so you need not to be worry about the things like its availability and all. So AWS will be taking care of all of those things, and you whatever resources or whatever up to storage you will be using. Let us say if there is a particular storage limit that you are using, let us say for 5 TB, for that only you are going to pay. And the easy integration of FSx with the other services like EC2 and all makes it even more lucrative service to be used. So you can just go on with that. Amazon FSx is a modified version of the EFS. It has better feature as compared to the EFS that is being available to us. So if we will see to the first feature of FSx, we can see that DFS, basically distributed file system namespace, allows you to group files here from multiple file system into a single common folder structure, a namespace, from which you can access the entire file dataset. Now what exactly does it tell us? Let us say if you are having an DFS, basically it will allow users or application to access data files such as PDF, image, Word document or other types of data files from shared storage across any one of the network server. So let us say if we are able to access the thing, how will we be able to access the thing? Basically there will be a single folder, and upon that single folder we will be able to access all of the thing. Now if we will look into the other feature, that is using Windows robust file copy to copy your files directly to the Amazon FSx. So what basically is happening in this? Let us say in your machine you are having some data and you want it to be uploaded into somewhere where it will be safe and your machine data space will be free. So then you can use this particular option. So FSx provide you with this option. Now if we will look into the other features of FSx, then it actually includes, as FSx works with the Microsoft Active Directory to integrate with the existing Microsoft Windows environment. So let us say if you are using the Active Directory, then what will happen? then the Microsoft directory service will use it to store the information about object or the network, so it can be very useful for the administrator or for the user. Now apart from that, if we will look into the feature of FSx, then as with every AWS service, encryption will be provided to you. Apart from that, KMS is also provided to you, basically key management service, so you can even encrypt the data and even you can put the key upon that. And apart from that, Amazon FSx follows the ISO, PCI DS and SOC standards. So basically you can think that whatever things are being rolling out, it is in acknowledgement to the current versions that is being specified. So if you are using Amazon FSx for Windows file server, then whatever Microsoft products are there, all of them will be compatible with the Windows file server of FSx. So let us see, if you want to move any Windows based app to this shared storage, you can do it with ease. Apart from that, if you are using FSx for Windows file server, then we will get full support from SMB protocol, Windows NTFS and Microsoft Active Directory. So now comes what exactly is an SMB protocol. So it is a service server message block protocol. It is a network file sharing protocol. So we'll get the support from a network file sharing protocol, and we will also get the support from Windows NTFS. So actually NTFS is a new technology file system. This is a primary file system for the recent version of Windows and Windows Server. Let us say if any new version of Windows has been rolled out, then we can will be able to use all of those features if we are using the FSx for Windows file server. And apart from that, we can also use Microsoft Active Directory for the integration purpose. And FSx use SSD for the fast performance. Now if we look into the features of AWS FSx for Windows file server, then one thing that we are very sure about is the compatibility of the Windows, but the Windows versions need to be either 7 or above it. We can even access our Windows FSx from other EC2 machines like Windows EC2 machines from Workspace or even VMware Cloud on AWS. It is even fully managed by the AWS. So let us say if any hardware patching needed to be done, then all of those things is going to be taken care of by the AWS or the Microsoft, because it has the integration directly with the Windows. So we will be very much carefree, and it uses SSD for the fast performance, but it can even use HDD if required. Now if we will look into the use case, when exactly will we be using it? Let us say if there is a particular Windows based application or a workload that is being running, and it needed to have a shared file storage. It is in requirement of having a shared file storage for storing its data, then we can use it. Apart from that, let us say if any development environment is working upon and they want to recite their codes or build repositories so that that particular code will be available to each and everyone present in the development team, or if they are working upon an application and that application needed to be available to each and everyone so that they can fix the bug, they can find out what error is it giving us, or what is the particular performance level they want to judge. So they need the accessibility of that particular application, of that particular code repositories. So then we can definitely use FSx for Windows file server, and using that we can even transfer the things to them. Now if we will see that how does FSx for Windows file server work. First of all, we have to have a particular directory available to us. Once we have the directory, we can then start integrating our particular FSx with that directory, and once we do that, then we can configure our file, then we can connect that FSx to our machine, and if any particular application is running and if it wanted to use any storage options, then we can basically integrate that application with our machine having the FSx, or we can even integrate the application with the FSx, and then they can start using the things. Now if we will look into Amazon FSx for Windows file server, supported client and access method and environment. So if we look into the client space, then we can use the Amazon EC2 instances. Here we can use either Ubuntu or we can use directly Windows. AMI if we want. Apart from that, also we get a lot of other options. Now, how exactly are we going to access it? We can access it using the DNS name provided in our Active Directory, or using the distributed file system namespace that we have already discussed. And the environment needed to be either an on-premise environment. If you want it, you can do it, or from an AWS account you can also access the thing. So in this session we are having this much. Now let us discuss about the failovers. We have basically discussed till yet in this session about the Windows file server. Now we will look more into the failover processes, that how exactly is the failover process work. So let us say if we have enabled multi-AZ, then the failover will start automatically. So and when exactly are the conditions when it will start? Let us say if there is a particular availability zone and it has gone down, then it will start. Preferred file server needed to be available, but it is not there. Or let us say if any maintenance start happening at the background, then the failover process will start automatically. And what exactly happens in the failover? If you will look, then let us say whatever things we are able to access, if it has gone down, then we will start requesting for that. We will do the read and write request for whatever data we are having in our file system, and they will again start rolling the things back. Then once all of the resources are available in the particular subnet, or you can say in the particular place where we want, then the FSx automatically goes back to the preferred file server. And how much time will it take for it? It takes around 30 seconds from when it detected a file server. So within the very small span of time, it will do a lot of work. How to create an Amazon FSx for Windows. FSx for Windows file server provide a fully managed native Microsoft Windows file system, so that you can move your Windows based application that required shared file storage to AWS. So for using this Amazon FSx, first of all, we have to create an directory. We also need to have a particular instance of Windows AMI and an Amazon FSx. So I have already created the things, because the creation of Amazon FSx and your directory service is going to take 20 to 30 minutes. So that's why I have already created the things. So let me show you up how to do the things. First of all, you have to create this directory, because using this directory only your Amazon FSx is going to get created. So first of all, you have to go and you have to create a directory service. So you have to go to setup directory. After you go to setup directory, choose the AWS managed Microsoft AD. After that, click on next. So here in the edition, you can choose standard edition. After that, provide a DNS name. If you are having any DNS name, then you can provide it, or just you can provide a DNS, whatever you like. And after that, provide a particular admin password. So this password should be containing at least 3 of the things out of this 4. Either it should be having a lowercase, uppercase, numeric and special character. After that, once you confirm it, so let me give a particular password, and after that click on next. So here in the VPC you can go with no preference also, but let us say if you want to give the particular preference in this subnet, then you can choose the same particular availability zone in which your machine is available, so that the connection will become pretty easy. And the VPC you will choose in which your machine is there. It's in default, so we will be going with default, and you can go back. You might be having this instance running, so you can go here, you can check in which availability zone it is there, and after that you can give the preference accordingly. Even if you leave it no preference, then also there is no problem. So let me go on with no preference. After that you can click on next. Once you click on next, a review page will pop up in front of you. After that you can go on with the charges that is going to get incurred, and apart from that you can also see a 30-day limited trial will be also there, so you can also use that. After that you can click on create directory. So it is going to take 20 to 30 minutes for the creation, so I'll not create it because I already have one. So once you do that, this particular directory will be getting created. And once you create this directory, you have to come to Amazon FSx. Here you have to go to create file system, and here you have to choose Amazon FSx for Windows file server. Choose it. After that, click on next, and here you can basically provide a file system name that you want. Let me provide one. And after that, you can go with deployment type. Either you can go with multi-AZ or even you can go with single AZ. So whatever you prefer, you can go. And here the storage capacity that you will be choosing is 32 GB. Why? Because this is the minimum capacity that you need to give, and the storage type will be SSD only. So here also, if you want the particular subnet, you can go on with this particular subnet in which your machine is available, or else you can go on with whatever default is being given to you. So after that, let us say if your Microsoft Active Directory will be available, then once you click on it, you will be able to see something like this particular directory. As this particular directory is already available, so you will get this option of creating the particular directory. You can choose it. After that, so let me choose it. Once you choose it, after that you can click on next. Once you click on next, you will get this type of a pop-up, and after that you can review the things. These are the things that are not editable after creation. You can check it out, and after that you can simply click on create file system. Once you do that, your file system will be created. So I already have the one, so I have not created it. And creation of this FSx is going to also take 20 to 30 minutes. So you need to be a little bit patientful. So once you have done all of these things, you have to go back, and then you have to connect to your machine. So choose your machine. After that, click on connect. Once you click on connect, go to RDP client. So here you will get an option of download RDP file. So I'll download it. Once you do it, just open it. So before connecting it, I need to have the password. So I'll click on get password. So here I have to upload the particular private key file. So here I have to upload my private key file. So I'll click on upload, and once I do that, I'll come to downloads, and this is the particular PEM file. So I'll select it. After that, I'll click on open. And once I'll do that, I'll click on decrypt password. So once I'll do that, I'll get the password. So now let me try connecting through RDP. So I'll click on connect. So then I have to provide the password. I'll copy it, and here I have to paste the password, and I'll click on OK. So now I'll click on yes. So it will take time to come up. So we shall then wait for that, and once it comes up, then we will be doing few setting options. Then we will be able to see Amazon FSx in our particular Windows system. Okay, so it has started to come up. It will be available in just 1 or 2 more minutes. Then we shall be moving on then. Yeah, so it has come up. So after this, but here we have to search for network settings. So here we have to go for a Windows system. In our Windows system, we have to go to our control panel, not the network settings. So you can search it. You can go to control panel. Okay, so go to control panel, and here in the control panel, here we have to go to network and internet. Once we move into a network and internet, from here we have to go to network and sharing center. Go to that. Once we move into that, then we have to go to change adapter settings. So here it is available. So once we move into change adapter setting, then we have to go to our Ethernet. So if we will press upon it, we will have to move into properties. So once we will come here, then we will be getting this internet protocol version 4, TCP IPv4. We have to choose it, and we have to click on OK. Okay, so let me double tap on it. So here, once this page come up, we have to use this we have to click on use the following DNS server address, and once we choose that, then we have to go back to our Active Directory. We will be moving into our Active Directory, and from here we will have to take this DNS address. So let me copy it, and here we have to paste it, and after that we will again move back and we will take the another DNS address. So let me copy it, and we will be pasting it here on the alternate DNS server. So once we do that, then we can click on OK. After that, once again do OK. So now once we are done with it, we shall be moving back. Now we will be moving into our system and security. We will have to go inside that, and here we have to then move into the advanced system setting option. So once we will move into our advanced system option, there we will be able to do. So let me move into system, this one. So let me check it out. Network and internet, we have already done it. Now we will have to system, moving back here. Yeah, okay. So let us go back. We have given the DNS name. Okay, so it was here that I was checking for the DNS name. Okay, so now let us come into system, and from here we will go into advanced system settings. Once we come into this advanced system setting, then we will be moving into computer name, and here we have to click on change. Then here we have to choose the member of domain, and once we choose the member of domain, then we have to provide the domain name that we have given. So if we will go here, so here we will be able to get our domain name. Let me go to application. Yeah, so here it is already, shub.tk. So let me copy it, and once you copy it, come back here and paste it here. So once you do that, then click on OK. Okay, so now it will ask you for the username and the password. So we will be providing it. So let me provide it. Click on OK. And once you will do that, so now your connection will be established. So I have provided the particular password that I have used for my Active Directory. So I shall wait now. Okay, so let me try connecting it once again. Okay, so here it comes up. So let me click on OK. You must restart your computer to apply these changes. So I'll again click on OK. So now it will be basically restarted, and once it is done, then we will be moving on. So then we shall be restarting the things. Okay, so we have done all of the things. Now it's all about the restart. So let me restart it. Okay, so let me do it. Okay, let me click on restart now once again. Okay, so now it will get restarted. Your remote desktop session is end. Your remote computer is restarting. Let me click on OK. So now again I will be connecting to it. Okay, but let me see if it is available or not. Okay, so I'll be giving few more time. After that, what we will be doing is we will be moving into our Amazon FSx, and here I'll select the Amazon FSx and I'll click on attach, and here I will have to copy this and paste it there. So let me check. Let me select the machine. Let me try connecting it once again. So let me download the RDP once again. So let me open it. Click on connect. So it will ask for me the password. Let me get the password once again. Click on upload password. This is the particular key. I'll click on open, and once I'll do that, I'll click on decrypt the password. So I'll basically have the password with me, and now let me connect it. So I'll click on OK. Click on yes. Okay, so now the things are available. So once I'll move inside it, I'll copy that and I'll paste it in the command prompt, then we shall be able to see the things. Yeah, so now it's available. So now if I'll go here, we'll be able to see. Go into this files, or from here also, here only, let me go to files. So if I'll move here right now, so if I'll move into this PC, yeah, so you can only see that local disk C is now available. So now after the things, you will be able to see another particular storage option will be available to us. Let me open the command prompt. Yeah, the things will be pretty slow, but we need to wait. So after this, what I'll do, I'll open the command prompt. After that, I'll go to Amazon FSx. So I'll copy it, and once I copy it, so I'll come back here, and here I'll paste it. So if you want whatever directory name you can give, you can basically give whatever directory or drive you want. Let me go for H. So once I give it H, then after that I'll simply enter. So it will basically ask for the username to me. So the username that will be of mine is this particular thing, shub.tk. So let me copy it. So you can come back here, and here you can paste it, and after that you have to give the slash, and here you have to type admin. Once you type the admin, hit enter. It will ask you for the password. Give the password that you have given for your Active Directory. After that, hit enter. You can see the command completed successfully. Once it is done, now if I'll go back, and now if I will move into this PC, you will be able to see we have successfully given, or we have successfully mounted our Amazon FSx onto our Windows system. Amazon FSx For Lustre. So FSx For Lustre make it very easy to launch and run the world's most popular file system. So if we will look into the Amazon FSx for Windows file server, there, if you want to use it, then you need to be available with Microsoft Active Directory, and you have to use that, and along with that Amazon FSx for Windows file system you have to use. Then only you will be able to use it once you integrate this three things with your machine. But if you will compare it with the Lustre, then it is far more easier to work with. Lustre file system is an open source and parallel file system that support many requirements of leadership class HPC simulation environment. Now if we will look into the HPC simulation environment, what exactly the things are happening. HPC basically is high performance computing. Let us say we can use it for incredibly computational intensive tasks like quantum mechanics, glass exploration and forecasting. So there, wherever we need better HPC simulation, there we can use the FSx For Lustre for storing our files. We will look more into it in our use cases. Now if we will look into the feature of Amazon FSx For Lustre, whatever features we are having in Microsoft file system, we will be having all those things, but few add-ons will be there. What are those things? First of all, we will have a seamless integration with our Amazon S3 data. So what is the major benefit if we are able to integrate it with our S3? Let us say if our data is present in the S3, then we can track our data much more properly. We will be having our buckets, so we can even give the policies as per our need, and we can make our file system much more secure. We will be able to make our Lustre much more secure because every AWS service provide us with the encryption, so we can make our Lustre even more secure, and our S3 policies we can make, and we can even make our S3 more safer. Now it is one of the world's best and high performance file system that is being available to us. You can also access the Lustre from the on premises. So just like the other file systems, if you will see, it is simple and fully managed, data accessible to other AWS services also. So the integration of Amazon FSx For Lustre has with other services also, and multiple deployment options also you get when you will be using Lustre. So as we are able to integrate it with the S3, then it makes the processing of our data far more easier. We can have the data in our S3, we can go through it, and if we want to use it, then also we can use it. Let us see if there is a particular data which was present in our Lustre, then we have moved the data from Lustre to the S3. From the S3 we can load that data into our Redshift, and then we can start using it. So basically it makes accessibility to the data far more easier, and whatever operations we want to perform, we can also perform that very well. Now if we will look into the use cases, machine learning uses massive amount of training data. So we can basically store all those data in our Lustre. And also machine learning is changing the experience of the HPC simulation, because if you will go for forecasting or for gas exploration, everywhere machine learning is being used. So if we are able to integrate the machine learning with our Lustre file system, then it can provide us with enormous results. And let us see, if you want to do any media processing like rendering of a video, visual effects, there also the data that is being created, you can simply put it there to your FSx for the Lustre. From there you can have it into your S3, and you can do whatever you want to do. So that is the major benefit of the FSx for Lustre. It is very much simple as compared to the other Amazon FSx that have been present. So if you are using Amazon FSx for Lustre, then it make it easy and cost effective to launch and run the popular and high performance Lustre file system. Moreover, we can use Lustre for workloads where storage speed matter, such as machine learning or high performance computing. So now let's go and create our file system. So I'll click on create file system. This is the one that we'll be choosing, Amazon FSx for Lustre. I'll select it. After that I'll move down and I'll click on next. Once you'll click on next, then you can provide the file system name. So let me give it FSx file system only. So after providing that, you can come and choose the deployment and storage type. So I'll be going on with Scratch and SSD. SSD basically is the storage type that is being provided to me. So after that, we will be coming down to throughput per unit of storage. So here I'll be giving the storage capacity. The minimum size that I can provide here is 1.2 TIB. So I'll be giving that 1.2 TIB. And once I give that 1.2 TIB, then the throughput capacity will be calculated upon 200 Mbps TIB into 1.2 TIB, and that comes out to be 240. So after that I'll move down, and here once I reach in network and security, here the particular VPC that I'll be choosing will be default VPC. Now here comes to specify the VPC security group, and here if you will come down, you will be able to see the VPC security group associated with your file system network interface must allow inbound Lustre traffic like TCP port 988, 1021 to 1023. So this thing we have to enable in our machine. So I have already launched an machine. If you will see the name, so this is the particular machine that is running Amazon Linux FSx, and the AMI that I have chosen for this machine is Amazon Linux, and it is currently available. So now let us go into its security group and do the following changes that is being asked to us to do. So we'll move into this, and after that we'll click on edit inbound rules. So here basically we'll be adding a few more rules like custom TCP, and the port range that we will be giving here with 988, and I'll make it at anywhere IPv4. After that I'll click on add rules, and here again it will be custom TCP only, and after that the port range that I'll be specifying here is 1021 to 1023. So after that I'll choose anywhere IPv4. So we have done whatever things needed to be done, and after that I'll click on save changes. And why we have given SSH? Because we want to connect with our machine. After that I'll click on save rules. So here it is launch wizard 29. So if you want to give that particular security group, you can also choose that, or else you can go on with default only. So let me choose it. So after that you can select the subnet in which your particular file system will reside. So you can choose it. So mine is for default US East 1, so I'll go with that. And after that, if you will come into data repository, then you can import or export. So this is an optional step. If you want the particular data of your file system to be imported or exported to S3, you can do this, but I'll be not doing it. After that, I'll simply click on next, and you can basically review the things. And after that, you can see what are the things that is being enabled. Editable after creation. So you can see what are not editable after creation, your deployment type, your storage type, and the other things that you can see. After that, you can click on create file system. So it will take a few moments to be available, so we shall wait till that. Okay, so I waited for 5 to 6 minutes, and now you can see our file system is available. So now let's go back to our EC2 management console, and now let's connect our machine. So I'll click on connect, and after that I'll come here and I'll click on connect. So now once I'm successfully able to connect it, so first of all I will update it, sudo yum update, and once I update it, okay, so all of the things will get updated. And once I update it, then I'll be installing a particular dependency so that I can use my Amazon FSx Lustre. So I'll wait. Once this particular updation is done, then I'll be installing the dependency. Then we shall be moving forward. Okay, so once it has been successfully, particularly you can say updated, now let us install this particular dependency. And it goes something like sudo Amazon Linux extras. After that, you have to click on install -y Lustre 2.10. And once you type this particular command, after that you have to click on enter. So basically it will install all of the dependencies that we require for connecting with our particular Amazon FSx. So after that, what we have to do, we have to select our file system and we have to click on attach. Once you click on attach, then we have to make a directory. And apart from that, if you want to see, this is the particular file system ID, you can basically move inside it, and you can check other things like the network security, the monitoring aspect, the administration, data repo. We have not created any S3 for that, so we'll not be getting it. So if any updates available, then we can see that. The network security, you can come to the subnet and you can choose all of the network interface that is being attached. So now let me go into attach, and we have to make a particular directory. So let me copy this particular command, and so copy it, take it back and simply paste it here. And once you paste it, hit enter. So now if I'll do ls command, you will be able to see this particular directory is already been created, though we are not able to see it, but no worries. So let me take this particular command now. I'll copy it, and if I'll paste it here now, and if I'll hit enter, and now if I will do df-h command, now we'll be able to see that we have successfully made this Amazon FSx, and it is mounted upon our FSx directory. So basically this signifies the fact that this FSx is also got created, and we have successfully mounted it upon our particular DNS name that we've been given. So here was the particular FSx DNS name that was given to us, and we have successfully mounted our things upon So this was the particular thing that we needed to accomplish, and we have successfully done it. First of all, we will look for Windows file server. Now, if let us say we are in the region North Virginia, so the type of storage options that we are going to have is SSD storage capacity, HDD storage capacity, throughput storage capacity, and backup storage capacity. Now, depending upon the single AZ deployment or a multiple AZ deployment, we are going to get the pricing for that. Let us say if I am using SSD storage capacity and I want to have a single AZ deployment, then I have to pay $0.130 per GB per month. But if I chose with the same storage option multiple AZ deployment, then I'll be paying $0.230 per GB per month. Similarly, we will be having other storage options available. Now let us move into a problem statement and try to understand the things. So here if I will move it, we can see the problem statement is there. Assume we want to store 10 TB of general purpose file share data using HDD storage in the US East North Virginia. Based upon the typical duplications saving of 50 to 60%, we provision 5 TB multiple AZ file with 16 Mbps of throughput capacity. Also assume that we have an average backup storage of 5 TB during the month. So upon this 10 TB, we are going to segregate it into 5 and 5 TB. So if we will look in to the very first statement, here we are using HDD storage capacity, and it is, if we will look in, it is for multi-AZ. So if we will go back here, and if we will see here in the HDD storage capacity for multi-AZ, we have to pay 0.025 per GB per month. Now if we will move in, we can see that 5 TB is going to get multiplied with 0.025 because we are using HDD. So from that we will be able to calculate what exactly we are going to get billed for the storage. Now if we will look into the throughput, then 16 Mbps of throughput we are using. Now if we will go back, so we can see the throughput capacity for multi-AZ is $4.5 per Mbps per month. So here we have done that same thing, 16 Mbps into $4.5 per Mbps per month. So it is going to be $72 per month. Now we are taking a backup of 5 TB. Now if I will go back here, we can see whether it is single AZ or multiple AZ, the price is gonna same. It is $0.050 per GB per month. So upon that we will do the calculation, and once we do the calculation, we will be getting the total monthly charge, that is going to be $456. So this is how you can do the particular pricing of your Windows file server. Now let's look for the Lustre. Now here if we will look for the Lustre, then we are having different storage options that is being available to us. Either we can choose the scratch or we can choose the persistent. Now upon that, upon the particular Mbps TIB baseline, we will be going to get billed. Let us say if I am using the scratch. So for 200 MB per second per TIB baseline up to 1.3 GB per second per TIB burst, I am going to get billed $0.14. Now if I'll move in and if I'll see the problem statement, then what it is telling me, assume we have a scratch file system. So basically we are using this scratch storage option in the US East North Virginia region, which has been provisioned with 4,800 GB of storage capacity. We spin up our file system for 8 hours workload every day and then shut it down. We do this for the 30 days. Now if I will move back in and I can see that for scratch, what is the price that I'm going to pay? It is $0.14 per GB per month. But Here the calculation that we are going to have is 8 hours. So first of all I have to find that for 1 hour how much exactly is I am paying. So how can I find it? If it is for per month, I'll divide it by 30, and after that I'm going to divide it by 24, so that I'll be getting for per hour how much exactly is it costing me. So I got the things, and once I get how much it is costing me, I'll then multiply it with the 400 GB of storage capacity upon 8 hours, because I'm going to run it for 8 hours and for 30 days, and whatever is the cost, and that is going to be the cost for my Lustre. So basically this is how you can do the calculation upon the things. So if we will look into the term tenancy, then what basically that means? That basically determine who is the owner of the particular resource. Let us say if you are having a house, then it might happen that you are the owner of that particular house. So that is what happened in instance tenancy. We try to figure it out that who exactly is the owner of a particular instance. If we will look into this scenario, which is known as shared or default instances, then we can see that there are a lot of EC2 machines running, and those EC2 machines are running upon our underlying hardware, and it is also having Xen hypervisor, because AWS uses Xen hypervisor. So that one particular underlying hardware is being used by a lot of customers. So that is what you can say is the default, or you can say shared tenancy, or you can say shared instances, where there is one hardware and the users are more than one who are using that hardware. Now if we will go into the dedicated instance, what will happen? There will be only one customer who will be using the underlying hardwares. So that is the difference in between shared and dedicated instance. So in one you are having lot of users using underlying resources, and in one you are the or you can say there is only one particular customer using that particular instance. Now let's move and try to understand what exactly is reserved and spot instances. But before that we have to understand what is this placement group. So let us say you launch an EC2 instance, then your EC2 instance is spread upon the underlying hardware in such a manner that the failures of that EC2 instance can be minimized. And for that minimization, placement groups plays a very bigger role. How? Because placement group will look upon the workload, then it will do the placement in such a manner that your instance will be able to meet the workload that is being distributed. So that is what your placement group does. It will look into the underlying hardware, it will look upon the particular workloads that are being employed, and after that it will do the particular, you can say, it will place your instances in that manner. So we also have the cross platform placement group. So there what will happen, let us say if we are having a particular storage option that is being shared, then it has to be shared in such a manner that it is available to every of the particular availability zones or to the regions, and it should be available for majority period of time. It should not go down. So that thing also our placement group ensures. Now let's try to understand what exactly is a reserved and spot instance. So basically reserved instance you can say is a type of a contract in which you buy out or you pre-book your instances. Let us say right now your organization is using 2 instances, and you have figured out that in the near future you are going to need a more number of instances. So basically you can pre-book your instances, and till the contract expire, those particular instances will be available to you. Okay, either you can use it or you may not use it, but it will be available to you. Now the thing comes is that what is the benefit if I am having a particular instance reserved? Then let us say if you need a particular instance right now and you go and buy it out, then the charges that you will be bearing will be more as compared to the reserved instance. If you reserved a particular instance, then you can get the instances for much discounted rates. Now you can look into the instances sizes and the normalization factor here, and we will be able to figure it out. If we will go for the reserved instances, then you will be able to figure it out that if we go for reserved instances, then we are able to save our cost enormously. So you can also think in such a manner that if you are using a particular instance, let us say if you are using you can say previous version of a machine right now, and if you pre-book a particular instance, then you can even get the advanced version of that particular machine in far more cheaper rate than whatever you are using. So that is basically the benefit of using the reserved instances. Until the time the contract ends, the particular period end, your instances will be available to you. So now if we will look into the spot instances, what exactly is the spot instance? Let us say if there is any unused EC2 instance, so you can avail those instance in cheaper rate. You can basically bid for that, and if the instance price there during your bid price, then you will be able to get it. But let us say if the spot prices increases, then the instances will be terminated and you will not be able to get the instances. So the benefit that you also get here in this spot instance is reserving. You can say you are able to save up your cost. So that is the major benefit. So you can use. So basically you can think spot instances are those EC2 instances available to you for cheaper rates, which are less than those instances if you will go and buy, which are on demand prices. So you can get the EC2 instances below the on demand price. So if we will look into the pricing of EC2, then if you are using if you are under that free tier eligible criteria, then you get 750 hour per usage of your EC2 machine. And let us say if you are not using that, and if you are not using T2.micro, but if you are using other instance types, let us say M5.large, for that you have to pay $0.096 per hour. Similarly, apart from T2.micro, whatever things you are going to use, you are going to pay for that. Let us say if your particular machine is getting any data transfer in, so it will be free. But let us say if you are sending the data from your EC2 machine to services like S3, Glacier, DynamoDB, simple queue service, simple email service in the same region, if those are available in the same region, then it is entirely free. But let us say if those things are in the different region, if your machine is in a different region and the services to whom you are sending it, if those are in different region, so you will be basically paying for that. Let us say if you are using Elastic IP, then also you will be paying for the thing. Apart from that, depending upon whether you are in same AZ or not, you will be also paying for it. And let us see if you are using any resource. So as per the service level agreement, which this is the agreement that has been done by the service provider and the client, all of the resources will be available for 99.99 time. Now if we will move in, and if we will look into the pricing of on demand, let us say if you are using a particular instance type, that is M5.xlarge, then you can see for using it per hour you have to pay $0.192. But let us say if you move into the reserve instance for 1 to 3 year term pricing, then you will be able to save a lot of your cost if you are using the reserve instance, because you will be reserving the things early, and if you are reserving the things early, then you can save enormously. So that is what we are having in the reserved instance. So now let us say if you are using the EBS, then you will be definitely getting a particular free tier, a particular amount of data free. You can see it that you are going to have 30 GB per month of free EBS data accessibility with a combination of GP2 and magnetic, with some input output operations and with some snapshots. But let us say if you are not under the free tier, and let us say if you are using this GP2 provision IOPS or you can say throughput optimized, then you will be paying for that. If you create this snapshot, then also you will be paying for it if you are not under that free tier eligible criteria. And let us say if you have used the EBS and if you have stored the data for more than you can say 30 GB, then also you will be paying it. And as per the service level agreement, the EBS will be also available for 99.99 times. IAM, basically if you will see, it is made up of 3 words, and here we need to give a special attention to the first 2 words, that is identity and access. So what basically does that this 2 particular word mean, identity and access? Let us say if you are having an AWS account, so there if you want to use that particular account, so for using that account, first of all you need to be a user. And let us say if you are a user now, after that, because you are a user, so you will be able to authenticate yourself. Basically you can sign in into the account because you will be having all the credentials to sign in into the account, so you can basically sign in. But let us say after that signing in, you need to do a lot of work, because just simply signing in is not what you desired for. You also desired for working there, you wanted to interact with the services. So for interacting with these services, you need to have the permissions available. You need it to be authorized, because let us say if you are creating an AWS account, then the first time that you create an account, then at that time you become a root user. So root user is having all of the permissions. It basically has the full admin access. So it can basically use all of the services, all of the resources without any restriction. But let us say if you are not a root user, you are an IAM user, then by default no permission is being made available to you. So basically you needed to be given the permissions, and only if you are having the permissions, so you will be able to work. So that is what we will be looking in the IAM. So basically, first of all, you need to have the identity available with you. You need to be a user, and once you are the user, then the particular whosoever has created your account need to specify what exactly can you access. Let us say if the particular user who has created a new user has not specified any of the particular permissions, or have not given you any access, so you will not be able to work. You will just go inside the particular console and you will be stuck there. So that is what we do in IAM. First of all, we create a user and give the credentials. Basically, first of all, we authenticate that user. After that, we authorize what exactly that user can do, so that we can securely control the access of all of the AWS services and resources. So now the thing comes, let us say if I have created a particular account, then I am the root user. Why exactly cannot, why I needed to create more users? Because if I am having the root account available with me, I can give it to everyone and they can start interacting. Why to unnecessarily create a lot of user? Then the answer to that is, let us say in an organization, we are having different teams. There will be financial team, there will be operational team, there will be support team, and there will be DevOps team. So a lot of teams are there. There will be analytics team. So let us say if there is a particular financial team, so they need not to have the access of EC2. They don't want to interact with EC2. What they want to interact with the database. They wanted to get the information about the people and how exactly is the payment being done. So why to give them the other service permissions? Because if they are not aware about those services, then it might happen that they sometimes start the services and they might misuse it. And let us say there is a particular DevOps team there. So they don't need to have the access to each and every service. They needed to have an access to EC2 instance, let us say. So we can give the permission to the DevOps team, okay, they can access the EC2. And if there is a particular admin, that admin require the full permission, so we can avail them the full permissions. So that is what we can do using the IAM. Basically, we can specify whatever a particular user require or whatever a particular group require. We can specify the permissions to them and they can start working. So that is why we are in need of IAM, so that people we want to restrict the limitation so that people cannot misuse it, and we will be having a much more control over whatever things we are doing. Now let us look into what is ARN, Amazon Resource Name. So Amazon Resource Name is a sort of a unique identifier for all of your resources. This ARN is being created by default by the AWS. And if we will look in why do AWS create this ARN, it is because let us say you in your account hundreds of resources are running. So let us say now AWS want to bill it. So AWS will not do the billing by taking consideration into the things, into the names that you have specified. Let us say I am having two EC2 instance running. My first EC2 instance name is Ubuntu 1 and my second EC2 instance is Ubuntu 2. Now AWS will not bill my instances upon the name that okay, Ubuntu 1 was running for more than 750 hours, so it has got billed. Because why will AWS will not do? Because in the later stage it might create a lot of confusion. Let us say today you ran Ubuntu 1, after 15 days you stopped it and you created another instance and then you also given the same name to that particular machine. So identification purpose, it will be chaotic and we will be not able to track the things properly. But let us say if the ARN is there, so let us say if any billing things needed to be done, then AWS can bill the things upon the ARN. So basically it is a unique identifier that AWS keeps track of. You can also use it. Let us say if you are creating a policy, then in the policy you needed to specify the ARN. So there also you can use the ARN. Now if we will look into the ARN format, basically it comes with three. The first one is ARN, and in the partition AWS will be written. After that the service name, the region in which it is running, then the account ID, the 12-digit account ID will be there, and after that what instance or you can say what resource is it running. If it is EC2 it will be mentioned there, or you can say EC2 instance is running. So those things will be there specified, and the other tools are having just little difference there. Before the resource we will be getting resource type. Now let us see example to understand it more clearly. Let us say if a particular EC2 instance is running, so how exactly will the things look like? ARN colon AWS service, the region in which it is running, after that the account ID will be there, then instance, and after that the instance ID. Similarly for AMI also we get this similar sort of thing. So basically whatever resource you use or whatever service you use, for that you are going to have the ARN, and basically AWS will keep track of the thing and they can do the billing in a much more clear manner. And let us say if you are specifying any policies, then also you will require this ARN so that you can specify it in the policy. So now if we will look into IAM hierarchy. Now let us say you are having permissions like you can create users, you can create groups. Let us say if you have created a user 1, then individually you can specify the permissions to them. But let us say I am having a particular team, particular DevOps team. In that particular team you can say there are 100 of users. So it is not a good idea to individually go to each user and attach the permission. So what I can do, I can create a group. In that group I can basically add all of the user, and after that I will attach the permission to that group. So if I am doing it, what will happen? All of the users present in that group will get the permission. So that is what we can do. And after that we can specify, we can create groups, we can create user, we can specify them in our groups, and we can do the things. So what exactly is an IAM user? It is a sort of an entity which is there to interact with your particular account. Let us say if you are having an account, so you can create different users by allowing them different permissions to work with. Let us say if you have created your first time, you will be interacting with your account and you will be interacting your account with the root user. And by default, root user is available with all of the permission that it requires. So root user has full administrator access. But this particular thing does not apply to the IAM user you create. IAM user by default has no permissions enabled. So it is up to you to avail whatever permissions you want that particular people to have. You can basically limit their scope. Let us say if you did not provide them the permission, then what will happen? Then they will be not able to interact with any of the resources or any of the services. Those will be there. So you have to basically give them the permissions. Once you give them the permission, then only they will be able to work. Now let us say if you are creating an IAM user, then you will be giving their username, and after that they need to authenticate themselves when they will doing the sign-in. So generally the way that we prefer is going through the management console. There they have the password available with them, so they can use the password and they can directly go into the AWS account and they can start using the thing. But there is another way out also, and that is through the programmatic access. Let us say if you are working on a particular platform like Terraform and you want to access your AWS account. So that options also you can made available if you have enabled the programmatic access. Now what basically can be done in programmatic access? So users will be doing API call and they will be using this CLI to access the AWS resource. Also there are other ways of programmatic access also through the access keys. So but most often the two options are available while creating a user. Either you can give them the programmatic access or you can make them available through the management console. You can basically give them the password and they will be able to log in. And let us say if they are using a programmatic access way, then they can use the command line interface. Through that they can do the API calls from program and they can access the account and they can then start using it. Now let us say if there is a particular IAM user and it want to access the thing using the programmatic way. For programmatic access, you need to have a key that is known as access key. So just like we take care of our credentials, similarly we will also need to take care of our access key. Why? Because let us say if I am having my username and I don't remember the password, and if I will through the root account, if I try to see the particular account, a particular user password, then AWS will not let it show. So what that particular user can do? That particular user can simply reset their password. And if AWS is not letting the password to be seen by the user, why are they doing it? For better, you can say security purpose. Similarly, just like you do login into your account through the credentials, similarly, if you are using the access key, then you can do the programmatic way of accessing your account. So just like your credentials, you also need to keep your access keys secret also. Now at a given time, only two active keys will be there. So let us say if there is a particular active key, one which is active and which is not active. So you can, what you can do, either you can delete that access key and you can create a new access key. So let us say if you are creating an access key, then you can download it and you can keep secure with you. So maximum two active access key you can have, at a particular time. Now, if we look into IAM groups, what we basically do, let us say if we are creating n number of users. So basically n number of users will be working in some department. Let us say there are 6 departments, and in 6 departments 600 people are working, and those 600 people want to access the AWS account. So giving the permissions to each of them individually is a very problematic way, or you can say chaotic way, because it will take a lot of time, and even managing the things will not be that much easy. The boundary scope also we will not be able to define properly. So what basically we can do, we can create 6 groups. After creating 6 groups, we can basically add all of those users there, and we can attach the permissions there. And let us see if any restriction needed to be put. How we can put it? I can simply put it into the groups, and in the group whosoever user are there, upon them also the particular rules will be specified. Now, let us say if you are interacting with your account, so you can go for multi-factor authentication, or you can say it is a two-way authentication. At the beginning, let us say if you are having the credentials available with you, you can access it. But let us say it might happen that sometimes you may not, you may disclose your particular account credentials, like your username, your password may get exposed. So for that, what you can do, you can put MFA in your particular account. So MFA comes with 3 ways. Either you can opt for the security token based. If you are opting for security token based multi-factor authentication, then you have to purchase the device that is being you can see in your screen. Let us say if you choose it the SMS based, so you can basically have to you will get a SMS in your particular account and you can use it. Or else what you can do, you can download the MFA app available from different corporations like Microsoft available with the particular MFA, Google MFA is there. So you can just link that MFA with your account, and let us say if you are trying to access your account, then at the beginning you will be giving all of your credentials, username, password, account ID, and after that a security code will be sent in that MFA, and once you put the MFA there, that MFA code, then only you will be able to log in. So let us say if you by mistake expose your particular credentials, then also no one will be able to access it because they will not be having the MFA available with them. Now let's look into JSON, because in IAM we can create policies, and the policy is actually written in the JSON format. So JSON is JavaScript Object Notation. So JavaScript Object Notation, if you will see how exactly will it work. Let us say if you are a particular employee, so you will be having all of these details, like you will be having an employee ID, employee name, you will be living somewhere, so that address you can specify. You can specify whatever skills you are aware of. You can specify the cars available with you. So those things you can specify. Similarly, we will be also creating the policies. This is not exactly the thing that we will be specifying in policy, but yeah, this is the way in which we will be doing the JSON. I will be specifying the JSON policies. So we can have a look and we can get an idea. Okay, in similar fashion, we will be specifying there the resources, the action that needed to be done, and each and everything. So that is what we will be doing. If I'll move forward, this is the particular previous JSON file only that is being available. So I am currently in my IAM dashboard. So here, if I'll go down, you can see all of the users that are being currently available. And now let us see if we want to create a user. So we will see how to create it. We have to click on add user. So after clicking on add user, we will be giving a name. Let me give the name as dev1. So once I click on the user as dev1, so the name has been given. Now let us say in one go you want to create another user. So you can also do that. You can just click on add another user and you can give here the name dev2. Let us say if you want to add another user, you can do it by typing here dev3. So let me give it a name, dev3 demo, dev2 demo, and dev3 demo. So let us say if you have created all of the users name that you wanted to create. After that, if you will come down here, then you have to select AWS access type. Either you can go with the password that generally we do, or you can give the access through the programmatic access. By that, what the particular user will be doing. Let us say the user want to access the particular account, then they can use all of this available option, that is AWS API, CLI, SDK, and other development tools that is being available, but we will go with password. So let me select the password. Once I click on that, then it will ask me, okay, tell us the way to generate the password. Either you want to give the custom password. Basically, custom password will be the password that you can give, and the auto-generated password will be generated automatically. So I'll choose the custom password. After that, I'll be giving a password. So let me give a password. Let us say if I give the password, after that, there is an option of require a password reset. User must create a new password at new sign in. Let us say for the very first time, any of this user sign in into the AWS management console. Then after that, what they have to do? They have to reset the password. If you want, you can tick it, or if you don't want, you can just uncheck the box. So I'll uncheck it. I don't want that thing to happen. After that, what I'll do, I'll click on next permissions. So here it will tell you to set the permissions. So what basically this step means, let us say if you are creating a user, then by default no permission is given. Let us say if you want to create an EC2, then you should be having the permission. Let us say if you want to delete the EC2, you should be having the permission. Let us say if you want to access any of the service, maybe it's EC2, S3, RDS, IAM, SNS, Lambda, then you need to have that permission. If you don't have that, then you won't be able to do. And let us say if you are creating a new user except the root user, then by default no permission is enabled. So you should be setting up the permissions. Let us say if the particular user you have created, and these are the groups that are being available. Let us say these groups are having some attached policy like Amazon EC2 full access, and there are other policies like administrator access. If you just attach the user to this group, then whatever this group is having the permission, that user will get. So you can also do that, but for the time being, all I will do is creating an user, and then we will look in the other way of attaching the roles, or you can say the policies once we create it. So there are other ways also. You can directly copy permissions from existing user. You can choose any user, and whosoever user is having whatever permissions attached to them, you can get that, or you can click on attach existing policies directly. That option also you can do, but for the time being I will not do it, and I'll just move forward. I'll click on next tags. If you want to give the tag, you can do it. Let me give it value as user. Whatever you want, you can do it. So after that, let's click on next review. So this basically will tell you that okay, your user have no permission. Even if your user login into your AWS management console, then they will not be able to do anything. So you can see that, and after that, once you click on create user, so all of the users has now been created. Now if I'll just close it, and now if I will take you into the user section, you will be able to see the new users, dev1 demo, dev2 demo, and dev3 demo. So if I'll move here, you can see dev1 demo, dev2 demo, and dev3 demo. So these are the users that we have just created. Now let us see how to create the groups. So what I have to do, I have to click on user group, and once I click on that, these are the available groups that are being available right now. So let me create a group. Once I'll click on a group, it will tell me okay, give the user group name. Let me give it dev1 and 2 group. After that, you can just choose the users that you want to attach. So let me choose dev1 demo and dev2 demo. So after this, if you want to attach any policy, you can do that. For the time being, I'll not do it. I'll simply click on create group. Okay, so the group has been now created. Now you can see dev1 and dev2 group is available. Similarly, let me create another group, and this will be dev3 group. Click it if you want. Okay, so let me select the user, then select it, and in one group also you can keep the other users also. And after that, if you want to give the permissions, you can give it. For the time being, I will not do it, and I'll simply click on create group. Now the group has been created. You can see I have recently created this group, and the users you can also see permissions. Right now they don't have any permissions. Now let me go into the incognito mode, and now in the private browser, let me try logging in. Let us say for dev1. So I'll show you. I'll click on sign into console. So now, as I have not given any permission, so even if I log in, I will not be able to do anything. So let me give it. After that, username, let me give one demo. After that, I'll give the password. Once I'll give the password, I'll click on sign. So now you will be able to see that I am able to log in, but I will not be able to do anything. Let us say if I move into EC2 here. If I move into EC2, you will see that I don't have any permissions to do. Okay, I don't have any permission to work with anything. All will show me API error. So what basically does this mean? That means that I don't have any permissions to do. Let me go into instance running. So let me try launching instance. So you will see here, let me give it an, for that let me choose an AMI. You see the AMI ID is not valid, the AMI may no longer exist. All these things are coming because you can see I am not able to choose instance type. I will not be able to see the key pair that is also available. You are not authorized to perform this option. You can see basically what problems I am facing because I don't have the permissions. So this is how we have seen in this particular demo how to create a user and the user group.
IAM policies. So in IAM policy, if you will see, we have to basically specify a JSON document, or you can say the policies are written in the JSON format, and there we can also create the particular policies in JSON format. And if we specify those policy to our user or to our group, we can also work. Now let us say if there is a particular JSON policy in JSON format, then there are few things that we need to be aware of. And what are those three things few things that we need to be aware of? We'll look into that, but there are three significant things that we should be aware of. We basically call them as EA. And what are those? Effect, action, and resources. Now, if we will look into effect, what exactly do we specify there? We specify there that let us say if there is a particular action, whether it will be allowed or it will not be allowed. Basically, whether it will be allowed or it will be denied. That is all that we need to do in the effect. So only two words we have to write, either allow or we can deny it. Let us say there is a particular policy that is of your bucket deletion. You go into the effect, you go into the bucket policy, and there in the policy, in the bucket section, there will be the option of allowed. Let us say you deny it, then no one will be able to delete your bucket because in the policy it has been mentioned that deletion is not allowed. So that is what we do in effect. Now let us come into action. In action, we basically specify what exactly can be done. Let us say if you are having a policy, in the policy, in effect, you have given the particular word that is allowed. Now in the action, we will be specifying what exactly is allowed. Let us say if there is a particular bucket of yours
In that, there is in the action, in the effect you have given the allow, and in the action you have specified everything. So if you have given in action everything, an asterisk sign would be given. If you have given that, what will happen? Then anyone can put data into a bucket, can delete data from your bucket, they can do the versioning enabled, they can tweak the lifecycle management, the particular data accessibility will be there. So everything can be done. But let us say there is a bucket of yours. You only want that someone, if accessing your particular S3 bucket, they can only put object in that. They cannot delete it. They cannot do anything other than just putting the object. So you can specify. So where can you specify that? You can specify it in action. Let us say if you are creating an EC2 instance. So you can basically specify that particular policy. That let us say if there is a particular user, that particular user only has the permission to create an EC2 instance. The particular user cannot start it, cannot launch it, and even it cannot terminate it. So that's things you can specify in the action. After comes resources. In resources, basically what you specify the ARN of the particular resource you want to use. Let us say if you are putting a particular policy upon a bucket. So in the resource you have to specify the ARN of that bucket. If you are specifying the ARN of that bucket in the resource, then only the policy will be applied upon that particular bucket. Now once the policy is created, you can either attach the policy to the user or to the group. If you are attaching a particular policy to the group, whosoever users are present in that group, they will have the accessibility based upon the policy that you have specified, or whatever thing you have specified in the policy, they will be able to do. So in resources, what basically we specify the entity that can take the action on AWS resource. You can basically specify the S3 ARN if you want to do something with S3. Let us say if there is a particular policy that you have created in which you have specified that from a specific account ID, and from that account ID a specific user only can access the bucket. That thing also you can specify in the resource. You can basically give the ARN and you can do the things. Now let's look into the policy, how exactly is this policy looks like. First of all, we have to give the version. Currently the version is 2012/10/70. So once you specify the version, you come into the statement. Statement contains everything. It contains your effect, your action, your resources. So as you can see in the effect, we have allowed it. And in the action, what we have given? We have basically given the permission of list bucket. So only that particular thing will be applicable, nothing more than that. And after that in the resources, we have given the ARN of the S3 bucket upon which the things is being done. So this is a policy with single statement. We can have n number of statements in a particular policy. So we can have more complex policies also. So in the policies, if you will see, we will be having a statement. In the statement, we can also specify statement IDs. Let us say if there are a more number of statements, so you can specify the IDs for them. In effect, we already know either you can allow the particular policy or you can deny it. In the principle, you can basically give the ARN of the AWS user, account or service which is allowed or denied access to the AWS resource. So you can do that thing in the principle. In the action, you can specify what exactly needed to be done. In the resource, you can specify what is the particular resource. Let us say if you are using the S3 bucket, so you can specify that S3 ARN and you will be able to do it. In condition, you basically specify a particular condition or you can say a particular time when that particular policy will come into an effect. And in principle, you basically specify the ARN of the user. From a specific account, a specific user want to access it, you can specify the ARN there in the principle. If you want a particular user from different account want to do the things, you can also specify it. Now, if we will look into the IAM policy, so there are three different types of policies. First policy is AWS managed policy. What exactly happen in AWS managed policy? Basically, AWS create those policies and it is being available to us. Let us say if there is a root account, the root account, if we will go and look into the permissions, what exact permission does that root account have? Full administrator access. So that full administrator access is a particular policy which is AWS managed. AWS has already created it and it is there available. Similarly, we also have a particular policy like EC2 full access, DynamoDB full access. So all of those services are AWS managed. Now comes the policies which are customer creates. So what can it be? Let us say you go into policy and you create a particular policy. In that policy you specify two things: full access to EC2 and full access to S3. You create that policy and after creating the policy you attach it to the particular user. And the third type of policy is inline policy. Let us say you are creating a particular user. So there can be some of the policies which can get inherent basically. While the creation of user only, or you can basically go into the policy and there you can specify whatever things you require. Let us say if you are creating a policy in which the particular user can only create the EC2 instance, cannot delete the EC2 instance, cannot terminate it, cannot run it. So those type of policies you can do it, and those type of policies will be there under inline policies. Or you can say inline policies are those policies which are inherent policies. So these are the three different types of policy that is being available. Now if you look into examples, allow user to access specific S3 bucket. So you can look into that JSON type of policy. If you look into the first one, so there we have allowed the version. Once we have allowed the versioning, after that after specifying the version, we have given the effect allow. What is the action that we have specified? We have specified list all my bucket. So that is what the things are being done. In the second one you can see only two actions are being allowed: list bucket and get bucket location. So only those two things will be able to done, nothing more than that. That particular user will not be able to put the object, or you can say delete the object. Similarly, you can create any type of policy and you can dictate what exactly needed to be done. If we look into IAM permissions, as I already told you, the root account has full admin access from the very starting. But the case is not same with the IAM user. If an IAM user is created, by default that particular IAM user will have no permissions. You have to attach the permissions. Once you attach the permissions, upon that only it will start working. Now let us say if you have already created a particular policy, so you can give them the permissions either individually or to the groups, and once you give them the permission they will start working. So now if I look into IAM permissions, and there we get the permission policy in the role. We'll be discussing about the IAM roles in the upcoming sessions. But now let us say if there is a particular role. In role, you can have permission policy or trust policy. So permission policy is what? Basically you give the permission to the user. And what happened in trust policy? In trust policy, basically you specify a particular condition when exactly a particular user will be able to do a particular thing, when they can assume the role. When is the particular specific condition? They can start behaving in the way, or you can say they can start using the permissions that you have specified. So that is what happened in trust policy. So when exactly do we use the trust policy? Let us say if there is a particular user of the same account and want to assume a particular role different than its normal permissions. So that we can do. If a particular IAM user is for different account, then also we can give the particular trust policy to them. We can also go on for two other options. If another AWS service needed to be used upon, or let us say if an external user want to use the things, let us say if you want to do the auditing of your particular account, so you have to specify the third party so that they can access the particular things and they can start auditing. But we need to specify when exactly can they assume the role for the account, and after a particular time period they will not be having the permissions to work with it. So basically you can specify till how long will they be validated, till how long their credentials will be available, because in role we don't have the credentials for longer period of time. How to create policies and attach it to our user. And let us say if we have a policy, and we will see then how we can attach it to our user group. Let us say if I am having a policy and if I attach it to the user group, then what will happen? Whosoever users are present in the user group will get that access. So we will look in that. So let me show you. If I'll move into the user, so these are the three users that we have created: dev1 demo, dev2 demo and dev3 demo. And here if I'll move into user group, so you can see here in dev1 and 2 group, two users will be available. And here if I move into users, you can see dev2 demo user and dev1 demo user. Similarly, if I'll go back, I will be having another user group, that is dev3 group, and here I am having only dev3 demo user. So now let us see how to create a policy. Let me go here. Let me click on create policy. So let us say if you want to create a policy of customized type, let us say where you want to define what exactly your user will be doing. So you can do that. You can simply go into create policy. After creating policy, here you have to come and you have to choose this service. Let us say I want to give two permissions to my user group. They should be able to access EC2 and they should be able to access S3. So how can I do that? I simply have to type here EC2. You can see EC2 will pop up, and here I can choose. And here in the action, let us say if I want to allow every action to my user group, so simply you have to select on all EC2 actions. When you choose that, you have to go down. So here in the resources, you have to click here. So once you click on resources, you have to click on all resources. So select it. After that, click on add additional permissions. Now let us say we have given the permission for EC2. Now let us give the permission for S3. So we'll select the S3. After that, let us give all permissions. After that, let's click on our resources. So here let me choose all resources. After that, you have to click on next. If you want to associate any tag with it, you can do it. And after that, click on review. So you can see whatever permissions you have given, EC2 full access and S3 full access, and we have not associated any tag with it. So let me give a name to this: dev1 dev2 policy. So after that, if you want the description to be given, you can give, or else you can simply leave it: dev1 dev2 policy demo. So let me give this name. After that, click on create policy. So once you click on create policy, your policy has now been created. Now let us see how to individually give the policy. Let us say if I'll move into user. So here let me first move into dev1 demo. Currently this dev1 demo is having no permissions. So let me show you dev1 demo. I've already logged in into this dev1 demo, you can see here. So let me refresh it. If you will see, I don't have any permissions to work on with. If I move into any service, I will not be able to access it. You can see I'm in S3 and it is telling you don't have any authorized permissions. Let me go into, let's say EC2. I was already in. So let me go to now, this time let me go into some any other service. Let us say Lambda. If I will move into Lambda, you will see I'll not have the permissions. You are not authorized to perform. Similarly, if I'll move into S3, you will see that I don't have that permission to work with. You can see, you will see that I will not be having the permissions. Yeah. So I don't even have the permission to create the bucket. So now let us do one thing. Let us give our dev1 user the permission. So I'll click on add permissions. You can simply come into user group and you have to click on add permission. Click on that. After that, you can select from attach existing policy directly. And here you have to search the particular policy that you have created, that is dev1 dev2 policy demo. You can select it and you can just click on next, add permission, and the permission has now been given. Now if I will go back here, so right now I am not getting any permissions. So let me, if I'll refresh it, I will be able to see that I will be having all the permissions to work with S3. Now you can see, now I can even create a bucket. If I'll click on create bucket, I'll be able to create a bucket and I can do whatever I like. Let me move into EC2. If I'll move into EC2, here you can see I have the permissions. So that API error is now not visible. You can see, I can even see how many projects, how many particular, you can say how many instances are running. I can even launch the instance if I want. So here I will be able to choose the AMI. Here I will be able to choose the instance type that I want. I'll be able to select the key pair that I want to have in. So I can basically do anything if I have the permissions. So similarly, if I'll go back here, now if I'll move into the user group, so here I'll be having dev2 user. So here if I'll move dev1 and 2 user, so here if I'll move into dev2 demo, so this particular user don't have any permission. So this particular user don't have any permissions till yet. So now first of all, let me log in into this particular dev2 user. So I will click on AWS Management Console login, click on sign into console, and let me log in first. Okay, so it directly came away. So let me log out from here. Click on sign out, I'll click on log back in. Let me log in for the dev2 user. Dev2 demo, I'll give the password. I'll just sign in. So you will see this particular user is not having any of the permissions till yet to work with. So if I'll move into, let us say EC2, so this user will have no particular permissions given. Here you will see, yeah, so I don't have any permissions. So now let us do one thing. Let us go back and let's give the permissions not to the user but directly to the user group. So whosoever users are present in that group will be getting the particular permissions. So we will see that here. If I'll move back here, let me go here, let me select it, go inside it. After that, I'll give the permissions this time not to any specific user but straight away to the user group. So I'll click on add permissions, I'll click on attach policy. So here I'll select it, I'll hit enter. You can see dev1 dev2 policy. Let me select it. Once I'll select it, I'll come down, I'll click on add permission. Now you can see policy attached to this user group. Now let us say if I'll go back to the dev2, if I'll refresh, you will see that I have not attached the policy to my dev2 user. I have attached it to the user group, but my user is able to get the permissions. So this is how we can do if we want to give the permissions. Now let us say if I sign out from here, if you will see now my dev1 and dev2, what they can access? They can access only EC2 and S3 services only. So let us say if you want to give them the access of everything, how you can do that? You can simply choose the administrator access that is being present. So how to do it? So let me go back here. So in the user group, let me give the full admin access to this user, to this group. So I'll select it. Let me go inside it. And here if I'll move into permissions, so right now it also not having any of the permission. Let me click on add permission. Let me click on attach policy. So here if I'll type here admin, so now you will see administrator access has been enabled. So let me select this policy. This policy is by default present. I have not created it. Out of that I'll click on add permissions. So policy attached to the user group. So now if I log back in to the dev3 user, let me sign out from here, and if I will log in into my dev3 user, you will be able to see that particular user is able to access everything. Why? Because I have given the full admin access to that user. So let me quickly log in to that. So dev3 demo, let me give the password and let me sign in. So once I will click on sign in, you will be able to see whatever service I choose, I will be able to use it. Let me go to Elastic Beanstalk straight away, and I have given the full admin access to this. You can see I'll be able to create the application. If I'll click on it, I will be able to create it. So once I choose the platform, everything will come up. If I choose it, you can see everything is coming up. Let me go to, let us say, VPC. If I'll move into VPC, I'll be able to work any of the services. Why? Because I have given the full admin access to the user. IAM roles. Now, role is similar to an user group which has permission policies attached to it. So if this is similar, then why exactly are we not using policies and using roles? Let us say if there is a particular user and that particular user want to access a particular resource, but for a very limited period of time, and a specific task needed to be done, and once that particular task is done, that particular user does not need to have that particular permission. In that case, what we can do? We can create roles. We can simply assign the roles to that particular user. That particular user have to specify the account ID and the role name by going into switch to a roles option present in the AWS dashboard, and they can do it. Let us say if there is a particular user who cannot access EC2, through the roles option we can made avail the EC2 option. And let us say if there is a particular user who cannot access RDS or DynamoDB, so we can basically create the particular role assigned to them. And let us say if the task for which they have been assigned is done now, so simply we can terminate that particular role and they will be not able to access it. And in the meantime, if let's say a particular user is doing some work upon DynamoDB and earlier that user was having the access to the EC2, then we can take back that particular permission while the role is assigned. And once they are done with their specific task, again we can assign them with the permission and they can start working normally. So that is what roles can do. So now if we will move forward and if we will look, this role can be used in a much more wider sense also. You can create a role and you can give the permission for using the EC2 instance of account 1 to a particular user present in some other account. Similarly, they can access the other services also. Let us say there is an organization, and that organization in the one of their particular office is situated in North Virginia. Another one is there in Ohio. And both of these particular organizations are having two different accounts. So we can do those integration. And from one particular account, they can get access to the other one. They can perform whatever task needed to be done. Let us say some optimization needed to be done. They can do it. And once they are done with that, we can simply terminate the role. With creating role, we are securing our environment, or you can say securing our architecture or our account in much more better way. So that is what roles can do for us. Through the cross account roles, we have already discussed the thing. Not only EC2, all of these services they can avail, they can use it for a specific period of time to achieve their goal. Once the goal is done, simply we will terminate that role and they will be not able to use it. Now, how exactly can the particular cross account roles can be worked upon? That can be worked upon using the identity federation. Now, what exactly is that? Let us say if you are having a particular system there, you have credentials of your Facebook and it is already logged in, or you can say you are having the credentials of your Gmail. Now let us say if you are trying to access any of the website, it can be anything. So every time you will get an option of not only website, to apps also you get an option of continue with Gmail, Facebook or some other social media handle. So what is happening there? You have already logged in into one of the particular platform, and that particular platform account you are using again to log in into some other website or app. So in the backend what is happening? Let us say you have logged in into your Gmail and it is there available. Now you are trying to log in into an website X. So that particular website X will have a particular say to the Gmail that can you validate the particular user interacting with our website? And if Gmail validate that particular user, then you can start using that particular website X. So that is what happen if you are using identity federation. So identity provider will be there who will authorize you to work upon the things. Basically what does Gmail did? Gmail just authorized that yes, you are a genuine user and you can use it. So there are a lot of benefits if we are using identity federation. The first benefit that we get from using identity federation is that we don't have to remember our login credentials a lot of time. All we need is just one login credential. If you remember your Gmail user ID and your password, you can basically access other websites also. All you are doing is just signing up using the Gmail account. But there can be a disadvantage for that. Let us say if you are trying to move into the website X and that website X data breach happened. So the advantage that you will get for the time being is that your particular credentials will not be exposed. But let us say if the vice versa happen, if the identity provider, you can say from the identity provider the data breach has happened, then you could land up in the problem. So that is the disadvantage. So that is what identity federation do. Either you can justify your identity using the web through Google or through your Amazon.com or from Facebook.com. You can simply continue, or you can use SAML. So what happens in SAML 2.0? A single sign-on process is being done, and once you sign in into a particular account, all of the other accounts linked with that particular account will be showed up, and through that you can start using the thing. So you can use Microsoft AD or LDAP for that. Now let's look in how exactly do we do this particular thing in our roles. So basically you can specify a condition when exactly that particular user will be able to do the thing. So here we can specify, you can assume the role with web identity. If you are trying to access the thing using the Amazon.com, Facebook.com or through Google accounts, you can do that. So you can specify that in the roles that okay, if a particular user is trying to access the account through this particular identity provider's way, so they should be able to access the account. For the limited period of time, we can give them the accessibility, and once it is done, we can terminate the role. Through this way, what will happen? The other user, or you can say the particular external user, will be able to access your account for a limited period of time for doing any of the work like auditing or for reviewing your account. And once it is done, you can simply take the particular permissions or role back from them, and you will be able to make your environment much more secured. So you can simply create a role, you can specify all of the action, resources, your principal, and through that you can do the things. So you can create the policies by going into the particular, by clicking on this create policy, you can create the policy. If you want to create from any of by choosing service, you can do that, or if directly you want to do that also we have seen by creating an administrator access. Similar to that, you can also give the full access to whatever user you want. You can simply select any of the service that you want to select to the user, and you can straight away give them, like let us say full EC2 access. If you want to give the user, you can simply do that. So in this particular session, we will see how to create roles. So for creating role, we will move into roles, and once we move into roles, here we will go and click on create roles. So once we click on create roles, so here the role that we will be creating will be of custom trust policy type. If you want to create any AWS service type of role, you can also do that. All you have to do is that choose the AWS service. After that, you can choose any of the use cases. Let us say EC2 if you want to choose. After that, you can click on next, and let us say whatever permissions you want to give, you can give that. Let us say if you want to give the EC2 permissions, if I'll hit enter, you can see Amazon EC2 full access will pop up in front of you. You can select and you can give it. But in this session we will see how to create role of custom types. So I'll go into create roles, and here I'll move into custom trust policy. So after that, what I'll do, I'll come into this principal. Here I will, in the inverted commas, I'll type AWS. After that, let us say if you want the particular user to switch the role, then that user ARN you have to provide. So if I'll move here, so here it is open. Let me move into any of the user. Let us say to dev3 user I want to give it. Let's say if I move into dev3 demo user, I can move into it, and once I move into it, let me copy this ARN of my user. Now after that, I'll come back, and here I'll paste it. So I'll paste it here, and once I paste it, after that I can click on next. So here if I'll click on next now, then let us say if you want to give any permission to that user, let us say once my particular user switches the role, then that user should be only able to access RDS. So I can choose the RDS. Let me give the Amazon RDS full access. So here I'll click on next, and after that let me give a role name, and let me give it a name as dev3 role demo, and after that you can see the permission that I have given. After that, all I have to do is click on create roles. So I'll click on create role, and once I'll click on it, and now if I'll search the role here, you will be able to see it. So dev3 role demo. Now let me log in into my dev3 user. I'll click on sign into console, and once I'll do that, let me quickly log in. dev3 demo, I'll give the password. After that, I'll click on sign in. So right now, if you will see, my particular dev3 user is having access to all of the services because I have given the full admin access in my previous video, so you might have seen that. So this particular dev3 demo is having access to every of the service that we want to access. Let me go to DynamoDB. So this particular user has access to everything, every of the service that is being available. So I can create the table, I can do whatever I want. But now let us try to switch the roles. So let me go into here. Let me go into switch role. So once I'll click on switch role, so here I have to provide the account. So let me provide that account. And here I have to provide the role name. So I'll go back. I will take the role name. So it's dev3 role demo. So I'll type down here dev3 role. After that I'll click on switch role. And once I click on switch role, you will be able to see that I have successfully switched this role. So now let me go into this S3. If now I'll go and try creating the S3, you will see I'll not be able to do it. Why? Because I don't have the permissions. I have not enabled the permissions for it. Now only permission that I have given here is for the RDS. Now let me go to EC2. So you'll be able to see I will not be able to access the EC2. But the only service that I will be able to access is RDS. So if I'll move into RDS, you will be able to see that I'm able to access the RDS. I'll be able to create the RDS instance. Apart from that, I will not be able to do any other things. So here, if I'll move into instance, you can see I will be able to create it. So this is how you can switch the role. Now let us say if I want to come back, how I can come back? I have to click on switch back. Once I click on switch back, I will be switching back, and then you will be able to see earlier in this role I was not able to access the EC2, but now if I'll move back, now here if I'll go into EC2, then you will be able to see I will be able to access it. So here you can see I'm able to access it. So this is how you will be able to switch roles. Now this is how a IAM federation will look like if we are using Web Identity Federation. Now what happens in Web Identity Federation is, let us say if you want to use a particular AWS service, you can use that if you are logging in from some Web Identity Federation. What can be a Web Identity Federation? There are a lot of providers for that, like Google can be there. You might be getting an option of continue with Gmail in some website. So those are Web Identity Federations. You also have seen continue with Facebook, continue with Amazon, continue with Twitter. So what basically happen is they are the Web Identity Federation provider. So what basically they do, let us say if you are trying to access a website, then the website requests the Identity Federation provider, Web Identity Federation provider, to basically authenticate the user. They will not have the credential, but they will just ask the providers to check whether the particular user is genuine or not, whether in your database this user is enlisted or not. If the user is enlisted, then that particular user can log in and start using the particular services of the website just like some other users. Now let us see how exactly can this Web Identity Federation work with a particular AWS service. Let us say if you have created a particular role, there in the role you have specified that a particular service can be accessed using Web Identity Federation. Now you have specified the thing in the policy. Now let us see how exactly are the things being done. Now let us say, first of all, you will go and you will authenticate yourself through any of the Web Identity Federation from Amazon, from Google or from Facebook. So once you authenticate yourself, an authorization token will be generated. Once that token is generated, then using that Web Identity Federation, you will be basically sending a request to the AWS account through which you want to access it. Then your role ARN that would have been specified earlier, that thing along with the authorization token, a request will be sent. And how are you going to use this particular role? By assume role with Web Identity. This is the particular role which has been specified in your role section. So it will go into STS security token service. So it will create a very temporary and a privileged user. And once that thing has been created, a temporary security credential will be sent, and using that particular thing you can start accessing any of the services you want. So just like we discussed in the rules, that if a particular user want to access a particular service for a limited period of time, we can create the role, we can specify it, we can give the access to the particular user, and that particular user can do. So this is how the things work with Web Identity Federation. Now let us see how exactly are the things being done when we use SAML Identity Federation. SAML is Security Assertion Markup Language. So what basically happen here is you just log in into one of the account, and after logging into one of the account, all of the linked account you can see, or you can say you just log in into an account using single sign-on. There the authentication and authorization is done, and once it is done, you can start using all of the cross-region platform services. So how exactly does it work? If we will see in the particular principle, ARN of the SAML provider will be there, and in the action you can see assume role with SAML. In the previous slide we have discussed about assume role with Web Identity. Now this time we are going to assume the role with SAML. So if any particular request is coming through the SAML providers, we can basically give the permission. So how exactly the things being done? Let us say if you are using any identity provider, either it can be LDAP or Microsoft Active Directory. So there first of all you have to do the single sign-on. Once you do the single sign-on, then what will happen? A metadata of XML will be generated, and after that your SAML identity provider will be start authenticating the things. Role should have been there. Then the things will be mapped onto the particular AWS account, and then from the security tokens you can start using the thing. Now the things will become more clear if you look in here. So what happened at the very beginning? First of all, you will be interacting with the application. So there you will be authenticating yourself using LDAP identity store or using Microsoft Active Directory. Once you do that, what will happen? A SAML assertion will be created. Then the role ARN will be there, and with that the SAML provider ARN will be there. Then you will basically send a request to assume the role with SAML. Once that goes to your STS security token services, they will give you privileged and temporary security credentials to log in. And once you log in into the particular AWS account, you can start using the thing that has been specified in the role. So this is how SAML Identity Federation works. Now if we will look into what exactly is this security token service that we have been discussing in this particular thing, where basically our first point of interaction start. So what exactly security token services are? They are nothing but they provide you with a temporary security credentials so that you can basically log in, you can do the things, and once the things are done, all of the permissions will be taken back. So that is the work of security token service. So limited, or you can say for a specific period, they will give you a privilege access for an IAM user. Now if you will see from the application or from the user, STS call will be made, and then the security token services will be giving you temporary credentials. You can use that credentials and you can log in into the account, and you can start using whatever things has been specified to you. Now if we look into STS call, there are few things. The first thing is assume role. So here what we specify, ARN of the role, and the normal duration that is there is 15 minutes to 1 hour by default. You can change it. So in assume role, what basically do we specify? We specify what is the service that the particular user or the application can use. We specify that thing in the assume role section. Now let us say if I am specifying assume role with Web identity. So basically what I'm telling, that if a particular request is coming through the web identity providers, then that particular thing will come into play. Now similarly, if a SAML identity provider, through that way if I'm getting a particular request, so assume role with SAML will be taking care of the things. Now in get federation token and get session token, what exactly do we provide? In federation token, we provide them with the temporary access key, security access key, all of those things we provide using that. And in the session key also, we try to provide those set of things.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is AWS CloudWatch? Your options are a cloud-based file storage service, a monitoring and management service for AWS resources, a virtual private network or VPN service, or an email and messaging service. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So CloudWatch is a monitoring service that is being provided to us by the AWS. In the CloudWatch, we can create alarms and we can keep a track of the data that is being created or generated by our AWS service. So we can also create notifications in the CloudWatch to get us notified if any event is occurring. For example, let us say if you have created an alarm and that alarm is based upon a particular feature or on a condition is, if my account is generating a bill above $100, I should get a notification. So if you want to create any particular system in which you can get notified what is the billing that your particular account is incurring, you can do all of those things using the CloudWatch. Apart from that, let us say there is a particular service. You want to check how many time it is available, the logs that it has been producing, for how long was that particular EC2 instance was running. So you can keep the track of everything using the CloudWatch. So in CloudWatch, you basically integrate the things. You can create alarms, you can create dashboard, you can create billing alarms, and you can keep a track of everything that you require. Now if we will look into the things, here we are looking into the two terminologies. One is dimension, another one is statistics. So let us first understand what exactly is a dimension. So dimension is a sort of a tag, you can remember like that, or coming on to its definition, what exactly it is. Basically it is a name value pair that is the part of identity of a matrix. Let us say there is a particular matrix and you want to find it out. So how you can do that? You can do it using the dimension. You can basically assign 30 dimension to a particular matrix. Let us say you want to find out a particular service in the service like EC2 instance running. So what you can do, you can take the instance ID and you can paste it and you will be able to find it down. So dimension acts like a tag for you, and it's allow you to find something or to track something much more easily. Now if you will look into statistic, what exactly it is. In statistics, we try to have a lot of data over a period of time. The data can be upon for how long is my EC2 instance running, what is the bill that it is being generated. So all of those things is what we say statistics. In statistics, we take into consideration a lot of things that are being running in our account. So if we look into matrices now and namespace. Before understanding matrices, we have to understand what is a namespace. So namespace is like a container for your CloudWatch matrix. Let us say if you are creating n number of CloudWatch. So where exactly will they be residing? They will be residing in the namespace only. So by default you don't get any namespace. You have to basically specify namespace for each data point you publish in CloudWatch. Now let's look into what exactly is a matrix. So matrices are fundamental to CloudWatch monitoring. Matrices are the conditions upon whom you specify what exactly to monitor. So we'll look into it in more detail. So if we will look, all AWS services send matrices to CloudWatch by default. That is the basic architecture in which it has been created. But you are not going to interact with all of the services. So you will not require all of the matrices. So for that, what you can do, you can basically customize the matrices. You can create the matrices which you want. And you can keep those matrices in the dashboard. And then you can start tracking those things down. In matrices only, you can have a particular matrix like CPU utilization. Let us say your EC2 instance is running and you want to check that what is this CPU utilization, and you can specify the thing. That let us say if I'm having one instance and that particular instance CPU utilization goes above 70%, then I should get a notification. You can do that. So what is the matrix, or you can say what is the condition upon whom I should be getting the notification? If the particular CPU utilization is above 90, I should be getting the notification. So that is what your matrix is. For your EC2, you can have n number of matrices like CPU. On CPU, you can have on disk utilizations. Also, you can have network interface. Similarly, for load balancer, we can have, for EBS, we can have, and even for Route 53, we can have. So nearly for every services, we can have the things. Now let us look into the resource matrix for EC2. Now in the CPU utilization, basically you can specify, let us say if the load is less than 40%, then what actions needed to be done. Now based upon EC2 instance network interface, what thing can you have? So what exactly is the network interface? So network interface is the first point of interaction between your internet and your machine. So there you have the network connected. So there in the network interface you have the public IP, private IP, elastic IP. So you have that there. And if you want to do the communication to the internet, you can do that using the network interface card. So in network interface, you can specify that how many networks are coming into your particular instance. Let us say if you specify that okay in bytes, okay if this number of bytes network in is coming, I should get a notification. You can basically start tracking down that how much is your machine interacting with the network. Or you can even do the opposite of that, how much of time, or you can say how much amount of particular network out traffic is going. If data packets are coming, you can keep a track of that using network interface card. And if the network packets are going out, so you can even put a count upon that. If you are having a machine, definitely some disk will be there. It can be EBS. If it is your physical machine, it will be RAM. So you'll be having everything. Upon those also you can put a particular matrices. If you want to know that okay what is the utilization of my disk, you can look into that. How? By looking into disk read operations. How many read operations have been done? How many write operations have been done? How many disk reads are been done upon the bytes? So how much data is my disk interacting? You can keep a note of all of those things. You can track it down. So then you can basically plan how exact amount of data is coming and how robust you need to make your architecture. Similarly, if you will look into the other aspects, you can have CPU credit matrix. In there you can have the options like CPU credit usage. So what basically is that mean? One CPU credit usage means one virtual CPU having 100% utilization for 1 minute. Or you can say one CPU credit usage can be like one virtual CPU running at 50% CPU utilization for 2 minutes. So upon those things also you can put a matrix. If you look into CPU credit balance, so what basically does it mean? This means that there is a baseline, or you can see there is a mean up till which we expect that every time our CPU will be performing in that range. But let us say if our CPU is not performing up till that range because the load is not there. So what it will do? It will save its capacities. And when it will require that particular capacity, if the load is more, so it can use those things in a burst. So those counts also we can have in CPU credit balance. So upon those things also you can keep a track of the things. Similarly, for EBS also we can have a lot of things. Read byte, write byte, read operations, write operations. For how long was it idle? Because let us say if a particular disk is there which is idle for a very long period of time. So what basically does that convey to me? That the disk is not in that much use. So I will not allocate more disk, or you can say I will not allocate more storage options for doing the thing. So those things also I can keep a track of. I can see how exactly are the resources in my particular account being used. And I can do that if I specify those things in the matrices. Now similarly for S3 also we can put matrix. We can look into how many get request it is getting, how many put request has been done, basically how many times you are reading the things, how many times you are uploading the object, how many times you are trying to basically download. Let us say if there is a particular object in your particular bucket and you are sharing that link of that particular object, public URL, to someone, and that particular people is downloading the things. Those things also you can keep a track of. How many exactly times number of objects are there? Number of objects you can keep a track of. How much bulky is your particular bucket? In bytes you can keep a track of it. So that will basically give you a good picture that what is the storage that you have been using and how much will you be requiring the storage in the future. So those things also you can specify in the resource matrices. Similarly for DynamoDB also. DynamoDB is a NoSQL database that is being available there. Upon those things also you can keep a note how many times the queries have been done, in the query what exactly the things have been done. Let us say if there is a particular data set available in which I am having a column for the employee named as holiday. So I will be running a query and I will be looking in that how many of them took holiday on a specific date. I can check those things and you can keep a track of all those things using the matrices, using the CloudWatch. So if you specify the things like that, okay, if the number of holidays for the employees goes above this particular number of days, I should get a notification. You can get it and you can track the things much more properly. So that is what we do in CloudWatch. So similarly for Autoscaling group also, you can have the matrices. You can keep a track of, let us say, instance are running in the autoscaling. So you can specify if my CPU utilization goes above this, I should get the notification. You can specify what should be the minimum size of your group, what should be the maximum size of your group, how many number of instances should be running every time in the group desired capacity. You can specify those things. How many instances are about to roll out in the pending state. You can look into all of those things. Now if we look into the architecture, then there are services that are been constantly you are using. Upon those AWS services, we can have matrices. Matrices upon different service are different. For EC2, we can have n number of services, n number of matrices like CPU utilization, disk utilization, network interface card, all of those things. For EBS also, we can have different sort of things. How many write operations have been done, how many read operations are been done, what is the total capacity of the data that it can read. Similarly, for S3, we can also specify that how much of data is available there, how much of data we are trying to read, how many times the things have been downloaded, and based upon those things you can get a statistic. Once you get a statistic, you can either do two things. Either you can look that particular statistics in the console directly by creating a dashboard. You can create a dashboard and you can look into that. Or you can do one thing, you can get the notification for those things. You can basically give your email and you can receive a report for that. Now what exactly is a CloudWatch dashboard? Now dashboard, you can say, is an interactive representation of the data of your particular services or resources that you are using. And what data does it show about the services? It shows the particular data based upon the matrix you chose. Let us say if you have created a particular matrix, or you can see if you have created a particular alarm based upon the condition that if my account will incur a charge above $50, I should get a notification. Then that particular pictorial representation will be available to you if you make a dashboard for that. So there you will be able to track down that what is the particular charge that currently your account has incurred, and whenever it will go past it, you will also get a notification for that, or you will be able to see it in the console only if you create it. Now let us say if you have created a particular alarm based upon a particular criteria that if my CPU utilization is above 60%, then I should be basically doing something. I should be either increasing the instance, or I should be decreasing the instance, or I should be getting a notification. So for that you can create a dashboard and you can keep a watch upon that. So basically dashboard are, you can say, are the pictorial representation of the thing. You can, in your dashboard, you can have different types of widgets selected. You can have different types of graph. You can have a stacked graph. You can have line graph. You can have number graph. If you are choosing a number graph, what will it be showing? It will be showing the things you in number. Similarly, for line graph, things will be in line wise manner. You will be able to see all of those things in the CloudWatch dashboard. Now this is how a particular dashboard will look like. You have to create an alarm. After that you can add it into your add it into your dashboard. Now let us say if you have created an alarm. In the alarm section you can see the billing option is there. You go there, you create a billing and you add it into a dashboard. You can look in that a demo billing alarm is there. Currently the estimated charge are above $400. So whenever your particular account will go past above $400, you will basically get a notification for that if you have enabled, but you can see the things using the dashboard. Similarly, you can create alarms. You can see in this particular dashboard picture, 2 alarms are there. So you can see the other alarms that we have created are also there. In this dashboard, you can go to action, you can add number of widgets you want, and you can also customize the things based upon the date. Let us say if you want to get a view for past 1 week what was happening in your account, you can simply go there, you can customize it, and you can do it. You can create your own dashboard if you feel like. Now let us look into what exactly is a CloudWatch Alarm. Let us say if you have created a matrix based upon how many networking is happening, and you specify that. After that, you decided to create an alarm based upon that if, let us say you give a number, and if you say if this particular number is exceeded, I should get an alarm. So then the alarm you will be able to get. Similarly, you can put the alarm on different things like CPU utilization, or till now whatever matrices we have discussed, based upon everything you can have an alarm. You can create an alarm, you can keep it, and you can monitor those things. So after creating the alarm, you are having 2 options. Either you can see that thing in your particular application, or you can say in your dashboard if you want. In AWS dashboard you can see it, or else you can integrate the notification service. Then you can receive the notification using HTTPS protocol in the email and all. So now if we will go here, alarm state are basically the 3 states that you will get. The very first state that you will have is OK. Let us say if my particular I have created an alarm based upon the matrix CPU utilization. I have specified that if the CPU utilization is above 50, I should get a notification. Now let us say the particular CPU utilization is now 40. So the alarm state will be for mine is 40, so it will be showing me alarm state OK. Now let us say if the CPU utilization is 670 now. So then the threshold that I have specified previously is now been breached. So it will show me that alarm basically means the threshold has been crossed up. That is the one I'll get. And there is the third state that I'll be getting is insufficient data. Might be matrix not available or missing data. As you all know, let us say if we have created a CPU utilization, then it is going to take some time. You can specify it, either 1 minute or 5 minutes. So during that period, what it will do? It will try to gather the information, and in between gathering the information, it will show you insufficient data because it is collecting the data right now. And once that particular time period, whatever we have specified, is done, then it will show us 2 results, that is either OK or it will be an alarm. So CloudWatch is basically used for monitoring our AWS resources and the application that we run in the real time. So if we will come into CloudWatch, then there are 2 types of dashboard. Either you can create your own dashboard that you want, or you can have a dashboard of custom type. So if I will move into custom type dashboard, let us see what we get. We will be having all of the resources that are being available. Let us say if I move into EBS. So here I'll be having this dashboard automatically availing me everything, the volume, read, bytes, and whatever thing it has to show, it will be there. And let us say, let me move into another, you can say to another resource. So if I move into EC2, let us say, so here you will be able to see everything like the CPU utilization on an average and all. So these are the things that we get if we choose automatic CloudWatch. So now let's try creating a particular dashboard of custom dashboard. So let me click on create dashboard. So after this you can give a name. Let me give it a name as demo dashboard. So after giving this dashboard, you can click on create. So this dashboard can help you in a lot of ways. How? Let us say if you want to track any of the resources, its usage or the charges that it is incurring you, you can basically check that using this dashboard. So these are the widgets. In this particular way, you can keep a watch upon the resources that are been running in your particular AWS account. So here, after creating it, I'll come back to dashboard. You will be able to see the dashboard that we have just created right now, that is demo dashboard. So after this, let me go inside it. So here you get an option of adding widget. So let me click on add widgets. So let me choose any of the one. Let me go for this tagged area. So after this, it will ask you from which data source would you like to create the widget. Let me choose matrix. So in the matrix, you can choose from any of the resources that is available. Let me choose billings. So in the billings, let me go with buy services. So here, as per the charges that is being incurred, it will show you up. So let me go with Amazon EFS. So if I choose Amazon EFS, and after that I click on add widget. So here, you will be able to see that for the time being nothing is there, because for past 3 hours nothing is running. So let me make it 1 week, then we shall see. Then similarly, you can keep a watch of everything that the charges that it will incur. Similarly, let me create another widget, add widget, and this time the widget that I'll have will be lines. So let me again go to matrices, and here this time let me go with backups. So if I choose backups, then I have all the options. Let me go with by resource types. So here let me choose EFS, and after that let me click on create widget. So now you can see no data is available, but if something will start coming up, I'll be able to see it. Similarly, you can add widgets of any of the way you want. You can add the widgets of bar. You can go to matrices, and here let me this time select EC2. So in the EC2, if you want, you can go with per autoscaling group also, and with per instances also, but for that you need an instance. So let me see if anything is running or not. No, for the time being. Okay, so let me choose the other way out, that is as per by autoscaling group. If you will be having some autoscaling group, you can choose from that, but let me go back to all, and let me choose from EBS. If I choose from EBS, I can choose from per volume matrices. So these are the volumes that were in use. So let me choose any of the volumes. Let us say by matrix of burst volume. So if I'll choose it here, and then if I'll click on create widget, you'll be able to see this particular widget coming up. Similarly, let me add another widget, and this time let me go with number. So with number, if I will go with billing again, buy services, and here let me choose Amazon EC2. After that, let me click on create widget. So you can see the widget has been created right now, and this is the estimated charge that is going to be incurred. So this is how basically you can start using this widget. So there are a lot of different widgets also available to you that you can choose and start working upon. So basically this will give you a very good idea about the things that have been running, or the things that can charge you. And after that, let us say if you want to save the dashboard, you can click on save dashboard. Once you do it, you also get the option of renaming it, and you also get the option of share dashboard. So if I'll click on share dashboard, so here if I'll go on this, if I'll click on start sharing, so basically you can provide the email address to whom you want to send it. After that, you can confirm it and it will go. or you can go to this option also, share your dashboard publicly. Here you can click on share, and after that you can start sharing the things. So this is what you can do if you are having the demo, the dashboard along with you. You can basically start estimating the charges that are going to incurred. So you can do all of those things, and if you will move into actions, then you can see a lot of other things also you can do using the dashboard.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Elastic Load Balancer in the context of cloud computing? Your options are a service that automatically scales your compute resource based on demand, a service that distributes incoming traffic across multiple instances to ensure availability and fault tolerance, a service that stores and manages data in a scalable and durable manner, or a service that manages security and access control for your cloud resources. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So for this, what I have done is that I have already running an auto-scaling group. So I have created this auto-scaling group, and upon this auto-scaling group, we are going to create an alarm. So let us see how to create it. So I'll click on create alarm. After that, I'll click on select matrix. So here, if I'll move down, then upon EC2, I'll be having my alarm. So I'll select that. Then it will ask me, okay, on what parameter are you going to put the alarm on? Whether it is on per instance matrix. So if you would be having some instance running already, then it will come up here. So other than that, you can go with by auto scaling group also. So here, let me find out the auto scaling group. So yeah, so this is the auto scaling group. So upon any of the matrix, you can create your alarm. You can create it upon CPU utilization. Let me go on with networking. So basically this is the auto scaling group, alarm auto scaling group, and this same auto scaling group I am choosing here also, and the matrix upon which I am putting it is networking. So after that, you have to click on select matrix. So here it will come up, this dashboard will pop up in front of you. So the metric name will come up, the auto scaling group name will come up, and here you can choose this period. Let me choose it 1 minute, because if I'll choose less than 1 minute, it will not allow me to do. After that, you can basically specify what is the particular threshold upon which you want to put the things. So for me, let me put in 40 here. So after that, if I'll go and if I'll click on next. So if you would be having an SNS, then you can have it, but right now I'll be not doing on with SNS, so I'll just remove it. After that, you can click on next. Here you can give the alarm name. Let me give it a name as alarm network. So if you want to give the description, you can give it, and after that you can click on next. So once you click on next, preview will be created, and here you can go on with that. And here, if I'll click on create alarm, and if I'll refresh it, okay, go to alarms, here it will be, yeah, so the alarm network. So it has been successfully created. So this is how you can create the thing, and after that, if you'll move into action, so here you will get an option of adding it to your dashboard. So you can simply add it to the dashboard. This is the dashboard that we have already created, demo dashboard. So you can select it, and after that you can just click on add to dashboard. So if you will do that, so your particular alarm will be added to the dashboard. So then you can go on to the dashboard and you can see how to do the things. Similarly, you can create this type of alarm for CPU utilization and for whatever matrix you like. How to create a CloudWatch alarm for the billing purpose. So first of all, we have to come into CloudWatch, and after that we have to move into billings. So once we move into billings, so here we will get an option of creating the billing alarm. So do remember, we can create only one alarm for the billing purpose in an account. So let us say if you want to create two particular billing alarm, then you have to delete the previous one, then only you will be able to create a new one. So let me click on create alarm. Once you will click on create alarm, then you will see somewhat this type of dashboard coming up. The matrix name is estimated charge and the currency upon which the things are going to be is USD, and the period is 6 hours, but let me make it 1 minute. So if I'll make it 30 seconds, let us see, you will see it will not allow you because the minimum number of seconds that you need to give is 1 minute. So let me give it 1 minute. So after the 1 minute passes away, and if the charges are above a particular limit or below a particular limit, then only it will start sending you the particular messages, or your alarm will be triggered. So after that I'll keep the threshold type as static, and after that I will get the estimated charge. Let us say if you want to create that, let us say if a particular barrier is being crossed, or you can say a particular number of charges is being crossed by your account, then you want to get the alarm. So for that you can create that. So let me keep the threshold type as static, and the charge that I'll keep here is, let us say, $400. So what I'm specifying here is that if my account particularly bears a USD of greater than 400, then my alarm will be triggered, and it will let me that okay, your account has crossed the 400 limit mark, so that I'll become more cautious and I will start using the particular AWS account and its resources and its services more judiciously. So after that, let me click on next. Once you click on next, if you are having any of this SNS topics, then you can attach it, but for the time being I will not do it anything. So I'll click on remove. So after that you can also add any auto scaling actions if you require. I don't require it. After that I'll click on next. So after that I have to give the alarm name. Let me give it alarm name demo billing alarm. So after that, if you want the description to be given, you can give it. You can click on next. After this preview page will come up. You can basically go through it. You can see static whenever estimated charge is greater than 400. After that, let me click on create alarm. So if I'll create the alarm, you can see that if my account will have a charge of more than $400, then only this billing will be triggered, and it will be let me know that okay, the particular charges has crossed more than 400. Let us say if I would have created any SNS topic in which I register my email address, then I will be also getting the particular message on my email or on the mobile number if you get registered. So we'll look more into SNS in the following up topics. So for the timing, you can just go on with how to create the billing alarm. So now if I'll move back into billings and see if I'll go on creating a billing. So this time I will not be able to create this billing alarm. Why? Because for an account, the billing alarm that is being currently supported is just one. So let us say if you want to create another billing alarm, what you can do, simply select it, and after that you can move into action, and here you can delete it. Once you will delete it, then you will be able to create the new alarm if you want. So other than that, what you can do, you can even add a dashboard. You can even add the dashboard for it if you want. So select a dashboard. We have already created this dashboard, demo dashboard. If you want that dashboard, you can keep that, or if you want to create a new dashboard, you can also create it. After that, the widget type, you can keep it either line, number, stacked, whatever you want to keep it. You can keep that, and after that you can click on add to dashboard. So once you will click on add to dashboard, now if you will go to this dashboard, you will be able to see the demo billing alarm is also now coming up. Earlier we are having just 4 of this, but now we are also having another dashboard being attached to it. So if I'll move back into all alarms, so right now it has not been triggered yet because my particular account has not crossed this particular mark. So if this particular mark will be crossed up in future, then it will let me know. So what exactly is an access analyzer? To understand the thing, we'll be looking into an example, and we will then try to make sense of whatever thing we are about to discuss. Let us say you are creating a policy. In that policy, you want an external user to have some accessibility. Who is that external user? That particular external user can be anyone, but that user does not belong to your account, or that user does not belong to your organization. And let us say if you have wrote the policy and after that you are there clicking on save changes. You want to apply the rule, or you can say apply the policy. Then at that time Access Analyzer will come into picture and it will let you know that look, you have given entirely whatever permissions you have given, it will highlight it. Let us say if you have given full accessibility of your account to that particular user. So Access Analyzer will give you a suggestion that look, you have given the full accessibility permission to your account. Have you done it intentionally or have you done it unintentionally? Let us say you have done it unintentionally, then you can simply revoke those things and you can protect your account or your organization in a very good manner. Let's take a more example to understand. Let us say you are typing a policy. In the policy, what do you want to have? You are granting accessibility to an external user to access the bucket. In that, if you have given the full permission, then Access Analyzer will tell you that you have given the full permission to the particular external user. Are you sure about the things? Have you done the things intentionally or unintentionally you have done the things? Let us say if you have done the things unintentionally, you can change those things. Maybe your intention was that particular external user should be only able to put the object, nothing more than that. Not get, not do any deletion of the bucket, should not be able to create any bucket, should not be able to view what are the other contents inside the bucket. So you can restrict those particular thing and you can make your particular account more secure. So that is where Access Analyzer helps us. If you give full permission to a particular user not belonging to your organization, not belonging to your account, it will give you suggestions that you have given the full accessibility. Are you sure about the things? If you are just intentioning to give that particular user to have only put the object in the bucket, you can just specify that particular exact permission that this particular user should be able to put the object. Nothing more than that. If you can specify this particular thing, then you are making your account much more secure. You are restricting the user to do any other malicious thing that particular user is intending. So that is how you can secure your environment much more better way. Now let us look into, apart from this thing, what other things it can help us. One thing that we have discussed is it will identify resources in your organization and account that are shared with external entities. So it will give you suggestions that are you sure that you want to give the full accessibility permission to that user, or if someone is not belonging to your particular account and you have whatever permissions you have given. So it will tell you. Apart from that, let us say you are typing a particular policy and there in the policy you did some grammatical error. Let us say the particular policy that you have wrote is not in accordance to the JSON format editor format. So there you can get the suggestion of this is the thing not correct. You need to rectify it. So whatever changes required to be done, you can then do it by the help of Access Analyzer. Apart from that, based upon the AWS CloudTrail logs, it can also give you suggestions that these are the things that are happening in your CloudTrail logs. If you want to give a particular IAM user any policy, be sure about the things. Recently, let us say in the CloudTrail logs, some particular event is occurring. At that time, do you want that particular IAM user also to have that accessibility? Because if the IAM user is having the accessibility to that, then the IAM user will be able to figure out what is happening in the cloud trail, and based upon that, that particular user can figure out some confidential thing, or if a particular user is there who is doing something. So based upon the AWS Cloud Trail log, you can see what that particular user is doing, and after that, let us say if you are giving any permission to the user, then it will tell you that this particular user has been doing this thing. So do you want to give this permission also to that particular user? So that is what you can do using the Access Analyzer. It can help you to secure your environment or secure your account in much more good manner. After this, let us look into what exactly IAM Access Advisor do. So IAM Access Advisor, what exactly it will do? It will give you basically advices depending upon the activity of the users. You can see the AWS Identity and Access Management Access Advisor uses data analysis to help you confidently set permission guardrails by providing service last accessed information for your account, organization unit, and your AWS organization managed organization. So what basically it will do, it will check what were the last accessed information of your account. It will look into that. That last time, let us say you accessed a particular service and you are using that service. So based upon that, it will give you whatever suggestions it needed to do. So now let's look into an example so that the thing will become much more. Let us say Arnav Desai is there as a security administrator for example corporation. He works with several development team and monitor their access across multiple accounts. To get his development team up and running quickly, he initially created multiple roles with broad permission that are based on job function in development account. Now his developers are ready to deploy workload to the production account. The developers need access to configure AWS. However, Arnav only want to grant them the access to what they need. To determine the permission, he uses Access Advisor API to automate a process that help him understand the service developer accessed in last 6 months. Using the information, he authors policy to grant access to specific service in production. So what exactly is happening? Arnav was there. Now Arnav's developers team want to deploy a particular workload to production account. There can be different account. Now there is in one account the developers were working, and now in the production account developers want to deploy a particular workload or a particular project, you can say whatever. Now the two accounts are different. One is developer account, another one is production account. Now let us say if you give full admin access to the developers in the production account, then they can do anything. So that is not the right way of giving any permission to the user. So what you can do then? You can go into development account. You can check in the last 6 months what were those services that the developer team were accessing. You can check out of 200 plus services, let us say if they are accessing only 6 to 7 services, you can keep a note of that, and you can allow the development team having the accessibility of this 5 or 7 services in the production account. If the developer go into production account, they have the accessibility to this 5 or 7 services, they can work upon them, and once they are done, we can take it back. So what were the services they are being using in their development team? We will not go and find it manually, but we can automate it. How we can automate it? Using the Access Advisor. So that is what Access Advisor. How to create IAM Access Analyzer. So basically IAM is a global service, but if I will move into the Access Analyzer here, you will be able to see it is based upon a particular region. So this particular resource is regional basis. Now why exactly do we use this Access Analyzer? Let us say if you are having a S3 bucket which is public or shared, so you can basically trash it out if you are having an access Analyzer. So if now I'll move into my X3 management console, here you also get an option of SS Analyzer for the S3. So basically this is powered by our IAM Access Advisor, and it is entirely free of cost. So now we shall see that how to create our S3 bucket and how IAM Access Advisor can access the thing if we have made some changes in the S3 bucket. So now let me go on and create a bucket. So let me give it a name. Let us say demo 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and demo 1. And the AWS region that I'll choose here will be my Ohio. So after that, let me make my ACL enabled, and let me also not block any public access. After that, I'll acknowledge it, and here after that I'll click on create bucket. So similarly, let me create another bucket. So let me go to create bucket, and this time the name I will give here is demo 2 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 demo 2 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm also residing this particular bucket in the Ohio region only. After that, let me enable the ACL and let me also unblock all the public access. After that, I'll click on create bucket. So now basically I have made two of my bucket. So now let me make it public. So here if I'll move into permissions, here you can see objects can be public. So let me make it. So let me go down to here. Let me click on this object ownership. Here let it be ACL enabled. Let me cancel it. So let me go to this access control list. Let me click on edit, and here let me grant this particular options. If you want, you can also give the other permissions, but I'm good with this two only. And after that, I'll click on I understand the effect of these changes on my object and bucket. After that, I'll click on save changes. Similarly, you can now see the access has now become public. So now similarly, I'll do the same thing for my other bucket also. You can see the access has now become public. So now let me go inside it, and now let me move into permissions, and here I will also make it as public. So here I'll move into access control list. After that, I'll click on edit, and here I will make it public. After that, I'll acknowledge the things, and after that I'll click on save changes. So now both of my buckets are residing in Ohio, and I have made both of them as public. So after that I'll move into IAM management console. Here I will move into access analyzer, and after that I'll move into analyzers. So here I have to create the particular analyzer. So let me go to the region where my bucket is there. So my bucket is present in Ohio, so I will have to make an analyzer in the Ohio region. So I'll click on create analyzer. So I can basically give a name. So let me give it a name as demo 1 analyzer. So after that, the zone of trust that I will choose here will be the current account. Upon my current account, I want to see the thing, so I'll choose it. After that, I'll click on create analyzer. And once I do that, so now basically my analyzer will be creating, and you can see these are the two buckets that we have just created, demo 1 and demo 2. And because all of those are having a publicly accessible, because you can see all of the access are public, so I will basically get a notification for this two. And if you will move back, and if you will see here, I am having, you can see 4 of the things as public. These 2 buckets are also been public, but why I am not able to see it? Because these 2 buckets are present in North Virginia region, and the analyzer that I have created is present in Ohio. So let us say if you want to see analyzers for every of the region, then you have to go and create the analyzers one by one individually. So now let us say these are the 2 buckets of mine, demo 1 and demo 2, and now these are, you can see, has been founded out by the access analyzer, and you will see it in the active. So now if I will click on it, here I can find all of the things like the finding ID, updated minute, status, and shared through bucket ACL. You can basically see each of the steps. So after that, you have two of the options to take. One is intended action. Let us say if you have made your particular bucket as public. Now the question comes, when do we make our bucket public? Let us say if you want to go for static web hosting, then you can make it public. Let us say if you want to have any public downloads, then you can make it public. Or you can also have a cross account sharing. In that option also you can make your particular account public. So if you have created your bucket and if you want that to be public only, so what you can do, you can just click on archive and the things will be done. So let us say if there is another option, let us say if you have done any of these things unintentionally, then you can simply click on not intended and you can simply go to S3 console and you can change the permissions that you want to do. So now let us say if you want to do the things, you can also do the things that archive the thing here also in the S3 bucket also. So how you can do that? You have to go to Access Analyzer for S3 and here you have to particularly select the region in which you want to do the things. So I'll be choosing Ohio because both of my buckets are present in Ohio. So once you will do that, you will be able to find out these two of the bucket that we have created. So let me select my first bucket and I am saying that okay, I want to archive it. Basically I want this particular bucket to be public and I acknowledge the things that I have done it. So you can click on archive and after that you can simply click on confirm. And once you click on confirm, you will be able to see demo 1 was successfully archived. So this is how you can archive the things. So now if I'll go back here and if I'll move into archive rules, so right now I don't have any rules. So let me go to Access Analyzer and here if I'll go to archived, you can see demo 1 has been archived. So now let me go back to Access Analyzer. Let us say if for this bucket you don't want to do the archive. Let us say this bucket has went publicly by mistake. So what you can do, you can simply block all the public access. So this is basically what happen when you have this particular Amazon S3 administrative power. If you are having it, so simply you can block all the public access. You can just click on this particular option. You can click on block all public access and after that you can confirm it. So once you confirm it, then you can see the changes has been successfully done. So now if you will see here in the result, you can see this demo 2 is now showing in the result because we have blocked the public access, but this particular demo is now been archived, so it will be there for more further of the things. Let us say for coming days you don't do any changes, after that it will move into your result once 90 days is being passed. So this is how you can do the things. You can also unarchive it if you want. Similarly, if you go to unresolved and if you select it and if you go into actions, so here also you can have an option of exporting it. So whatever options you want to do, you can do it. Now let's first look into what is IAM Policy Simulator. Now let us say, let's take an example to understand the things in much more proper manner. Let us say if you are having a user named as user 1 and that particular user 1 does not have any permission. Now you want to basically know that if you associate any particular permission to that particular user, how will that user will be behaving. But you just want to test the permission before giving it the accreditation. So how you can do that? For that you are having IAM Policy Simulator. So in that IAM Policy Simulator, what will happen? You can basically select your user and after that you can give whatever permission you want and then you can see how exactly will that particular user will be behaving if you attach any permission. Let us say you attach any permission to your user in the policy simulator. So that particular policy will not be visible in the real world. It is entirely just an environment where testing is being done. So that is what IAM Policy Simulator is. In the IAM Policy Simulator, you can even create new policy, you can even update the policy that is there and you can test how exactly will it behave. You can do a lot of changes there and you can see how will the things be done. So that is what IAM Policy Simulator is. So whatever changes you will do, it will be not replicated in the real world, but yes, you can see how exactly will that particular thing will be working in the real world. So now, before looking into the benefits of this, let's look into another thing. What exactly is boundary in IAM Policy Simulator? Or you can say you can create boundaries and you can give the boundaries to your user and it will work upon. So let's understand what exactly is a boundary. Let us say there is a user 1 and to that particular user you have given a lot of permission. You have given the permission to EC2, you have given the permission to IAM, you have given the permission to S3, you have given the permission to RDS. But then you set a boundary upon that user. So what boundary will tell you? Boundary will tell you, okay, that particular user might be having accessibility to 4 services. But boundary will define how many number of services actually that particular user can use. So that is what the concept of boundary is. It will specify. Even if that particular user is having some permissions, so in the boundary you can restrict the permissions, you can specify how much permission can that particular user will be using. So it doesn't matter even if that particular user is having 4 permission, so you can specify in the boundary how much out of those 4 that particular user can use, and then that particular user will be working upon that particular thing. Now if the boundaries are there, those things also you can check in the IAM Policy Simulator. If you attach any particular let us say if you are doing any test in the IAM Policy Simulator, there your user is having only access to EC2 and S3, and then you try to give you basically try to check whether your particular user is having the access to SageMaker or not. So it will basically it will say that you don't have the permission because the permission has not been given implicitly. So those sort of things you can do using the IAM Policy Simulator. So now if you will look into IAM Policy Simulator benefits, then there are a lot of benefits. It gives agility to the developer. How exactly? Let us say there is no environment for doing any testing. So then it is going to take a lot of time for the developers to figure it out how exactly will a particular permission will be behaving for a user if they assign it. But if they have the IAM Policy Simulator, then they can work the things very faster. So that is the first advantage of IAM Policy Simulator. Application monitoring and auditing will be also easy because in the IAM Policy Simulator you get the option of even tweaking, or you can change the available policy and you can see how exactly are they being performed. You can add even more functionality to that particular user and you can see how exactly will the things be done. You can software as service integration can be done very easily. You can see how the entities are behaving in between them and you can get a good view. Okay, this is how it is going to behave. And for AMI and machine learning, let us say if you are integrating in your software any AI or ML and you want to check how will it impact the user, that thing also you can do in the IAM Policy Simulator. So those are the benefits of having IAM Policy Simulator. Now let's look into CloudWatch EventBridge. So if we will look in here into the CloudWatch EventBridge, so what exactly it is? CloudWatch basically send events to the CloudWatch EventBridge. And when are these events being sent? When anything occur to your alarm. What thing? The things can be creation of your alarm, deletion of your alarm, updation of your alarm, or let us say if some changes has been made to your alarm. So all of those things will be messaged, or you can say will be passed via CloudWatch to your CloudWatch EventBridge in the form of event. And let us say if any modification is happening, based upon that modification you can put some rules. Let us say your alarm has now been triggered. let us say. So then you can set up some rules that you should be getting notification where your alarm is triggered. So you can do that if you are using the CloudWatch EventBridge. So CloudWatch Event and EventBridge are, you can say, both are of comes with really similar feature, but your CloudWatch EventBridge has some more features. Apart from that, Amazon EventBridge is serverless event bus that makes it simple to connect application using data from your own application, SaaS application and AWS services. So how it can makes it simple? Because let us say if your application is there, it is running and you are having you have put some alarm upon that. That alarm is triggered and your CloudWatch conveys the thing to the EventBridge, and from there you can get the notification and you can do whatever changes is being required. And CloudWatch takes the responsibility of conveying whatever change occurs in the alarm to your CloudWatch EventBridge. What is an IAM Policy Simulator? So for accessing the IAM Policy Simulator, you have to search it here in the web browser. After that, select the first link that comes up, and from here you will basically get an URL, access the thing. So after that, once you select it, you will come into IAM Policy Simulator. So here, if you will see what exactly is an IAM Policy Simulator, basically we can test the policy that are being attached to our IAM users or groups or roles present in our AWS account. We can do all of these things using our policy simulator. We can even add new policies to our existing user and we can check how are they behaving. So as this policy simulator you can say, will not apply all those rules that we specify or all those policies that we specify to our user. So we can basically try it upon our user and we can check how does it actually behaves. So we can also do those things. So now if I'll go back to here, okay, if you'll go to the users, you will able to see all of these users, and the same users are also present in my IAM Policy Simulator. So let me select this particular user. This is the user that we have created. So if you will see in its policy, you will able to see that we have allowed two permissions. One is S3 full access and EC2 full access. So now if I'll go into select service, and here if I'll type here EC2, and here if I will select any of the actions, let me choose any of the action. It comes up here, allocate host, accept transit gateway, accept VPC peering. All of these are under the EC2 only. And here if I will choose create subnet, create snapshots, create security groups, and here after that if I will run the simulator, you will be able to see all of the permissions are being allowed. Why? Because we have given the full EC2 access to this particular user. Similarly, if we will go back, and here if we will choose this particular user is having full admin access. So this particular user should be able to access all of the services that are being present over our AWS account. So let me clear the result. Let me choose a particular service. Let me choose here Athena. So if I will choose Athena here, and after that let me select any of the action, batch get named query, batch get prepared statement, and let me choose every of the thing. So after that, if I will run the simulator, you'll be able to see all the permissions are being allowed. Why? Because it has the administrator access. In the administrator access, you can go in and you can see effect is allow, action is star, and resources are star. So basically it can access everything that it want to have. Similarly, even you can create new policy and you can test how exactly is the particular user behaving. So this particular thing that you will create here will not be applicable directly to our user. So you can try it out and you can test how exactly the things goes on. Now let me go back. So if I will select a particular user, let me select this particular user, Siam. So if I will select the particular user, you will be able to see this particular user is having an IAM policy of Amazon EC2 full access. So if I will clear the result here, and now if I will move into the particular service, and let me select here EC2. So after selecting the EC2, so if I will go into select option, and if I am selecting allocate host, allocate DHCP option, and similarly create key pair, create snapshots, create security groups, create route table, create route, and if after choosing all of this, if I'm running the simulator, you can see the permission has been denied implicitly, even though it is having Amazon EC2 full access. Why exactly is this happening? Because we have attached a permission boundary policy. So in this permission boundary policy, what is happening? Basically, we have set the maximum permission that an entity can have. Though it is having this Amazon EC2 full access, but still we have laid the specific rules upon what it can access and what it cannot access. Similarly, if I'll go back here into policy, and if I will choose the particular policy, that is DevOps boundary, you can see this is the particular statement that has been given here, and you can see the effect is deny, and a lot of things has been blocked even though we have given the full permission. So let me show this particular policy to you. So this is DevOps 2 boundary. So let me select here, type DevOps 2 boundary. So if I'll go inside it, so you will be able to see EC2 the limited, right? So this is what happened when you have a particular permission boundary policy attached to your user. Let us say what exactly is an AWS CloudTrail. Let us say if you are having an account and there are two users, user 1 and user 2. Your user 1 has created an instance right now. Simultaneously, your user 2 has created a load balancer. After some while, your user 1 is interacting with RDS and your user 2 is interacting with IAM. Now, whatever your users are doing, you can basically see all of those things in the CloudTrail. So, AWS CloudTrail is a service provided by AWS that enables operation and risk auditing, governance, compliance for your AWS account. Now we have seen few things like operation, risk auditing, governance and compliance. How exactly can it do all of these things? Because CloudTrail will be looking into the actions taken by user, role or AWS service. So it will check whatever the users are doing. It will see what your roles are doing. If in your role you have allowed some external user to interact with your account, that thing in the CloudTrail it will be visible. And the events that you do not only in AWS Management Console, those only visible, but the events that you are doing in the command line interface, software development kit, API, application programming interface, whatever you are doing, all of those things you can basically see in CloudTrail. Now let us say in the CloudTrail you want to see something. For that, either you can use the default option that is being given to you. You can basically CloudTrail will be giving you information of all of those things by default, or what you can do, you can create your own insights and then you can even start looking into it. So if you will make your own insight, then you will have much more grip. Using that particular insight option, you can basically take out whatever data is being generated in the CloudTrail to the AWS S3. There you can store it, and after storing it, you can look what your users are doing. If they are doing any creation of the instance, you can see. If they are deleting an instance, you can see. If they are starting an instance, you can see. Of whatever service, whatever things they are doing, you can look all of those things, and all of the data you can store in S3. In the CloudTrail, you also get a very, you can say, good feature that is of data lake. Now what exactly is in data lake? If you will see, let us say, just like you create your insight, you can create a data lake. Once you create data lake, what will it happen? Let us say if you are having a lot of data set and you want to see that in the last month, what exactly did your user 1 did. You can see all of those things. How? You can basically run a SQL command, a SQL query you can run, and you can see it. And data lake will made you avail with that particular option. Now if you will see the benefits of CloudTrail, then It improves your security posture. How exactly? Because you will be able to find it out what exactly one user is doing and what and who has done the particular activity that you want to see, or if from any rules some roles some changes has been made, you can also track those things down. After that, you can even follow, let us say if something comes up against your account, then you can basically prove your genuinity by giving the data present in your S3. You can give that and you can make them sure that your particular user or your roles has not done any of the tweaking. Maybe your account has got compromised, or maybe due to some other issues some problem may come up. After this, you centrally controlled program. If we look in, capture and consolidate user activity and API usage across AWS account and regions on single central control platform. So in a one particular place, you are basically able to get every information that you want. So you don't have to move to. So basically on a single platform, you can acquire all of the thing that you need. So you don't have to move to different sort of platform or to different services to figure out to get the things. You don't have to move individually to every services to see who is the user being using it, or who is that in which particular region is the things are being done. You can simply move into the CloudTrail and you can get details of everything whatever your users are being doing. So now let us discuss about AWS Config. So what does AWS Config will do? Basically, it will display a detailed view of the AWS resource configuration in AWS account. This includes how the resources are related to one another, as well as how they are previously configured, allowing you to see how the configuration and relation changes over the time. Let us say there are two services that have been integrated, or you can say interacting with each other, your EC2 and your Elastic Load Balancer. So that particular relationship, you can track it down in the AWS Config. So AWS Config gives you a lot of benefits. Continuous monitoring is one of that, and once you monitor it, then you can start accessing the thing. You can do the assessment of that. You can take the insight out of it, and you can look in, okay, this should not have been done, or this is how we can improve the things. You can basically look onto those things. And if you are monitoring the things, then you will be able to know what are your organization or your enterprise guidelines, what is the standard that your particular organization has set up, and whether you are following that or not. So let us say if any two services needed to integrated, then there will be some standard operating procedures for doing all of those things. If those things are not being followed properly, you can keep a note of all of those things and you can do those things. So if you are doing all those things, then your security will be improved. So your security analysis and in resource administration, you can start looking in how your resources are being used and how exactly are they secure. Because if you are following a standard operating procedure for doing all of the things, so you will be able to do the things in much more better and in safe way. So if we will see Elastic Load Balancer, what exactly it do. Let us say if any traffic is coming to your particular website or to architecture, then the distribution of the traffic is entirely dependent upon your load balancer. So load balancer will distribute the traffic, and it will send the traffic only to those instances which are healthy. So with this load balancer will increase your availability and the fault tolerance of your particular application. Now if you will look into the Elastic Load Balancer, then Elastic Load Balancer is the single point of contact for your client. If any of the request is coming to, or if any of the request is going out of your architecture, then it has to first of all reach the load balancer, then only either it can go out or it can come in. So Elastic Load Balancer even scale itself for necessarily to handle the load. So that is what Elastic Load Balancer basically do. It basically monitors the traffic, and those traffic which are having the particular rules specified, which are able to pass the particular protocols which has been specified, it will let only those particular traffics to either come in or to go out of the architecture. So that is what Elastic Load Balancer will do. So if we will see, primarily there are 4 types of load balancer. Classic load balancer is there, network load balancer is there, application load balancer is there, and gateway load balancer is also there. If we will see, classic load balancer has now been deprecated, so it is not available. Recently AWS basically you can say retired classic load balancer out of its services. So now majorly we are having 3 types of load balancers, that is a network load balancer, application load balancer, and the gateway load balancer. Now if we would see, when the classic load balancer was operating, it was operating at the layer 7 of the OSI model. So basically the amount of traffic that it can handle was not that much enormous, but yes, at that time when it was launched, it was doing pretty much good work. Now if you will see into the application load balancer, now this is the you can say load balancer which is still in use. It functioned at the 7th layer of the OSI model. Let us say if you are interacting with a website, or your architecture or your website does not require heavy usage of the traffic, you are not in need of high performance for your particular architecture, the amount of traffic that is coming to your architecture is not that huge, then definitely you can go on with the application load balancer. So it will whatever the load balancer will do, all those feature is being there in the application load balancer. So it will direct the traffic, it will check the particular traffic is following the particular protocols or not. So the only thing that application load balancer will do is that it will not give you a high performance, or it will not be able to handle enormous traffic if it comes up. So let us say if you want to handle a particular website where enormous traffic is coming, then what you can do, you can definitely choose a network load balancer. So network load balancer will provide you high performance, and it can even handle a lot of request. You can see that it can handle million of requests per second and maintain low latency. So the latency also that you will get will be pretty low. So you can expect a good performance out of the network load balancer. So ideal for the load balancing TCP traffic and support elastic and static IP. So that is also the thing with the network load balancer. Now if we will move in, then we will be able to see another type of load balancer, that is gateway load balancer. Now if we will see to the gateway load balancer, what it does from the previous 2 load balancer, that is application load balancer and our network load balancer, is that gateway load balancer can help us to deploy or scale or manage our third-party virtual appliances. Let us say if there is any third-party virtual appliance, then for that purpose we will be using gateway load balancer. You can basically test, you can find out what is the problem, or even you can buy the virtual appliances from the third-party vendor directly in AWS marketplace, and after that you can integrate it with the gateway load balancer and you can see what exactly it is doing. Also gateway load balancer gives you the distributing traffic across the virtual appliances while scaling them up or down based upon the demand. So it will check the demand and it will then do the scaling up. And with this what gateway load balancer is that it eventually decreases the potential point of failure in the network, and it also increases the availability. Now if we will see, these are the benefits of our gateway load balancer that we have already discussed, that is deploy third-party virtual appliances more quickly, we can scale them up, it increases the availability, and in gateway load balancer the another feature that is not present if you look into the previous 2 is that gateway load balancer works upon an endpoint. So if you are using an endpoint, so then what you will be having is a sort of a private network, or you can expect a private tunnel to be available. This particular endpoints are being provided to you from the AWS, so the availability, the security and the reliability will be you can say is far more superior as compared to the other things that you will be getting from the network load balancer or from the application load balancer. So the connection, or you can say that you will get for the gateway load balancer will be far more superior. So if you are getting a particular endpoint for working, then you can expect that the connection will be not hampered. If gateway load balancer is working, then it will be majority of the times it will be available for you, so you can do whatever work you wanted to do. Now if we will look into the steps of creating a gateway load balancer, it is pretty much easy. You just have to go to create a load balancer. There you will get an option of gateway load balancer. You have to click upon that. You can give a name to that, and once you do that, then you can choose the client for communicating. It has to be IPv4 address. You have to select the service provider VPC, and after that you can select all of the availability zones, so that majority of the times the gateway load balancer will be available and it will be sending the traffics to the particular instances. After that you can choose a target group upon which your traffic will be routed, and the protocol that you need to specify in your target group is going to be Geneve protocol, because upon that only gateway load balancer work. After that you can review the things and you can simply create a load balancer. So creating this particular gateway load balancer will be far more available as compared to network load balancer and application load balancer because of the endpoint, because endpoint is like a private network that is being sponsored by the AWS. And why exactly is AWS providing you that endpoint? Because AWS charges you more for that particular option. How to create an application load balancer and how exactly does it work? So before that, what we have to do, we have to create instances for that. So let me create an instance. So let me name it as Ubuntu APL application load balancer, and for that I'll choose the AMI as Ubuntu type. After that I will choose keep here. So let me do the things quickly. After that I'll move into edit option, and here in the security groups I will make it all traffic, and after that I'll go down and I'll click on launch instance, but the number of instance that I require here will be 2. After that I'll click on launch instance. Okay, so these are the 2 instances that are currently in pending state. So let me do few things here. I will name it, I'll rename it so that things will become more clear. I will name it as Apache 2. Why exactly am I naming it as Apache 2? Because I will be running Apache 2 web server in it, and here in this machine I'll be launching Nginx. So these are the 2 machines. So now it will take time before they become available to us. So in the meantime, what we will do, we will go into load balancing options and we will explore. So in this particular demo session, we will look in creating a application load balancer. So if I will click on create load balancer here, at the first I have to give the load balancer name, and the another thing that I have to give here is the target group. Either you can create the target group here, or you can have a target group and just associate it with your load balancer. So we will do the last option. So let me create a target group. Now what exactly is a target group, you need to understand. Now before that you should be knowing what does this load balancer work do. Load balancer has primarily 2 work. One is to check whether the traffic coming on is following the protocols or not. Let us say if a request has been made, whether that request is having valid permissions or not. So that thing our load balancer will check. And the second work that the load balancer will do is that routing the particular traffic only to those instances whose health checks are fine. So now let us understand why are we in need of this target group. Let us say if I am having 100 number of instances. Right now what I have did, I have only launched 2 instances. but let us say in real time scenario, I am having 100 number of instances. So if I will associate 100 instances with my load balancer, then my load balancer have to do a lot of other work and it will not be able to work in that much efficiency, and its efficiency will decrease. So for better management of this instances, what idea we came up with? We came up with something known as target group. So what will this target group do? Basically, we can associate our instances with this target group, and then the target group will do the health checks of our instances, and this target group will be associated with our load balancer, and if any request, or you can say if any particular traffic needed to be routed, then load balancer will be doing it through the help of target group. So let us create a target group, but before that we'll be waiting so that our machines are okay. So now our machines have also got the status check passed. So let us go and let us associate our machines with target group. So here I'll go in and I'll click on create target group. So choose a target type. So we will be going with instances because we will be attaching our instances with our target group. So here I need to specify the target group name. So let me give it a name as application target group. Application target group. And here the protocol that it needed to be chose is HTTP. Why? Because upon this only it is going to check whether our instances are running fine or not. If you could recall, then while creating our particular instance, I have allowed all traffic. So if you allow all traffic, by default HTTP will be also enabled. So we don't need to do anything. And the VPC that we will choose will be default type because we are having our machine in this VPC only. After that, you can also see the health check protocol is going to be HTTP. So we'll keep it whatever it is. After that, I will click on next. So let me remove the underscores. Let me give the hyphen. After that, I'll click on next. Okay. So now this number of instances are been running. So what we will do? We will select those instances which we have launched. Okay. So this is Ubuntu Apache 2 and Ubuntu Nginx. So we'll click on that and we'll then click on include as pending below. So now these two things are there, and after that I'll click on create target group. And now my target group is available. You can see application target group. After creating this, what I'll do, I'll go to load balancer and here I will create a load balancer. The load balancer that I'll create is application load balancer. I have to give a name. Let me give it a name. Application load balancer. So after giving the name, the schema that I'll have is internet facing and the IP address will be IPv4. The VPC that I'll choose is default, and after this I want the mapping to done to each and every subnet. So that in whatever instance or in whatever availability zone will be my instances in, they will be attached to it. So I'll select each and every one. After that I have to choose the security group. By default is there, but I will choose the security group which is being attached with my machine. Okay, so 21 was the security group that is being attached with my machine. After that, what I have to do, I have to choose a target group. This is the target group that I have created, so I'll choose it. And upon this listener, what it is trying to signify that how will the traffic will be routed. Let us say if some traffic needed to be routed. So to where it should be routed? It should be routed to target group. From target group, it will be moving on into the instances in a round robin manner. After this, what I'll do, I'll go down and I'll click on create load balancer. I'll click on view load balancer. Now it will take time so that only after that the states will be inactive. And if we go down into our target groups and if we will refresh it, now here if I'll choose the target group that we have just created. So now the health checks are also been performed. So we need to wait. So till the time what we can do, we can go back to our instances and we can launch the web servers that we want. So first of all, let us go to Ubuntu Apache 2. Let me select it. Let me click on connect. After that, I'll move on into connect. So before installing, what I'll do, I'll update my machine. Sudo apt get update. So this is an Ubuntu type AMI machine. So I'll type this sudo apt get update and it will basically update everything. So after the updation, what I'll do, I will install the Apache default web page here. So if I'll go back here and if I'll take the public IP and let us say if I'm pasting it here, and now if I'll hit enter, then nothing will come up because we are not running our default web page. But now let us say if I install our default web page, how to install it? Sudo apt get install Apache 2 and if I hit enter, so now my Apache web page is running. So if I'll go back here and after I'll refresh it, you can see Apache default web page. Similarly, what I'll do, I'll go back. This time I will install Nginx. I'll click on connect. After that, I'll click on connect. So here, if I will take this instance public IP and if I'll paste it here, you will be able to see nothing coming up because we are not running our default web page. So here, let me update my machine first. So after updating my machine, I will install Nginx here. So why I'm exactly having two different web server? Because I need to show it in the application load balancer is that if I will take the DNS name of my application load balancer and if I will refresh it, then in the round robin manner, it will distribute its traffic to two different instances. So that thing I want to demonstrate. So let me install here Nginx. So now my Nginx has also been installed. So now if I'll refresh it, you'll be able to see the Nginx page. Now let's do one thing. Let me go to EC2 here and then let me go to application load balancer. So if I'll go back to application load balancer, I'll go into load balancer. This is the load balancer that we have just created. The state is active. And in the target group, if we will move into our target group and we can see the health checks has been also been passed and both of our machine are healthy. Now if I will go back to the load balancer and if I will take the DNS name from here, if I will take it and if I will paste it here and if I will hit enter, you will be able to see this time Apache is coming. If I'll refresh it, Nginx will come. So in the round robin manner, now our application load balancer is sending its traffic. Okay. Let me take the DNS name again. Okay. So maybe due to internet connectivity issue, that was the problem that we are facing. But now you can see it is coming in round robin manner. So our application load balancer, what it is doing, it is sending the traffic to two of our instances which have been registered. In one instance, I am running default Apache web page. In the other, I am running Nginx. So you can see when I am refreshing it, it is sending the traffic in an alternate fashion. So I am having two of my instances already running. In one, I am running Apache 2 web server and in the another one, I am running Nginx. So now let us go and create a network load balancer. So I will basically associate those two load balancers, those two instances with my target group. So now the question comes up is when we will be using application load balancer and when we will be using network load balancer. Let us say if the traffic that is coming to your website or to architecture is more, then you should definitely go with network load balancer. And if the traffic is less, then you can go with application load balancer. Moreover, if you need more high performance, then definitely you can go with network load balancer. You can see here also ultra high performance can be provided to you from your network load balancer. Now let's click on create. After that, we have to give our load balancer name. Let me give it as network load balancer only. Network load balancer. After that, the scheme, I'll have it as internet facing. The IP address, I'll keep it as IPv4 only. Then the VPC that you should be going on is default, because the machines are also running in the same default VPC only. So I'll choose all of the availability zones in the mapping. After that, if you will come here, then you can see in the protocol, it is going for port 80. So basically, in your machines, you should be allowing all traffic. In that, all of the ports will be getting covered up. So I have not created a target group. So we have to create a target group. I'll click on create target group. So a new tab will open up. Now I'll be creating a target group for network load balancer. So the basic configuration, choose a target type. I'll choose it as instance. After that, I'll give a name, network load balancer target group. Here the protocol that is being given by default is TCP. So I'll not do any other changes. I will keep it as TCP only. After that, the health checks will be also performed on TCP. So in your machines, you should be enabling all traffic. Or if you want only specific thing, then do allow TCP. After that, I'll click on next. Yeah. So here, whatever machines will be running, they will pop up. So I'll choose the two machines that are of mine, that is Ubuntu Apache 2 and Ubuntu Nginx. After that, I'll click on include as pending below. After that, I'll click on create target group. So successfully, I have created my target group. Now it will take some time for all the health checkups. But in the meantime, let me associate this target group with my load balancer. So I'll select the target group. This is the target group that I just created. I will have it. After that, I'll go down and I'll click on create load balancer. Okay, you already have okay. So let me create another one, network load balancer demo. Let me give it a name. After that, I'll click on create load balancer. So now my load balancer is also ready. Okay, I have created it. Now it will take some time for coming up in the active state, and the health checks will also going to take some time. In the meantime, let us explore what we have in our EC2. Okay, if I'll go back here, then in this instance, if you will see, I am having the VPC that is default, and in the security group, you can see the VPC is default. That's why I have selected default VPC in both of my target group and in the load balancer. And if I'll move into security, you can see launch user 21 is there and all traffic is being enabled. Similarly, if I'll go into Nginx, there also the security group that is being attached is launch user 21 only, and the VPC is also default. So this thing you need to keep in mind if you are trying to launch and load balancer. So it will take time. After that only it will be having all the health check passed up. Now you can see the health checks is been going on. Similarly, here also it will be in provisioning state. Once the provisioning will change into active state, then I'll take the DNS name and then I'll paste it there. And after that, we will see that network load balancer will be transferring the particular traffic into our EC2 instances. And in my machines, I am running, in one machine I am running Nginx, and in the other I am running Ubuntu as my default web servers. So we will be able to see it, but the traffic will not be routed in round robin manner as it was happening in network load balancer. Now we shall wait, and once the things are in available state, then we will move on. So I waited for a few more minutes, and right now you can see the health checks have been performed, and after that you can also see my load balancer is also available. Now if I will take the DNS name and if I will paste it in the web browser, you will be able to see either Nginx or Ubuntu will pop up, but it is going to take some time. So if I'll hit enter, it will take time to come up. Okay, it came quickly. Now if I'll refresh it, Nginx will not come up directly. So the things are not done here in round robin manner. So I need to refresh it a lot of time, then Nginx will appear. Yeah, so let me keep it on refreshing. Then a time will come when Nginx will pop up. So let me paste the thing again. Now let me keep on refreshing it. Yeah, so now Nginx came up. Load balancer architecture, weighted routing and connection training. So if we will see the load balancer architecture, what it basically does, let us say if you are having a particular website, then it will reside at the top, and whatever request will be coming depending upon the healthy instances, whether if any instance is healthy or not, it will check it first, and if any instance is healthy, then it will start sending the particular traffic to those instances. So instances can be present at different availability zones. So it will check in what particular availability zones those are available, and depending upon that, it will start sending the particular traffic to those instances, and the instances will be handling those traffic. Now we get an option of you can say traffic management in the load balancer. That is what we say either blue-green deployment, you can say, or you can also say it as weighted routing. What basically it does, let us say if 10 number of requests, or you can say 10 traffic is coming to your website. So basically you can define to whom majority of traffic should go. Let us say if you want a majority of your traffic to go onto a particular target group, so you can define those things in the load balancer. So that option you will get if you are having two target groups, so you can define that majority of traffic where it should go. So that is what we are having in weighted routing. We can specify which target group or which instance should get a majority of the traffic and which should not get the majority of traffic. So by this way you can make the particular decision of managing a website much more betterly, because you will be knowing where is your majority of traffic is going. So this is how weighted routing will look like. Now the blue-green deployment is just a terminology that has been given to the thing. So it's all about sending your particular traffic to whatever target group you want and how much you want. Now if we will look into cross-zone load balancing, by default cross-zone load balancing distribute the traffic to the instance in their only availability zones. So they don't go beyond their availability zone. So if we will enable this cross-zone load balancing from the particular name, it is pretty much self-explanatory that what it will do. It will not bound the sending of the traffic only to its zone only. So it will go out of the zone and it will start sharing the particular traffic based upon the loads. The particular instance having the smallest load will also get an, you can say everyone will be getting a minimum, or you can say everyone will be getting a specific load. No one will be having much more load and no one will be having very less load. So everyone will come to a mean where the particular traffic will be distributed in a very appropriate manner, in a very systematic manner, so that none of the instance will go down. So now let's look into what exactly is connection draining. Let us say if you have registered your instance in your target group. Now due to some issue your instance is not behaving properly, or the health check, in the health check your instance is unable to pass the health check. Now that particular instance needed to be removed from our architecture. So that process of removing the particular instance from our architecture is known as connection draining. So you get the option of doing connection draining in your particular load balancer. You can do that. So the best part about the connection draining is that, let us say if you are doing the connection draining, then during that time your particular architecture will not go down, because other target groups will be available to maintain the particular, you can say, flow of the state of the architecture. So you basically remove that instance only which is unhealthy, and once you do it again, that particular instance will be removed. You can look in what exact problem were there, you can try fixing it, and then you can do the thing. Right now I am having two machines, Ubuntu Nginx and Ubuntu Apache 2 In this I am having my default web server as Apache, and here I am having default web server as Nginx. So let me show you that. So if I select this Nginx, Ubuntu Nginx machine, if I take the public IP of it, after taking it, if I paste it here and if I hit enter, you can see Nginx page is visible to me. Similarly, if I go into Apache, take the public IP address of it, and if I paste it here, you can see Apache 2 default web page is coming. Now let us see how to do the routing. So what we will do, first of all, we have to create a target group. So let me create a target group here. So the target group name that I'll give here is target group 1. After that, I will keep it as default VPC only because my machine is present there. Here I will click on next. After that, I am having 2 machines, but I'll register only 1 machine in it. Let me register only Ubuntu Nginx. After that, I'll click on include as pending below. After that, I'll click on create target group. So I have successfully created a target group. Now what I'll do, I'll create another target group. So let me create a target group 2, and this time I'll register Nginx with it. So I'll click on next. So here I'll be getting, so what I'll do, I'll choose Nginx this time. Okay, let me check what was the thing that we have done. Okay, so here we have done the Nginx. So this time what we will do, we will choose the Ubuntu. So let me go to create target group, and this time I'll choose Ubuntu. After that, I'll move into next, and here I will choose Ubuntu Apache 2. Nginx is already done, so this time we are choosing Ubuntu. After that, what we will do, I'll click on create target group. So now I have created 2 target group. Why exactly have I created it? We will be looking into it. After that, I'll go into load balancer, and here I'll click on create load balancer, and I'll be creating an application load balancer. I click on application load balancer. Here I will give the name application load balancer. After typing it down, I will keep the VPC as default only because both of my machines are present there only. After that, I'll choose every availability zone that is being specified over here. So after choosing all of the availability zone, I have to give the security group. So I'll check in what security group is my machines are available. So if I go to Apache 2, so if I go to security, then I can see launch wizard 23 is attached. If I move into the Nginx and if I check what is the security group, here also launch wizard 23 is attached. So what I have done, I have attached one security group with both of my instances. If you are having 2 different security group, you can just go check and select that. After that, if you want to give the default security group, you can keep it or else you can remove it. And after that, you will be choosing a target group. Let me choose the first target group only. After choosing the first target group, what I'll do, I'll go down and I'll click on create load balancer. And now my load balancer is being created. Now we will be doing the things upon this listener. You can see in the description we'll be getting DNS name and all. But here to do the weighted routing, we will look into listener. So what exactly is listener do? Basically, it is a process that check for connection request. Okay, it will check for the connection request. To whom do we need to send the traffic and by what amount? We can specify those things in our add listener. So if I select it and if I go here to edit, so here we can do the weighted routing thing. And if you want to add the rules, and where you can do that, you have to select your listener and you can go to view/edit rules and you can do the things here. But right now, let us do the thing here only. So I'll select my listener. After that, I'll click on edit. So here, what I will be doing is that I have attached my first target group. So now let me choose the second target group. And once I choose the second target group, this thing will be enabled, waits. Okay. So now what is this thing telling me? That let us say if 2 requests are coming, one request will move to target group 1 in which I am having Nginx and the second will move into Ubuntu. But now let us say if I don't want that, if I want majority of my particular request should move into Nginx, I can choose that. And here I can make it 2. So let me make it 2. So what exactly is happening? Let us say if 10 requests are coming, then 8 requests will move into my Nginx, which is being present in my target group 1, and other 2 requests, let us say 10 requests comes up, 8 requests will move into target group 1. In target group 1 I am having Nginx, so that web page I'll be able to see, and the other 2 times only I am going to see Ubuntu. But let me tell you, this is not entirely specific that okay, if I am doing 10 number of refreshes, then I should be getting 8 and 2. Sometimes it can be 9 or 1, or it can also be 7 or 3. But yes, majority of times you will be able to see target group 1. And in target group 1, what have we registered? If we will go and if we will see the things in target group 1, we are having Nginx. So if I move into target group 1, here you can see Nginx is there, and in the other target group I am having Ubuntu. So let me do the things. After doing it, after giving the weights, you can click on save changes. So now the changes are being saved. So now let us go back to our load balancer. So the load balancer of ours is also active. You can see application load balancer. If I will take the DNS name now, and if I will paste it here, and now if I will start refreshing the thing, you will be able to see, okay, the first time Apache came, second time Nginx came, third time Nginx came, fourth time Nginx came, fifth, sixth, okay. Yeah, so majority of times you will be able to see Nginx, and for least number of times you will be able to see Ubuntu. So you can see majority of times Nginx is coming up because in the target group 1 it is being registered, okay. Yeah, so if I am refreshing after 5 or 6 times, Apache is coming, and after that again Nginx will be there, and Nginx will be continuing for more number of times. So this is what we can do if we are having a vetted route in our application load balancer. We can do the things using that. So now as we are able to see, if we keep on refreshing it, now Ubuntu will come for lesser number of times and Nginx will come more number of times. Now let us try to change the rules. What we have seen, we have went into listener, we have edited it, the particular weights. Now what we shall be trying and doing is changing the rules. Okay, it is taking a little bit longer time, no worries. Let's go back. So let us select this listener. In this listener only we are going to work. So what we will do, we will go into view and edit rules. And here what we will be doing is, we'll be adding a rule. So let us understand what is the significance of this rule. Let us say, this is my DNS name, correct? But if I will type here something, let us say server or something like this, you can see it is telling not found because it has nothing to actually show. So what we can do, if I again give that thing, so it will come back. So let us do a thing. Let us say if I type something after this particular DNS name, then something should come up. So how to do that? We can do that using rules. But before that, let us do one thing. Let us take any of this machine. Let me go with Apache. Let me select it. After selecting it, let me connect it. So once I click on connect, I will update my machine. So let me update it. Yeah, so it comes up. So let me update it. Updating my machine, what I'll do, I will move into the particular directory where my default web page is being located. So where it is located? It is at var/www/html, and I'll hit enter. So here if I'll do ls, you will be able to see index.html page is running, and this is the particular default web page for Apache. So here I will do a tweak. What exactly will I do? First of all, I will create a particular directory. Let me create a directory with sudo mkdir. After creating a directory, I'll give it a name. Let me give it a name as server. server1, and let me create a directory. Now if I'll do ls, I'll be able to see server1 directory is present here. So now let me move into here, cd server1. After moving in, what I'll do, I'll create a particular HTML file. So how to do that? Sudo nano index.html. Okay, I'll be giving the same name because this is by default will be coming up whenever any direction will happen. So after doing it, what I'll do, I'll hit enter. So this particular thing will open up. Let me type something here. This is redirected page. So after typing it, what I'll do, I'll save it and I'll come out of it. Now what I have done, I have moved into this var /www.html. I created a directory. I moved into directory. I created a particular index.html file. Now let us specify this rule in the rule section. So what I'll do, I'll add a rule. I'll click on insert rule. After that, I have to give the condition. What condition I'll do? Basically, I'll provide your path, and in the path, what I'll do, I'll specify /. After that, I have to give my directory name, again a /. After that, just click OK. After this, what action am I doing? I'm basically trying to forward it to my target group 2. Why I'm choosing target group 2? Because my Ubuntu web server instance is present in target group 2. After that, I will select it. So after doing that, I'll click on save. So once I save it, I'll go back to here. If now I will type here server1 and /, and if I hit enter, so if I will refresh it, you can see this is redirected page. So as the things happen in the previous one also, if you refresh 10 times, not every time it will come up. Sometimes error page will appear, but majority of times you will be able to see it. So if I will refresh it, you'll be able to do it. Yeah. So after sometimes it will stop. At the beginning it might give you error, but once you save it, this will be done. Now what exactly is an sticky session? We'll look into that. Let us say if a particular user is interacting with your application, and due to some problem, that particular user is logged out of that particular application, you can say. Now let us say if that particular user is coming to the application in a specific time period, or let us say after whatever time, that particular user is coming back to that particular application of yours or to that website. So that particular user should be in the same, you can say same dashboard, or it should be in the same process, or it should be in the same step from where that particular user has been logged out. So now how to do that thing? Then we get the solution from sticky session. What exactly sticky session do? Sticky session basically binds our user with a particular session. So let us say if the particular traffic is coming, so the traffic has been generated by the user, and that particular user through that traffic is interacting with a machine, and somehow the connection got lost. Now let us say if that particular user is again trying to establish the connection, then that particular user should be taken to the same instance with which that particular user was interacting, and to the same step where that user was present. So to do those things, we are having the sticky session. So sticky session will bind that user to the particular session or to the particular instance where it was working, so that we can improve the better experience. We can provide them better user experience. So we can do this particular feature enabled by going into the target group. So there we get the option of doing it. So basically in the load balancer, because target group is attached to the load balancer, so we can do the things. Now if we will look into the sticky sessions, so what are the advantages of using the sticky session? First of all, let us say if a particular user is interacting with your website, and that particular website is running on a machine. Now that particular user has been logged out because your machine, your particular website will be hosted on many of the instances because they will be available all the time. So there will be a lot of availability zone, and lot of machines are being running. Let us say for the first time your user was interacting with the application and it got logged out, And at that time, that particular user was interacting with the instance number 1. Now, whenever for the second time, if the user is again trying to log in and again trying to access the website, if that particular user is being directed to another entirely another machine, then what will be happen at the first? Then at first the data needed to be transferred from instance 1 to instance 2, and after that only we will be able to provide that user at whatever step it was. So there was the data exchange thing was happening. So that thing we can reduce if we are using the sticky session. And let us say if that particular user was on step number 2. So whatever data we have already stored in step number 1, again we will be not storing that. Straight away from where that particular user was logged out, we can start the things. And after that, our RAM cache utilization will be also improved, because that particular user is trying to access the website again in a very limited period of time. So that thing also we can do. So now how exactly to enable this sticky session? You can go into the target group and you can enable it. Now if we will look into the types of sticky sessions, then there are basically two types of sticky sessions. One is duration based and one is application controlled. In duration based, what exactly happen? Based upon a particular duration, we will be specifying for how long the sticky session will apply. Let us say while enabling the particular sticky session, we say that okay, for 5 minutes our sticky session has been enabled. So if that particular user is coming back to our application in that specified time period, then only that user will be able to move into the same step where that user has been logged out. And what is application based sticky session? Your application will be creating a sticky session for that, and application will be managing it. So that is what application based sticky session are. And let us say if the sticky session are being used, then for that, for managing the things, we have to create cookies. So if we are creating the cookies, based upon it, the sticky session will be working. So if you are enabling a sticky session feature, what you can do, you can bind a user session to a specific target. Okay, so that is the particular feature that sticky session will give you. And what is the particular help that we get if we are enabling sticky session is that we will be able to provide much more better, you can say, services to our customer. The experience that the customer will get will be much more good if you compare if you don't enable stickiness. Okay, so if you will see then sticky sessions are of different types. Okay, there is a combination of sticky sessions that we get. One can be duration based, one is application based, and there can be a by default no stickiness associated with your target group. Whenever you go and create any target group, by default this particular feature of sticky session is not enabled, so you need to enable it. And in this session we will be looking into our duration based stickiness, and we shall be looking in exactly how it happens. Okay, so what exactly we will try to do, we will launch two of our instance. Okay, after launching two of our instance, in one instance we will be having our default Apache 2 web server. In the another one we will be having our custom based web server. And once we will associate two of our instance to our target group, then we will associate a load balancer with our target group. After that, we will take the public DNS of our load balancer and try to access the two of the pages that is associated with my instance. And after that, we will see what happens when we enable stickiness and what does happen when we don't enable stickiness. Okay. So if you will see, stickiness is very helpful. Let's say you are interacting with a website and suddenly due to some error you got logged out. But now let's say in a specific duration you again came back to the same you can say website. So you need to be on the same step where you are previously. So that particular feature can be made enabled to you if you are having stickiness property associated with your application. Okay, for that you can use your application based stickiness, but in this demo we will be using the duration based. So before doing the things, let me launch instances and then we shall see how exactly are we doing the things. Okay, so let me give it a name. Let's say Shubh. Out of this, the AMI that I'll choose will be Ubuntu. And now I have to choose my key pair. So I'll choose my key pair. And here the security group that I am having is Launch Wizard 9. Now I will allow HTTPS and HTTP because the health checks that will be performed from the target group will be on this, and I also need this HTTP and HTTPS to see my web servers. Okay. After this I'll specify the number of instances that I require is 2. Okay. And after this what I'll do, I'll specify 2, and after this I'll click on launch instance. Okay. So now my machine will get launched. Okay, it got launched. Okay. So if I'll refresh, yeah, so it is 2 Shubh, the first one and the second one. Okay, so let me give it a name. Let's say Shubh default web page. Okay, Shubh default web page. So right now if I'll move here, Shubh custom web page. Okay, and I'll save it. So right now the status checks, I don't think that they would have got passed. Yeah, so right now one is my default web page, another one is my custom web page. So in the meantime, till the time it is getting initialized, okay, till the time it gets the status check passed, what I'll do, I'll move forward. I'll go into target group and I will associate 2 of my instance with a target group. I'll click on a target group, and here I will, let me give it a name. Let's say Shubh target group. Okay, Shubh target group. So the protocol that it is using is port 80 for the checking of our instance. Okay, whether our instance are responding properly or not. After this I'll have the default VPC because I have launched my instance in this VPC only. Health checks also you can see it will be based upon HTTP. Okay, so after this let me go to next. So now here my instances will be visible. These are the 2 instances of mine that I have created, Shubh default web page and custom web page. So I'll select these 2 of my instances and I'll then click on include as pending below. And now I shall move down and I'll click on create target group. And now my target group is available. Okay, you can see it might not have got initialized. Okay, so because we have not given any load balancer, and the health checks would also be going on right now. You can see the health check is not till yet passed. It is still, you can say, unused health status. Okay, so right now what let us do one thing. Let me go back and see if my machine is available or not. Okay, so still it is initializing. Yeah, so now 2 of my machines are available. So let me first go into this Shubh default web page. Okay, I'll move forward. I'll then click on connect. I'll go to connect option. Okay, so here is my terminal. So what I'll do, I'll first update my machine. Okay, so I'll then hit enter. Yeah, so now my machine has got updated. Now what I'll do, I'll install the default Apache 2 web server. So how to install it? Sudo apt install Apache 2. Okay, after this I'll type -y so that wherever any condition is required, that whether you want to install it or not, it should go on yes. I'll hit enter. And now my default web page of Apache 2 is now available. So let me copy it. Let me go to here. Let me paste it, this public IP, and now you will be able to see my Apache 2 default web page. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll go back. Okay. I'll go back to my instance. So let me close this session. Now if I'll go into my this Shubh custom web page, I will now move into this. I'll click on connect. Now what I'll do, I'll click on connect. So here in this machine, what I'll be having my custom web page. I will not have the default Apache 2 web page, but I will have a web page of whatever type I want. Whatever content I want, I will be giving that. Okay. So but before that, let me update my machine. So first of all, I'll update my machine. Yeah, so now my machine has got update. So what I'll do now, I will first of all install the Apache 2. Okay, so let me first install the Apache 2 web page. Okay, so now my Apache 2 web page for this machine, for my custom default web page is also now available. If I will take the public IP and if I'll paste it here and if I'll hit enter, the default Apache web page is now available. But what I'll do, I don't want this default Apache 2 web page, but I want a web page of somewhat having my content. So what I'll do, first of all, I will move into the directory where I'm having this file. Okay, so I'll move to there. Okay, I'll move to there, and now here if I'll do ls, I'm able to see a index.html file. This is the file which is being displayed over here. So what I'll do, first of all, I'll delete this file. How to delete it? You can type here sudo remove index.html and you can hit enter. Now if I'll do ls, you will be able to see there is nothing to show up because this file doesn't exist. If I'll now go upon here and if I'll refresh it, you will be able to see there is no file. So what I'll do now, so I will now create a file of same name, sudo nano index.html and I will then. So let me, this file has opened now. This file has been created and now it is open. So let me type somewhere like something into it. This is a sticky session demo and let me save it. Okay, so I have made that changes. Now what I'll do, if I'll refresh this page, you will be able to see the content that I have put there. So now we are done with our whatever configuration we needed to do with our machine. Now let us move into our load balancer. Let us do few configurations there, and then we shall be looking in how exactly do we do the things with sticky sessions. So now if I'll move into target group, I have to create a target group. I'll be creating, sorry, I have already created a target group, so all I will be creating is a application load balancer. I'll go to create option and here I'll give a name. Let me give it a name, let's say Shubh. Okay, so let me give it a name, say Shubh. So 1 2 3 4 Shubh. Okay, and after giving the name, I will have the same VPC in which my target group, my machines are available. And after this I'll select all the mappings to the availability zones that have been present. Okay, I have selected it. Now I will associate the same security group that I was having with my machine, and I was having launch wizard 9. After this I will be selecting a target group. Now this is the target group, Shubh target group. I'll select it, and after selecting it, what I'll do, I'll click on create target group, and now I have been successfully able to create my load balancer. Now right now the state is in provisioning. Okay, so I'll wait till the time it's get active. Okay, it will take few moments and then it will be available. In the meantime, let me check what is the status in my target group. So this is my target group. Yeah, right now also it is initializing, no worries. It is still in provisioning state, so I shall wait, and once it will be active, then we shall move forward and we will look into the things. So what basically we are going to do, we will be using this DNS name, and we will be able to see two of our web pages that we made. Okay, one is our custom web page that we made, and the other one is having my default page. So till then I shall wait. Okay, so I'll wait for few more minutes, and once it is active, then we shall move forward. Okay, let me check if I'm able to access the things even in the provisioning state. Let let us see. Yeah, so the things are coming. So let us see. I think now it has got active. Okay, so what I basically did is I took the DNS name. Okay, yeah, it has got active. So what I did, I have got the DNS name. Okay, I took the DNS name, so 1234 Shubh, and I have pasted it here. Now if I will refresh it every time in a round robin manner, the things will appear to me. Okay, but now let us say if I want only this particular thing to pop up in front of me, or if you want a particular session to get associated, what you can do, we will then look into our stickiness behavior. Okay, we'll move into stickiness session and we'll be able to do. Okay, so it is you can say it is a very helpful for the server that maintain the state information in order to provide continuous experience to client. Okay, so if we will move into target groups, okay, this is my target group. I'll move into here. So if I'll move into attribute, so here in the attribute we have this option of stickiness. Okay, so what we will do, we will move into edit, and here you can also see the load balancing algorithm that we just discussed. It is round robin. Now what I'll do, I'll go into the stickiness option, and here I get two type of stickiness. One is load balancer generated cookie, another one is application balanced cookie. So if you want to use the stickiness, okay, cookies will be there to manage the things. So what I'll do, I'll enable it, and it will ask me, okay, what stickiness duration you can want to have. You can have in seconds, you can have in minutes. So let me go with you can say an hour. Whatever option it suits you, you can go with it. Then you can click on save changes. Now I have now enabled stickiness. If you will able to see, I have refreshed it once. Okay, this particular session came up. Now it is coming. Okay, it might take some time, and after this, okay, now it has got the stickiness session is now being applied. Now if I will try to refresh the thing, okay, you will be able to see I'm not able to move into my another web page. My default web page I'm unable to move. Okay, so that is what happened when you enable stickiness. Okay, so and if you want to see the cookies are being managed, how can you do it? You can go to inspect, and here you have to move into application, and here in the cookies you can see the cookie having on public DNS name of our you can say load balancer. So this is how the cookies are being managed. Okay, so now if I will keep on refreshing, it will the stickiness property has been applied for an hour, so I will be binded to this session only. But now what I'll do, let me go back. Right now the stickiness is on. Right now what I'll do, if I'll go back and if I disable it, and if I now save the changes, okay, and if now I'll come back, now if I'll refresh, after some time I'll be able to see the default web page. Okay, it will take some time to make the changes happen. Yeah, so now the things came up. Okay, so now I'm able to access my default web page. So autoscaling you can say is a process in which you can basically scale up or down the number of instances depending upon the load upon your particular instance. When I say load upon your instance, the load can be anything. It can be your CPU utilization, it can be your network in or network out, or depending upon the different matrices, you can basically specify that whether you need to increase the number of instances present in your architecture or not. So the autoscaling group enables you to particularly automate your website. How exactly does it gives you that particular feature? Because let us say if you enable autoscaling group, then what will happen? Then manual intervention to that will be very minimum. So autoscaling groups will be doing their task. You just need to specify everything, and once you specify it, they will be start working upon it. Let us say your AWS autoscaling is monitoring your application, and the particular scaling is able to predict that what performance is it showing, whether the particular performance of your instances are good or not, and based upon that also it can simply roll out the new instances. So that option auto scaling grips you. So you can basically scale in or scale out whatever resources you have. Generally we create the auto scaling for the instances, and here we get two types of the auto scaling. The one is vertical and one is horizontal. So what exactly is vertical and horizontal we'll be discussing in after a few more slides. So auto scaling will automatically enables you to scale in or out the instances whenever it require, and so dynamically it will be doing everything. So the load upon the particular architect can be managed in much more better way if we are enabling auto scaling. Now let us see what exactly is in vertical and horizontal scaling. So what happens in vertical scaling is that we will be having one single machine, and we just increase the capacity of the machine by adding more resources. What can be the more resources? We can add more CPUs, we can give more storage option to that single machine only. So if we look into what are the advantages of doing the vertical scaling, it is that we will reduce the software cost, as we will be not getting a more number of instances, but we will be having only one instances, and upon that we are just enhancing its capabilities. And let us say if we are doing it, then very few efforts we will be putting in it. But there are major disadvantages with it. What is the first major disadvantage? As we are having only one machine, so the downtime can be very high. Let us say if our machine goes down, then recovering it will take a time, because a lot of the resources are there. And as we are using just one machine and we are giving it enormous capacity, so the risk for hardware failure also increases. Now, if we will look into horizontal scaling, what exactly happens in horizontal scaling is that we are adding here more number of machine of same time to the existing pool of resources. So there in the vertical scaling, we are having only single machine, and that single machine capabilities we are increasing, but here we are increasing the new machines to it. So if we will look into the advantages of this particular horizontal scaling, then the very first advantage is that the fault tolerance will be there. That basically means that your particular architecture or your website will be highly available, and also the latency will be very less, because there will be lot of machines, so the load can be shared more properly, and the data will be available in more number of machines. So you will be able to betterly manage the customer user experience, you can say that. And but what are the disadvantages of using the horizontal scaling? The first major disadvantage is that you have to pay more. The cost will be increasing because we are adding new machines. And apart from that, the another disadvantage with this type of scaling is that implementation of the particular architecture is not that much easy. So now let us see what is the life cycle of the auto scaling. Let us say if you are having an auto scaling, so what basically it will do, either it will scale out or scale in the instances. Let us say if you are having an EC2 instance and it is about to get launched, so it will be in pending state. Let us say from the pending state it has moved into the in service state. Then after that, what will happen? A health check will be performed. If the health check is well and good, so it will be able to be in service, or if the health check does not pass, so it will move into the terminating state, and from their terminating state it will go into the terminating wait, and from there the particular process will be started, and after that it will be terminated. Let us say if it is in the in service but it is not being in that use, so then we can basically enter it into the standby, and we can there keep it in the standby till the time we don't require. And once we will require it, then again we will make it into the pending state, and then we will decide whether to bring it or not. Let us say if there is a particular machine which is there in the pending state for a very longer period of time, we can simply take it into the pending wait, and from there we can just keep it till the time we don't require it, and whenever we will require it, we will bring it again into the in service. Let us say if there is a particular instance which needed to be detached, so we can basically detach it, and once we detach it, again it will be available to us from the EC2 instance. If we will require it, then again we can use it. So this is what the life cycle of the auto scaling goes on. We will be scaling out, scaling in the instances, and in between that, whatever things are there like terminating wait, terminating proceed, those things we need to take care of. So if we will see the auto scaling components, then let us first see the groups. So in auto scaling group, what exactly do we specify? We specify our EC2 instances, and there we also specify that what needed to be the maximum number of instances that our auto scaling group can launch, what can be the minimum number of instances that our auto scaling will be keep running depending upon the matrices, and what is the desired number of instances that should be running. Let us say if you created an auto scaling group, at the beginning when the auto scaling group will be created, whatever will be the desired number of instances, those number of instances will be launched at the very first go only, and then depending upon these policies that you define, they will be either a maximum number of instances or minimum number of instances or instances in between. Now let us look into the configuration template. So what exactly is a configuration template? Basically this plays an blueprint for the release of your instance. Let us say if you are releasing your instances, then you need to have a lot of information about EC2. All of those information will be there in your configuration template. Now what exactly do we have in scaling options? You get lot of options in the scaling option. What are those? Either you can manually scale your auto scaling, or you can dynamically do it, or you can even do the scaling based upon the demand or a particular schedule. So we'll be looking into it. So let's move forward. So in auto scaling groups, what exactly do? We basically specify that how many number of instances will be there, whether the policy needed to be attached or not, and depending upon those policy, our instances will be started, our instances will be terminated. Everything will be done as per the policies. We have to attach the configuration, launch configuration, or you can say launch templates with the auto scaling groups. And if all of these things are integrated, then only our auto scaling group will be functioning. We can also integrate our load balancer with our auto scaling group. That option will be also looking in. So here, if we will see into the configuration template, as I already told you, let us say if you want to launch a particular machine, so you need to have a lot of information about the machine, like what exactly will be the AMI, what will be the instance type, what key pair is it going to use, what security group does it need to have, in which VPC it should be launched in, what subnet it should be available. So all of those information we contain in our configuration template. So if we will look, there are two ways of creating a configuration template. Either you can create it from the scratch, or you can create it from an EC2. Let us say if you're creating it from scratch, then what you can do, you need to have an image ID, instance type, and the storage devices. You need to allocate it, and once you do that, you will be able to create it. Other way is directly from an EC2 instance. You can do it. You can take the AMI out of it, and after that you can provide the other options like instance type and storage options, and you can do it. But one thing to note here is that, let us say if you created a launch configuration, then you cannot modify it once you have created it. So you need to be careful while creating your configuration template, because based upon that only, whatever auto scaling group will be launching the instances, those instances features will be contained in configuration template. So you need it to be very sure when you are launching any instance. So now if we will look into the scaling policies and alarm. Let us say if you want to create a policy, then for the proper functioning of that policy, you have to create alarm. So the alarms you can create it in the CloudWatch. So basically whenever a specific target will be met up, those alarms will be triggered, and upon those alarms triggering, your auto scaling groups will be working upon. So now let us see what exactly happens in this scaling policy. You can basically specify, let us say if you have created an alarm, that if my CPU utilization of my machine is above 70% for continuously 5 minutes, then the alarm needed to be triggered. And then you can specify, okay, if the particular, you can say if my CPU utilization of my particular instance for 5 minutes is above 70%, then once my alarm is triggered, then my auto scaling group needed to work. Either it can increase the number of instances, or it can decrease the number of instances. And for that only, we have already been describing the how many number of minimum instances, maximum instances, and the desired number of instances our auto scaling group can launch. So now if we will see, there are ways of scalings. You can either go for a schedule scaling, or you can also go for a demand scaling. What happens in schedule scaling? You can basically specify that, okay, at this particular time on this date, I should be getting more number of instances, or I should be decreasing the number of instances. You can calculate it. Let us say if any website is there, let us say Amazon.com is there, then if festive season is about to come, if it is about to start from today 2 p.m., then I'm pretty much sure that the load upon my particular website is going to increase. So I need to need more number of instances for managing the load. So what I can do, exactly at 2 p.m. I can launch more number of instances, so the load will be properly distributed. Then the other aspect is the scaling based upon the demand. So what exactly is that mean? We have already discussed it, that let us say if my CPU utilization is enormous, then based upon that I can even roll out, or I can even take back the instances. So those things happen in demand. There are other matrices also upon which you can decide whether to roll out the instance or not to roll out instance, like CPU utilization is there, network input is there, network output is there. So upon those things, based upon the demand of your particular instance or upon your particular architecture, you can do that. So we have seen this scaling policies already, that we can specify if the CPU utilization is above for a particular period of limit, then what needed to be act on. Either you can decrease or you can increase. So this is the pictorial representation of that. Let us say if your particular instance upon your instance the CPU load is above 80, so you can increase the number of instances. And let us say if the particular load upon your instance is below 50, you can decrease it. So that is how you can do the things, and you have the option of either doing it manually or you can even do it dynamically. So you can just specify those things in the autoscaling group, and autoscaling group will be doing it. So now let us discuss about the different types of scalings. Like we are having a few different types. One is simple scaling, and we will be also having step scaling. So if we will look in, what exactly is the difference in between both of this scaling? Pretty much they are same. If you will see, whatever options you get in the simple scaling, you also get those options in the step scaling. Basically, this is the way in which you needed to either increase or you decrease your number of instances. So both of the things are pretty similar, but the only thing that the only difference you can say that comes up is that let us say if you are using simple scaling, then what will happen? The policy must wait for the scaling activity or the health check replacement to complete and the cooldown period to end before responding to additional alarm. Let us say if you have specified that, okay, if the CPU utilization of my machine is above 80, then I should be, you can say I should be running more instances. I should be launching more instances. But let us say if at that period a particular condition is going on, let us say cooldown period. If the cooldown period is going on till the time it does not end, it will not launch the number of new instances. So what will happen? Let us say at that time you are getting a lot of load and the cooldown period is not over till yet. Then it can impact the efficacy of your particular, you can say, architecture. So that is what happened in simple scaling. Simple scaling will wait for the cooldown period to end. And what exactly is the cooldown period? Basically, cooldown period ensures that autoscaling group does not launch or terminate any more instances until a specified period is complete. So all the scaling activity will be suspended for a particular period of time. So if your autoscaling group is in that period, you can say in the cooldown period, so it will either not launch or it will not delete the number of instances. So nothing will be done, and at that time, let us say if the CPU utilization is increasing, then also it will not work. So it can not be advantageous for you, it can be a disadvantage for you. So but that same thing we don't have in the step scaling. We can simply specify, okay, if the particular CPU utilization of mine is above 60, launch 2 instances. If the CPU utilization of mine is above 80, launch 3 instances. So that option you get in step scaling. So basically in stepwise manner you can increase it, and here you don't wait for the cooldown period and all of those things. So step scaling is far better if you compare with simple scaling. Now let us see how exactly is an instance terminated. So if we will see here, let us say if you have launched a particular instance, then it will check that instance in multi-AZ. So first of all, let us say there is a particular option has come up to let us say to launch more number of instances or to delete more number of instances. So how exactly will it delete it? It will select in which AZ most number of instances are running, and in that AZ which of the instances is having the oldest launch configuration. Which of the machine will be having oldest launch configuration, those machines will be targeted, and those machines will be started to delete. So here we can get a better picture of the things. Let us say at the very beginning it will check a multiple instance using the oldest launch configuration. Let us say there are two instances and both of my instances are the oldest. So what it will do, it will select any of the one randomly and it will delete it. But let us say if there are 5 of my instances and 2 of my instances are having the oldest, then from those 2 oldest it will check, okay, which instance is going to get built in the next hour. So upon that it can choose and it can terminate the one which is going to get built. But let us say both of my instances are you can say are in the same phase, then again it will check which is you can say which is far more closer to the next billing hour, and whatever will be there based upon that it will choose. Let us say both of my instances are in the you can say in the closest next billing hour also, then it will select anyone from the random and it will simply delete it. So this is what we have also been given over here, and this is what it will basically check the oldest launch configuration and the next billing hour, and if everything if both of the options are having equal number of instances, then it will delete any of the one randomly. So now if you will see into the auto scaling pricing, then there is no additional fee for that, only the number of instances that you will be launching, and for the whatever hour it will be running, for that only you will be going to get billed. How to create an auto scaling group? So for creating an auto scaling group, the very first thing that you require is an launch configuration. So we will be creating at first a launch configuration. After that we will move into the auto scaling group, then we will be creating an auto scaling group. But before creating auto scaling group, we need to understand what exactly is a launch configuration. So launch configuration is an instance configuration template that our auto scaling group will use to launch our EC2 instance. So for understanding the particular thing, you need to understand what exactly our auto scaling group do. Let us say if there is a lot of load upon our instances, then based upon our load, auto scaling group will either scale up or scale down our EC2 instance. What does it mean? Either auto scaling group will launch more instances, or will it decrease the number of instances. So for either rolling out more instances, it need to have the information regarding the instances. What sort of information it needs? It needs the detail of AMI, it needs the detail of key pair, it needs the detail of our security group, instance type. So all those things auto scaling group require. So for that we need to specify all those information here in the launch configuration. Launch configuration will contain all of this information, and when we will attach this launch configuration with our auto scaling group, then it will start launching the new instances, and based upon our situation it will also decrease it. So if we are trying to create launch configuration, then we need to specify an AMI for that. So already I am having a machine running here. This machine is of having Ubuntu AMI, and in the security group I have allowed SSH, and I have given the key pair. The instance type is t2.micro. Apart from that, I have not changed any other thing. So what I'll do, I'll select this machine. After that I'll go into instance state. I'll move into action, and from here I'll move into image and template. Here I'll create an image. I'll give it a name. LC launch configuration AMI. If you want to give the description, you can give it. Let me give it configuration AMI. After that, I will simply click on create image. So now it will take some time and my AMI will be then available. This is the AMI, LC AMI that I have just created. Right now this status is in pending state, so let me give it the name LC AMI and I'll save it. After that, what I'll do, I will go into launch configuration, and here I'll click on create launch configuration. After that, I have to give the name. I will give it name as launch configuration. After giving it a name, launch configuration demo. After that, I will choose the AMI. So this is the AMI that we have just created. So let me select it. After that, I have to choose the instance type. I'll click on choose instance type, and here I will choose T2.micro. And why I'm choosing T2.micro? Because it is available under free tier eligible criteria. So after that, I'll not give any IAM instance profile right now. I will not do any other changes. Security group, you can go with whatever security group you want, and if you want to allow whatever rules, you can do those things. If you can simply click on add rules, and from here you can choose any rules. Let us see, if you want to grave all traffic, you can choose it, and after that you can either go on with 000 or you can do whatever you want. So right now I don't require it, but if you require, you can do that. And here I have to choose a key pair. So I'll click on choose a key pair. I'll choose the key pair that we have created. After that, I will click on I acknowledge that I have the access to select this particular private key, and without that I won't be able to log in into my instance. After that, I'll click on create launch configuration. So now my launch configuration I have created successfully. After this, what we will do, we will go back to EC2, and here we will click on auto scaling groups, and now we will be creating an auto scaling group. So here I'll click on create auto scaling group. I will give it a name auto scaling group only. After that, here it will ask you to choose a launch template, but I will switch to launch configuration because we have created a launch configuration, not a launch template. So here I'll select a launch configuration. So this is the launch configuration that we have just created. So let me select it. After that, all of the things will come up, your security group, your instance type. Based upon this, your auto scaling group will roll out the number of instances that you require. After this, I'll click on next. So I'll go with default VPC only, and in the availability subnet. Okay, so here I will choose all the subnet that is being available to me, 1A. I will choose the default ones only, default US East 1A. After that, I'll choose US East 1B of default, US East 1C of default, because all my machines are there, and whatever security groups, everything is of mine, it lies in the default only. So I will select 1D, I'll select 1E. After that, I'll select 1F. So I have given everything. Okay, in 1B I don't require it. So 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F. After that, I'll click on next. So here it will ask you health checkup grace period, the amount of time until EC2 auto scaling group perform the first health check on the instance. So your particular auto scaling group will also do a health check upon your instance. So let us not give that much of time. Let me go with 10 seconds only. After that, I'll click on next. So right now I'll not create any scaling policy. So here I'll do one thing. In the configure group size, here I'll choose. Now here you can choose, let us see, if there is a particular load upon your instance. Then now here you can choose that, okay, if the load upon my instance is more than, let us say, 60%. So how many more instances should you roll out? Those things you can choose here. Minimum, at minimum, how many instances do you require every time to be available? Let me go on with 2. and the desired that I'll choose here is, let us say, 4. And the maximum capacity, or you can say the maximum instance that my autoscaling group can roll out, I'm telling is 6. Okay, so from here you can choose that based upon the load upon your instance, based upon your CPU utilization, how much do you want to specify the things. So after this I will click on next, and here I'll click on next. After that I'll click on next once again. So here the summary comes up. You can view everything. If any changes required to be done, you can do that. After that you can click on create auto scaling group, and now your auto scaling group is being launched. So now if I'll go back to dashboard, and if I'll see right now only one instance is running, okay, Ubuntu machine, but after some time you will be able to see more number of instances will be running, and who is rolling those instances out? It is none other than your auto scaling group, because we have specified some criteria. Okay, we have basically specified that, okay, the minimum number of instances that will be always available will be 2, the desired is 4, and the maximum that it can roll out is 6. Definitely we will be not able to see the 6 number of instances rolling out, because we will not be putting that much pressure upon our auto scaling groups, or you can say upon our instances, so we will not be able to see it. But definitely we will be able to see that more number of instances will now get rolled out. You can see at the beginning we are having just 1 instance running, but right now 4 new instances has been got rolled out. You can see right now all of those are in initializing state, and here if you will see, they are from different availability zone. And if you will go here, and if you will see the security group name, auto scaling security group, and the key name that it has been rolled out is under this SUV North Virginia 1 demo key. Upon that it has been rolled out. So this signifies the fact that our auto scaling group is now running, and it is rolling out new instances. Okay, so after some time all of the instances will be available. Let us say if I delete a few instances running here, then again it will roll out more number of instances. So once the auto scaling group will be kept running, it will keep on launching the instances. So let us say if you want to stop the rolling out of these instances, what you can do, you can simply delete your auto scaling group, and after that no more new instances will be rolled out. So if you will see auto scaling group, what exactly it do, it either adds or removes our particular resources based upon our requirement. And what does load balancer do? Load balancer has the work of distributing the traffics only to those EC2 instances which are healthy. Now let us say there is a particular architectures of ours, and if we have placed the elastic load balancer ahead of auto scaling group, so what it will do, basically it will ensure few things. What exactly will it ensure? The very first thing that it will ensure is that whatever particular traffic will be coming into the particular elastic load balancer, so it can you can say it can inform the auto scaling that, okay, if more number of traffics are coming, then be ready, because if the number of traffics increases, then the load will also increase, and if the load is increasing, then auto scaling group needed to roll out more number of instances. So let us say if the auto scaling group is having this particular information, it does not necessarily will roll out, but it will just have the information. So auto scaling group have a prior knowledge of the things. Auto scaling group will only launch the new number of instances, or it will only decrease, or you can say terminate the instances once the alarm will be triggered, once the scaling policies will be coming into play. But if elastic load balancer is informing the information prior hand, then auto scaling group can act far more smoother and far more quickly if the particular action arrives. Similarly, if less traffic is there, then also elastic load balancer can inform the auto scaling group, okay, the particular traffic is less, so you need not to roll out more number of instances. So those things elastic load balancer can tell to the auto scaling group. And let us say if there is a auto scaling group, and let us say if it is terminating the number of instances, then what it can basically inform elastic load balancer that the traffic that you are facing is also low. So if we are having this two particular thing in action, so what is happening, then our architecture works far more smoother, and we can even integrate those things, and the efficacy of our particular architecture or our website will be increased. And as elastic load balancer sends the traffic only to the healthy instances, so autoscaling group can also make sure that whatever instances have been rolled out, whether those are healthy or not. And elastic load balancer will also look in to distribute the particular targets evenly, so that the load is not increased upon one instance and it is very less upon the another instance. Let us say if more number of traffic is coming to your website, then your load balancer can alert your autoscaling group that more number of traffic is incoming, so the load upon the instances will increase. So after getting the alert, autoscaling group can get a better picture that yes, I need to enroll more number of instances. And similarly, if you can say autoscaling group is not under that much of load, or if your instance is not under that much of a load, so it will start terminating the instance, and then autoscaling group can let load balancer know that the particular traffic that is coming through you is also less. So basically autoscaling group and load balancer will work in hand to hand, and the elasticity and the performance of the architecture, or you can say of the website, will increase. These two resources can be also used, you can say independently. There is no dependency upon it, but if you will use it both together, then it can definitely increase the efficacy of our website. So let us see how to do the thing. So I am just having a particular instance running. This is a machine, EC2 machine of Ubuntu AMI. So in its security group, I have allowed all traffic. So let us go and let us connect it. So I'll simply go into connect, and here I'll connect it. So I'll first of all I'll update it. I will update it. So after updating it, I will run a default Apache web page in this machine. Yeah. So after this, I will install the default Apache web page. So now what will happen is that the default Apache web page will now get installed here, and now this is done. So now let's go back to our EC2 management console. Okay, and here, so what we will be doing, we will have to create a load balancer, and we have to create an auto scaling group. So let us first create an auto scaling group. For creating an auto scaling group, we require a launch configuration. In launch configuration, what we have to give, we have to give the instance details like the AMI, key pair, instance type. So let us create an AMI for that. So I have chosen the same machine. I'll click on create image, and let me create an image for it. So launch configuration AMI. After that, if you want to give the description, you can give it AMI for auto scaling. So after this, if you want to give any other options, you can give it, but for me it's fine, no need to give anything. After that, I'll click on create image. So now the image has been created. You can see currently creating the AMI from the instance ID. So if I'll go to here, you can see the LC AMI is available. So let me give it a name, AMI for launch config. After that, I'll save it, and now let us go into our launch configuration, and here let me create a launch configuration. So here I'll give it a name, launch configuration. After giving it, I have to choose the AMI, and here LCAMI that we have just created, I'll select it. I have to choose the instance type. So let me choose the instance type, that is going to be t2.micro. So I'll select it. After that, I'll click on choose, and here if you want to give any other options, you can choose it, but I don't need to. You can select an existing security group if you want, or if you want, you can do the changes if you want it to happen. Let me select all traffic anywhere IPv4. You can see either custom IP or anywhere IPv4. I'm happy with anywhere IPv4. After that, I have to choose a key pair. Let me select from an existing key pair, and after that I have to acknowledge it, and I'll click on launch configuration, and now the launch configuration is available. So what I'll do now, I'll go back, and now I will create autoscaling group. So here I'll click on create autoscaling group. Let me give it a name as autoscaling only. After giving it we have created a launch configuration, so we'll click on switch to launch configuration, and we will select the launch configuration. After that, I'll click on next. So here I have to choose the availability zone. I will choose the default availability zones, 1A, after that 1B, 1C of default, 1D of default, 1F of default, and 1E of default. 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1F, 1A. After that, I'll click on next. So here it will ask you to attach a load balancer. Right now I will not do it. So let me do one thing. Let me keep the grace period as 10 seconds only. So after this, I'll click on next. I don't want to give any policy. I will simply now click on next. Next. If you want to do any review of it, if you want to go through it, you can go through. And after that, you can click on create autoscaling group. So now my autoscaling group is also ready. Here I have not changes, or I have not given any other particular specification for my machines, because in this demo we are looking into how to integrate the two services to be more specific, two resources. So we'll look in that. So I will now be creating a target group. So let me create a target group, and here I will give it a name as target group. I will not do any changes here. Simply I'll go down, I'll click on next, and here I am having this Ubuntu machine, so I'll just register this, and this particular machine has been now got enrolled by the autoscaling. So I'll not do any changes, just I will simply select it. I'll click on include as pending below. After that, I'll click on create target. So now the target group is available. So now let me go down, and now let me go to load balancer. So here I'll click on create load balancer. I will be creating an application load balancer. So let me choose the application load balancer. You can give a name. Let me give it a name as application load balancer only. Application load balancer. So after that, I will do the mapping to all availability zones. I will select one by one to every availability zone and 1F. Okay, you can select the security group that you want to have. You can keep the particular security group that is with your machine also. So if I'll go back to here, and if I'll go back to my instance, and if I will check what is the security group it is being attached with. If I'll go back to my security, and here you can see launch wizard 22, you can associate this. So let me select launch wizard 22. After that, I have to select the target group. I'll be selecting the target group, and after selecting the target group, I will click on create load balancer. So now the load balancer is ready. So now let us go and let us see how we can integrate these two resources. So if we will go to autoscaling group here. So here our autoscaling group will be available. Yeah, so this is our autoscaling group that we have created. So let us select our autoscaling group. After that, go to edit. After moving into edit, if you want to change these things, that also you can choose. If I make it as desired as 2, maximum as 5, you can do that. But the main thing that we are here to do is to select the load balancer. So here we can choose the load balancer. So I'll go with application load balancer because we have created an application load balancer. After that, I have to select the target group. This is our target group. I'll select it. After that, what I'll do, I'll simply go down. Don't need to do any other things, just click on update, and we have successfully created, or you can say we have successfully attached our load balancer with autoscaling group. So this is what we wanted to achieve in this particular demo, and we have done it, and now we shall wait. Once our load balancer will be available, then I'll take the DNS name, I'll paste it in the web browser, then we'll be able to see the default Apache page that we have installed. Then we'll look forward to it. Then we shall wait now. Once it will be active, we'll be taking the DNS name, pasting it in the web browser, and then we will be looking in it. So right now I think the status is, yeah, so it is also, the changes has been now reflected back. We can see everything that we have did. We can see the load balancer target group that we have given. If you want to edit it, you can edit it. The health check grace period that we have given, you can check each and everything that we have given here. So now we shall wait. Okay, I waited for a few more seconds and right now it is available. So let me take the DNS name here. After taking the DNS name, let me open. So here if I'll move in here, and here if I'll paste it, that particular DNS name, we should be able to see the default web page. So with this we are done with the integration of load balancer and autoscaling group. So what exactly is in Route 53? So Route 53 is the AWS provided service which is there to manage the domain name system. Let us say if you are having a domain, let us say www.aws.com. So let us say if you are having this domain. So if any particular people is typing this particular domain name, then they should be redirected to your website or to the instances that is being running. So how you can do that? That thing you can do if you are having this Route 53. And why is the name Route 53 being given? Let us say if we are having SSH protocol. So then the port assigned to SSH is 22. Similarly, HTTP, the port assigned is 80. Similarly, for the DNS, the particular port that is being assigned is 53. That's why the name Route 53 has come up. So Route 53 is also highly available and scalable domain name system which is being powered by the AWS. So now if we will look into what exactly does it do, let us say if we are having a particular thing like www.amazon.com. Now what does .com stands for? So you can think .com being like a top level. So you can think that .com is the top level domain name. So basically that is the name that is being given. Now what exactly is Amazon? Amazon is the domain name that is being provided. Now what exactly domain name system do? Let us say if a particular IP is there with you. Let us say for google.com the IP that we are having is 121.121.0.0/16. So if we are having this IP name, so IP number, then remembering all of this IP number, just think like thousands of websites are there. And if I want to access someday Google I want to access, someday Twitter I want to access, someday YouTube I want to access. If I want to access all of those things, remembering the IP is not an easy option for me. But yes, I can remember the name. I can remember google.com, I can remember youtube.com, twitter.com, similarly facebook.com. So what basically domain name system do? Basically it maps the particular domain name to the IP, because IP is what? IP is the address. If you want to use a particular service, or you can say a particular website, then you first need to reach there. How to reach it? Through the address. And what is that address? It is nothing but the IP address for computing purpose related task for our computers. If you want to access the computer, how you can do it? You can do it using the IP addresses. So that is what our domain name system do. Basically it maps a domain name to the IP address. Now if we will see, then there are few things like root server. What exactly root server do? Root server will basically have the information about the top level domain. It will have the information what is the logs that have been produced, or who is using what sort of top level domain. So all of those information will be there in our root server. And what does top level domain do? It gives the information about the authoritative name servers. Now what our name servers contain? It contain the information about the IP address for our individual domain. Or you can even remember, name servers are nothing but they act like an availability zone. If one availability goes down, then we are having other availability zone. Similarly, if one name server goes down, then we can have n number of name servers. So for one particular domain name, we can have 5 to 6 name servers, and they will be acting like the availability zone. If one goes down, other will be there to basically manage the things. So now here it is a pictorial representation of how the things are being there. Let us say if you are having a particular root server, so what it will have the information about the top level domain. In the top level domain, we are having .com, .edu, .org, .gov. All of those things are top level domain, and under the top level domain we get the actual domain, like you can say Intellipaat.edu or Intellipaat.com or Indian government.gov. So all of those things have been there if you choose the domain. So now how exactly you can host a website? First of all, you need to have a particular domain name available to you. So you can either go to Freenom and you can get a free domain name, or you can either go to other paid providers of the domain name like GoDaddy or Hostinger.com. You can basically get the domain name, and after that you can come to Route 53, link it with the Route 53. You can basically provide the name servers, and then you can start using your website. Now if I will look into the DNS literature, then we are having this authoritative name server. So what basically does it have? It has the particular components like a name, c name, and alias. Now what exactly is an a name? If we will look into it, basically it maps the domain name to the IP address of backend. Okay, so let us say if you are having a particular address, you can say 101.202.30.40. Then let us say if I am typing this address, then where should I be directed? I should be getting that particular domain name. So who does this mapping sort of thing? This mapping has been done by the A record. Now if we will move forward, then here we can see the CNAME. What exactly it do? Basically it maps one name to another name instead of the IP. Let us say earlier there was facebook.com, but now it has been changed to meta.com. But whenever if you will go and if you will type facebook.com, then you will be redirected to the meta. So how they are being able to do it? They are being able to do it using the CNAME, because there are many people right out in the world who does not know that Facebook has changed its name. So basically not to lose the user, because not every user is accustomed with whatever the organization is doing. Let us say if there is a particular website which was hosted in 1980s, and now after 40 or 42 years the name has been changed, those people will not be aware of it. So we need to also take care of that, so that our particular you can say user base don't go away from it. So what we can do, we can basically map the old particular domain name to the new domain name, and then we can map that new domain name to the IP using the A record. Now then comes the alias name. What exactly does it do? It is also similar to CNAME, but with a little difference. What is the difference? Let us say if there is a particular you can say a domain name like apple.com. But you don't want that apple.com to be visible to the world. So what you can do, you can give an alias name to it. Instead of apple.com, you can give anything like vegetable.com, and whosoever will be typing those vegetable.com, it will be redirected to the apple.com. So that is what we are having in DNS literature. So now let us understand about what exactly is a network latency and a network bandwidth. Now when we will say about the network latency, what do we basically mean? Basically we mean the delay that is being occurring. So let us say if there is a particular data in the YouTube and you are trying to access it, then the amount of time it takes to load, then you can say it is the network latency. Because if you are using the particular data, or if you are trying to access a particular data which is present over YouTube, how exactly are you able to access it? First of all, when you are clicking on a particular video, then what is happening, that particular data is being retrieved from the server, and then it comes into your particular location, and once it comes to the local servers, then it is being delivered to you. So whatever time has been taken from your particular clicking on that to coming that particular data from the servers to your local server, and then from the local server to the particular your phone or to other gadgets that you are using. So whatever time it takes in between is network latency. Now what exactly is the bandwidth? Now bandwidth you can say is the capacity of your particular data. So either you can say bandwidth as your capacity, or you can say the measurement of amount of information that a particular computer network or the internet connection that can send in a particular time. So let us say your particular network can send 100 Mbps per second. So that is what it is going to be the bandwidth for your particular network. How to use Route 53? So Route 53 is a globally managed DNS, basically domain name system. We know that DNS is basically used so that the client can be redirected to the particular servers through the URL. So DNS contains rules and records so that it can properly direct the client to whatever website they want to reach. DNS actually operates on port number 53, just like SSH operates on 22 and HTTP operate on 80. Similar to that, DNS operate on port 53. That's why Amazon come up with this name, Route 53. So before doing the things, what we will be doing is that we will be creating a hosted zone. We will be getting a domain name, and then we will do all of those things. But before doing that, what we need to have an instance. So I have already created an Ubuntu instance. So let me connect it, and here I'll click on connect. And after connecting it, what I'll do, I will run default web page in it. Okay, so let me update my machine first. So after updating it, what I'll do, I will install default web page in it. So why I'm installing default web page? It is because I will be then creating a target group. I'll be registering this instance in my target group, and through that target group I'll be creating a load balancer, and that load balancer DNS I'll be actually associating it with my Route 53, and after associating my load balancer with Route 53, I will take that domain name and I'll paste it in the web browser. Then I'll be able to see the particular default web page that is running here. So let me install Apache 2. I'll hit enter, and now my Apache 2 will get installed. Now let me go back. Let me go straight away to the target group. Let me create a target group. So here I will create a target group. So let me create a target group. I'll not do any other changes because my machine is at default VPC only. So I'll go here. This is the particular machine that is running. I will select it. I'll click on include as pending below. After that, I'll create a target group. So after creating a target group, I'll create a load balancer. I'll basically create an application load balancer. I'll click on create load balancer. I will create an application load balancer. So here I'll give the name application load balancer. Application load balancer, I'll give it a name. After that, I will map it to every availability zone that is being available. And after that, I will choose the security group. I'll go back to my instance. I will check what is the security group that is being attached with my machine. So I'll go into security. I'll launch wizard 23 is being attached. So I will give launch wizard 23. Okay, so here it is. I'll select it. After that, I'll choose the target group that I just created. I'll select the target group. After creating that, I will click on create load balancer. So now my load balancer will be created. So in the meantime, let's go to Freenom. So you can try creating an account in Freenom, because if you are having an account in Freenom, then you can get a free domain from the Freenom. But getting an account and getting a free domain from Freenom is not that easy. If you want to get a domain name, then either you can go for some paid domain name providers, like you can go to Hostinger or you can go to GoDaddy, and there you can get the name. Let us say if you have created an Freenom account, how to get it? You can go to services and you can click on register a new domain. And here you can type a particular domain. If I am typing here, let us say, and if I am searching here the availability, so if it will be available, then I should get it. Yeah, so it is available. So what you have to do, you have to click on this checkout. You can see that basically this is free of cost. You can basically check this. You can click on checkout. After that, you can, from here you can choose the period, that is of 12 months free. After this, you can click on continue, and if you click on this continue, then you have to give the permission and you have to click on complete order. Once you do that, then you will be getting this particular domain. But I will be not doing it because I already have a domain. So once you get this domain, you have to come to my domains, and once you come to my domain, like this, a particular domain will be visible to you. So I already have this domain shubh.tk, so I'll be using this particular domain name for the purpose. Okay, so after this, let me go back to here. So okay, so my load balancer is still in provisioning state. So in the meantime, let me go to here, go to Route 53, and here what we have to do, we have to create the hosted zone. Okay, but before creating hosted zone, we need to understand few things. Let us first create it and then we will look in. So I have to give the particular domain name. So I will go back to here. I will take this domain name. Let me click on manage domain. So this domain name, you have to copy it. Once you copy it, you have to come back to here, paste it here. After that, if you want to give any description, you can give it, and the type that I will choose here is publicly hosted, so that it is available to me from all over the internet. And after that, I'll click on create hosted zone. So once you click on create hosted zone, then what you will be getting, you will be getting the name servers and start of authority record. So now let us understand what is this start of authority record. Basically, it stores the information about your name servers, about the from particular servers from where your data is coming. The SOA will contain that information. And what is your name server? Name server is basically your top level domain server that direct the traffic to the content DNS. Okay, so that is the work of your name server, or you can also think like name servers are like availability zones. We will be looking in that how to use this basically name servers that we have been given. So what is the significance of this name server? You can have this name server, you can take it and you can paste it in your particular route in your domain name, and then it will start redirecting the thing. But before doing that, what we have to do, we have to create a record. So now the thing comes is that what is a record? So if we will go into creating a record here, the record that we will be creating will be a record. So what is the particular use of this a record? A record basically stands for address record, and this address record is used by the computer to translate the name of a domain to an IP address. So that is what the use of your particular a record. So let us say if you directly want to connect your particular domain name with your instance, then how you can do that? You can just come to here, and all you have to do is to paste the public IP of your machine. So if I will go here, this is my machine that is being running. Let us say Ubuntu. If you want to connect it, how you can do it using Route 53? You just have to take the public IP address, you have to copy it, and after copying it, you can take it and here you can paste it and you can do the things. Okay, but in this particular demo, we will be not doing it. What we will be doing, we will be trying to connect our Route 53 with our application load balancer. So here you have to, first of all, you have to select this alias option. After that, you have to click on route traffic to. So where we will be routing our traffic, we will be routing our traffic to application load balancer. We have to select it. After that, we have to choose the region. Basically, Route 53 is a global service. So we have to choose the particular region where our load balancer is available. So mine is available in North Virginia. So I'll select it. After that, I have to choose the load balancer. So this is the load balancer that is being available. So let me show you. If I'll go back here, and if I will refresh it, you can see this is the application load balancer having this thing. And if I go back here, so this is the one application load balancer 140 USELB. The same is also visible. 140 ELB all is also visible here. So I will select it. After selecting it, what I have to do, I have to click on create record. Now the record is being created. Once the record is being created, what we have to do, we have to copy this name servers one by one. We have to copy this name servers one by one, and here we have to go back to our domain. We have to click on management tool, and here we have to go into name servers. After moving into name servers, we have to click on change name server. Once we click on change name server, okay, so it didn't came up. Let me click on again. Okay, so here let me go for the custom name servers. After that, we have to paste the name server one by one. I will select it. I'll come back here. I will paste all the name servers that is being given to me. I'll come back to here. After this, I'll click on change name servers. Okay, so you can see the changes have successfully saved. So now if I'll take the particular name server and if I'll paste it here, then I should be able to see the default Apache 2 web page that I have installed in my machine. So that thing we can see. So this is how our Route 53 works, routing policies. So the very first routing policy that we will be discussing is simple routing policy. So what exactly happens in here? So we'll be having a single server performing all of the desired operations that needed to be done. But if you are using a simple routing, then there are a lot of disadvantages that you can face. You cannot basically choose the options like the weighted routing, or you cannot go for the latency based routing. You cannot do if you are using the simple routing policy. Apart from that, if you are using the simple routing policy, then you also get a particular thing that if your particular single server goes down, then it will be very tough for managing the things apart. So now if we will look into the other routing policy, that is the failover routing policy, what exactly happened here. So there will be you can say two servers working simultaneously, and whichever servers will be healthy, to them only the routing will be done. Let us say if my first server is healthy, then to that only it will be routed. And if my second server, now if my first server is not healthy and now my second server is healthy, so it will be basically sending the particular routing to that only. So you can say it is a sort of a active and passive routing that is being done here. Now if I will look into the routing policy that is of weighted type, so what exactly do here? Let us say if there are two of my machines, so I can basically signify that okay, to whom majority, or you can say to whom the particular traffic should be routed. Let us say if 3 traffics are coming, I can basically route 2 of my traffic to the first instances, and the last one I can route it to the other one. So you can basically give a weight. Okay, if 10 request is coming, 6 should go to my first instance and the other 4 should go to my last instance. So that is what you can do. You can basically put a weight upon the things. We have also seen this particular thing while doing the load balancer. So now if I will look into the another routing policy that is depending upon the latency based. Let us say if there is a particular user trying to access a particular website from Singapore. So now it sends a particular request to access the particular website. Now let us say there are 2 servers running. One is running in Mumbai and one is running in North Virginia. Then the latency will be calculated from which particular server, if we are sending the data, will take you can say more time. Let us say if the particular data is taking a lot of time from the Mumbai, and if then we will check okay, what is the other closest particular server that has been available who can send the data. So then if we come up to the North Virginia and see that okay, it can provide faster accessibility of the data to the user, then we will be choosing that option. So that is what we do in our routing policies. We will check where we are getting the less latency, and upon that only we are going to work. So now if we will look into particular routing policy and our last routing policy, that is geolocation routing policy. So what exactly happens here? We can basically put you can say put a case that okay, if any of the particular from a particular location. If the particular request are coming, then to whom it should be directed. Let us say if the particular request is coming from the India, then it should be only going to the particular IP address. We can specify if any of the data is trying to access any data in India, then all of those requests should either go to the Delhi, you can say Delhi region, or it can go to the Mumbai region. So that thing we can specify in geolocation. So basically we can bind a particular user to the servers that we only want.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is auto-scaling in the context of cloud computing? Your options are a feature that automatically resizes your computer monitor display, a process for automatically adjusting the font size in an application, a cloud computing service that automatically adjusts the number of compute resources based on traffic and demand, or an automated tool for optimizing website content. Please mention your answers in the comment section. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
How an application can be deployed on an architecture or cloud like AWS. So we will not be getting into coding today. What we will be discussing is if we have an application at hand and if we have defined some features that we want, how to enable those features using a cloud infrastructure like AWS. So that is something that we would be going ahead with today. Okay, all right, guys. So let's get started now. So first things first, let's discuss what we are going to do today. So we are basically going to discuss the website architecture on cloud, which probably Netflix will have when they have deployed their application. So let's get started. So let me just share my screen with you guys. Okay. So guys, what we will be doing today is something on the lines of this. So what we are going to configure is we are going to have a URL, a URL like this, which every one of you will be able to go to, and you will be able to see the website that we will be deploying on the cloud. Okay. So for example, let's take the example of netflix.com. You will see when you go to netflix.com, you're automatically routed to the Netflix website, right? You do not know where that server is hosted. You do not know, about the nitty-gritties of how it is working. But all you know as a user is if I go to a particular URL, I can see the website on the browser. So similarly, we are also going to do, the same thing today. I told you the output, but I'm going to tell you what goes behind, making an architecture like that possible. What goes behind you going to a URL and then being able to access a server is something that we are going to discuss today. Okay. Now, if you talk about, the cloud architecture at a very high level overview, this is what, what we are going to accomplish today. So from the security point of view, all our web servers, all our databases that we are going to deploy today are going to exist in a network which cannot be accessed, by internet. So this network, this particular rectangle that you see over here, it will not be able to access by the internet. That is, you and me from our computer, we will not be able to access these servers. Okay. Then we are going to create a network which will be accessible by the internet, right? And that is where we are going to have a component like load balancer, right? What does a load balancer do and everything, I'm going to explain you in a while, right? But this is the network architecture that we are going to deploy today. So we are going to have a part of a network which will not be accessed by the internet. We are going to have a part of the network which will be accessed by the internet, and then we are also going to have a component which is going to be a URL with which we will be able to access our servers. Okay. Now, there is a very important thing to understand over here, and that thing to understand is, how basically, uh, you know, uh, why security is important when you are dealing with applications which exist on the internet, right? For example, you can have all the security in the world for your application. It could be password encrypted, right? It could have key pair which can be attached to it, but some way or the other there's always a hack to access some machines, right? So how we as cloud architects, how we as application architects can ensure that something like hacking, something like phishing, something like somebody else taking over your application does not happen when you are dealing with the application which is available to the whole wide world, right? People like you and me, probably we will not be able to understand when something is password encrypted. Like for example, your laptop, if it's password encrypted, people like you and me cannot go ahead and get inside the system. But there are security researchers which exist out there. There are people who are technically so sound that they can actually hack into your system even if you have a password attached to it. Now, when you think about it as an architecture's as an architect's mind, the first thing that you might want to solve is not giving access to your system to anybody on the internet. Okay, now what does that mean? So let's say, if somebody is able to crack the password of a server, what if I don't give the access of the server to that person itself in the first place? So in that case, he will not have access to the server itself, and he will not be able to crack the password also. Okay. Now, how do you stop someone from accessing a particular computer or a server, right? What if you cut the internet, internet connection to your computer? If someone is trying to hack your computer and that person does not have physical access to your computer, right? How will he hack it? If you cut the internet connection off of your server, how will someone go ahead and hack it? So that is my point over here. So to solve that, or to basically be relevant to what I just said, what we are going to do is all our applications, all the websites, servers that we are going to have, all the databases that we are going to have, we are basically going to deploy it in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay. So now the next question that you might ask is, then how will we access a network which does not have internet access from outside, right? For example, if you go to netflix.com, you're able to see that website, right? Why are you able to see that website? Because you have, or that website, or the server which is having that website has internet access, correct? So how will we ensure that we do not have access to our servers, but at the same time, if somebody wants content from our servers, we are also able to deliver that on the internet? Is something that we are going to solve using this cloud architecture. Okay. So we are going to have a component which is going to be called as an AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Okay, which is going to be in a network which can be accessed from the internet, and then we are going to have a URL which is going to point to this load balancer, which we are going to have deployed in a network which can be accessed by the internet. Okay, now you might have multiple questions right now. So before we move on to the next slide, I would like to address those questions. But if it is about how will we do it, I will be telling you in a while. But if anything is not clear with respect to what I've just told you, please let me know and I'll be answering all your queries. Any questions? Any questions, guys? So Ehsan is saying, so we have to get to both network and also to the server. So no, Ehsan, what I meant was that our website is going to exist on these orange icons that you see. These are nothing but servers that we are going to deploy today. Right? And these servers will be deployed in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay, I will show you how that is possible using cloud. But these will be basically part of a network which will not have internet access, so that people from the outside are not able to access them, right? And at the same time, when we go to this URL, we would want to access these servers. And this URL will obviously be on the internet, right? So it might sound a little confusing because you guys do not have background on cloud right now, but it will be more clear as we move along. Okay, so everyone has an idea about what we have to accomplish today. So Devashish is saying customers use website by NAT gateway. No, Devashish, that is wrong conceptually what you are saying. In order to use the server, which is second rectangle, Asan is saying, yes. So this second rectangle is basically going to be a network which will not have internet access. So Ganesh is saying difference between cloud and server. So Ganesh, cloud is nothing but the company which has infrastructure on it, which has their own infrastructure, right? When I say infrastructure, they have millions of servers on their side. Now, what you can do is on cloud, you can deploy a server, right? So on cloud, when I say, so let's say AWS has millions of servers with them. Now you tell AWS that I want one server. So that server, you are basically using it on AWS cloud, right? So cloud is nothing but the company who owns millions of servers, right? And you as a customer, what you do is you go to their website and you request for one or two or 100 servers out of those million servers to use. Okay, so that should be the difference between cloud and server. Venkata Raghunathan has a question: how safe are our projects in AWS? So it depends on Venkat how well you deploy your architecture. If you have a sound knowledge of what you're doing, then I don't think it should be a problem of how safe your projects are on AWS. Vignesh is saying, in general, how many VMs are required on real-time scenario to host a service or website like Netflix? Well, it doesn't depend on the number, Vignesh. For example, let's say you have a 16 GB machine, let's assume, and I have an 8 GB machine, and I'm talking about RAM. So the kind of applications or the kind of concurrent applications that you can run on your machines is obviously more than what I can run on your machine since you have a 16 GB machine, right? So how many VMs are required? It all depends on what is the kind of configuration that they're running on each servers of theirs. Okay, and it also depends on the kind of traffic which is coming on to their server. So let's say their application that they run, for each customer their application needs around 16 to 20 MB of RAM. So in that case you can do the maths that let's say if they have an 8 GB machine, right, and they have let's say around 100,000 users concurrent at every time who are watching the Netflix platform, what are the kind of servers that they would need? Okay. Hari Krishna is saying if there's no network connection, then how we are going to access them? Exactly, Hari Krishna, you are bang on. So there is a way to do that, and I will be explaining it to you how you can do it. Nagaraju is saying not accessible server we are keeping in DMZ cloud or on-prem. So Nagaraju, everything is going to be on cloud. Nothing is going to be on our system or on premise, right? So that is something that we are going to go ahead with today. So Amit is saying when you say not accessible by network, it can still be accessed by LAN. Yes, Amit, it can be accessed within the network, but it will not be able to access from outside the network. That is something that we are going to discuss. So Ayush is saying, can I use this link from any device? Which link, Ayush? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Ashish is saying, do you mean all the servers in the second are in DMZ or inside firewalls? Ashish, everything is going to be on the cloud, right? Everything is going to be inside firewall. So everything that you deploy on cloud has a firewall attached to it, right? But we are not going to control it via firewalls. We are basically going to convert it via, networks. So we're going to understand that how. So Ganesh is saying if they don't have internet connection, how they're going to work. So Ganesh, I'm going to show you in a little while. Okay, so Vijay is saying server down means Vijay, server down basically means that server is not working. That means that is what server down means. So Raju is saying thanks for the introduction. Can we start the lesson? It's 8 p.m. already. So Raju, as soon as the questions stop coming, I will be going to start the class. But it's important to clear everyone's doubt, right? I cannot just go ahead. Devashish is saying which databases big companies like Netflix use. So Devashish, let's hold on to these kind of questions. If there is anything that you want to understand from what I've just told you, please go ahead and ask. If not, we can just take these questions at the end of the session as well. Okay, so Anaga is saying if you want to access these servers from second rectangle, then how can we access? So Anaga, I'll be telling you that in a minute. Ujjwal is saying how can we auto scale? I'll be showing you Ujjwal that also in this session. Ujjwal is saying auto scale on CPU metrics or how we can use business or other metrics. So Ujjwal, it usually is the CPU metrics, but let's hold that question because not everybody will be able to connect to what you're saying. Okay, guys, so if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and start. So what I'll be doing is, first of all, let me go ahead and show you how a network like this is possible, where you do not have internet connection in one part of the network and you have internet connection in the other part of the network. Okay, so first of all, guys, for people who are completely new to cloud, let me give you a brief intro as to what you have to do. So first of all, you have to go to a website called aws.amazon.com. Okay. Now, what is this website? This website is basically a cloud provider. Okay. This AWS is a company which gives you the service of cloud. Okay. Now, what is cloud? Cloud is nothing but it's a company which rents out systems. For example, right now you are watching this session probably on a laptop or a desktop or a mobile. Okay, so let's assume you're watching it on a laptop or desktop. Now that desktop or that laptop is owned by you, right? So now let's say tomorrow you want to launch a website. Now, your system configuration has around 16 GB of RAM, let's assume, and you have around i5 or i7 CPU. So the kind of website that you're launching will be used by a lot of people, obviously. Now, when people use that website, obviously, since it's hosted on your laptop CPU percentage will go up because your laptop now has to process a lot of requests. And soon your laptop will completely be used. It'll have 100% CPU usage, it'll have 100% RAM usage, right? And then you will have to buy another laptop so that you can distribute the traffic which is coming onto your laptops for hosting your website. Okay, but if you have to buy another laptop, that basically means you will have to invest around 60 to 70,000 rupees again, right? And then only you can divide the traffic among the two laptops that you will own. Now the problem over here is, let's say money is not a problem for you. Problem over here is that it will take a day or a two for your laptop to come. Second of all, you will have to manage everything, that you will have to have a 24/7 internet connection working at wherever you're working from, right? You will have to have 24/7 electricity so that your laptop is always charged, it's always working, your internet is also working if if electricity is required to the modem, right? So all these things you will have to ensure. And while you're managing all these things, you are actually not able to work on your application itself, right? So that is exactly why a cloud provider was introduced, or a cloud provider as a business was introduced. Now what a cloud provider does is, it says that if you don't have money to buy a server, or if you don't have money to buy a system, what you can do is, I have millions of systems with me. You can ask me for the configuration that you want, and I will give it to you. You don't have to buy it from me, you just have to pay me the rent for using it, right? And that is what the cloud platforms are. So cloud platforms, they give us systems to rent from, right? And you can rent them on a per hour basis, right? And the per hour basis price is as low as 3 or 4 rupees per hour. Okay, so that is how cheap servers are for you when you take it from cloud. Apart from that, cloud also gives you the guarantee of having 24/7 uptime, which basically means they will take care of their electricity needs, they will take care of your internet needs, they will take care of ensuring that the hardware is not getting any kind of fault. For example, let's say your laptop, from which you're hosting the website, right? Tomorrow some short circuit happens in your laptop, and suddenly your website is now down. So these kind of problems will not come if you're using cloud servers, because they guarantee that they will ensure that their hardware is up and running 24/7. So that is why companies use cloud. That is why companies are using cloud platforms for deploying their applications. Why? Because they do not want the headache of buying hardware, maintaining it, ensuring the infrastructure around it, right? So that is what cloud is. Now, having said that, what we are going to do today is, again, we are not going to use my laptop to host a website. I'm going to use a rented server from AWS where I'm going to deploy my website. And we are going to deploy an architecture like this using the cloud resources, using resources which will be given to us on rent. Nothing is going to be owned by us. Okay. Now you would have a question over here. All right. So if you are saying that they will charge me on a per hour basis, so if I want to practice this on my system, will I be charged? If I want to go to AWS and I want to deploy, let's say some servers, will I be charged? So not at all. So whatever we will be doing today is not going to cost you at all. So AWS as a cloud platform, it gives you a very good deal for all its new customers. What it says is, when you first sign up on AWS, you get access to a free usage that AWS grants you. So AWS says, if you're launching a server which has 1 GB RAM and 1 core of CPU, then I'm not going to charge you for it. You can launch it for free, right? And we are today going to try and be under that free tier and deploy our application, so that everyone who is there in this session can plan it, can actually run their application, can try it out, whatever you are trying in this session, and understand how cloud usually work without even getting charged for a single rupee. Okay. So this is an introduction to what cloud is, guys. So any questions that you have with respect to what is cloud, you can ask me right now. If not, let's go ahead and then I'll show you how you can use cloud to deploy servers. Any questions? All right. If there are no questions, let's move ahead. So first of all, you'll have to sign up on AWS. I'm going to skip that step. I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to sign up or create an account on a website. Do that. And when you do that, you can then sign up or you can just sign into your AWS Management Console. Okay, so let me just quickly log in. And when you have signed up on the cloud, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. This is how your dashboard is going to look like. These are all the different kind of services that AWS offers, and we are going to make use of some today to do what we have to do. All right, great. So now that we are on this management console, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a service. So when you want to deploy any kind of server, if you want a machine from AWS, the kind of service that you have to make use of is called Elastic Cloud Compute, right? So the short form of this is EC2. So you will have to make use of a service called EC2. So EC2, you can choose, you can go to all services under compute, you will find the EC2 service, just click over there. And this is the management console that you will get. Okay, now my job is to deploy a server. I will do that, but first I need the network that we were talking about since the past 15-20 minutes. We need the network ready first, where we will be deploying our servers. Okay, so the EC2 service is for deploying your servers. Now for getting your network or deploying a network on cloud, there's again a service, and that service is called VPC, which is called Virtual Private Cloud. So we are going to type in VPC, and you will get isolated cloud resources kind of a service over here. Just click over it, and here you can deploy the kind of network that you want. Okay, so now let me brief you about what we are going to do. So first of all, whenever you talk about networks, guys, networks, the word network is can be a very big architecture, but networks have subparts to it as well, which are basically called subnets. So if I have let's say your office network, so you guys must be working in offices, you might be in colleges. So your office will have one network. Then in that one network, you will have, let's say, a network for the HR department. You will have a network separate for the developer department. Then you will have a separate network for, let's say, your leadership team. So everyone will have different access to the different part of the network, and every network will have its own access. Okay. So first of all, let's deploy the big network. Let's deploy a network for our whole application, right? And our whole application, I'm not restricting it to say that this whole network will have internet access or not. This is the overall network that we are deploying right now. And inside this network, then we are going to create subparts where we are going to uh, uh, define the functions that each subpart can have. For example, some parts will have internet access, some parts will not have internet access. So that is something that we are going to do now. Okay, so first let's go ahead and create a network. For example, let's create a network for your office. So let's call this network as Netflix. Okay, this is where all my resources are going to be. So I'm going to name it as Netflix, and let me give an address. So everything that you deploy on a network has an IP address. For example, right now, if you're accessing the internet, your computer has an IP address. Why? Because you are connected to a network which is called internet. Similarly, if you are connected to your office network, you also need to have a separate IP address which will make you recognize on that network. Okay, so now what we're going to specify in this IPv4 CIDR block is the range of IP addresses that I'm going to have. That is, let's say if your computer connects to my network, what is the kind of IP address which will be assigned to you? So let's say I specify over here that anyone who's trying to connect to this network will have an IP address which will look something like, let's say this. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here. So here in this range, so your IP address will always begin with 10.1 and then this number will change according to what your network configuration is. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here, and this range is where my application is going to be deployed in. Okay, so let's click on create, and what you have now done is you have created an office network, or you've created a network for your application. Okay, now inside this network I'm going to create subparts. Okay, because some resources I want to give internet access and some resources I do not want to give internet access. So let's see how we can go ahead and specify that. Okay, so I have created a network called Netflix. Now inside this network, let's create some subparts. So for creating the subparts to a network, what you do is you create subnets. Okay, so I'm going to click on subnets. So let's create some subnets for my Netflix network. So I'll click on create subnet. Let's say what I'm creating right now is for a network which is going to have internet access. So let's call all the networks which will have internet access as public, and all the networks which will not have internet access as private. Okay, so let's call this network as public. And when you're deploying servers in AWS, you can deploy it in many data centers. Okay, so right now what we are dealing with is the Oregon region. So Oregon is basically a place in the US where AWS has many data centers. And how many data centers are there? There are almost 4 data centers that you can choose from. So let's create a public subnet in 2A data center. Okay, and let's call this public subnet as 2A. And this subnet will be deployed obviously inside my main network, which is Netflix. So let me select that, right? And it is going to be deployed in the 2A data center. And let me specify the IP address range, which is going to lie obviously between this particular IP range that I specified earlier. This will be the IP range where I will have my resources will be assigned the IP address from. Okay, so let me specify it as 10.1.1.0/24. So these numbers that you see /16, they basically denote a range. 20, if I specify something called as /24, that's a smaller part of a range which is /16. Right? For example, if I specify, so just assume it like this, if I specify /16, there are going to be around 65,000 IP addresses that I can give using this range. Okay. Now, when I specify something as small as /24, I will have an IP range of around 256 to 256 servers. Okay, so this is what this number means. So more on this you can actually understand later, because if I try to explain you how IP addresses, how ranges work, it will take a little more time. But and it's easy to understand. You can just Google it out and you will understand it. But for your understanding, I'm telling you that this range is a part of this particular IP range. Okay, and this range we are assigning to our public 2A subnetwork. Okay, so let's create it. And mind you guys, I'm not defining the features of this network yet. I'm just defining that I'm creating these inside my main network. Okay, so I've just created public 2A, which is basically a part of my Netflix network, and it is deployed in the 2A data center. Right, similarly, let me create one more subnetwork. Let me call it as public 2B. This is going to be a part of the 2B data center. It is going to also have internet access. It is going to be a part of my Netflix. What do you say? It will going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? And the range is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, let's go ahead and create it. Okay, so now what we have done is we have created 2 subparts in the data center 2A and in the data center 2B. Now let's go ahead and create private subnets which are not going to have internet access. So let's create them. So let's call this as private 2A. It's going to be part of my Netflix main network. It's going to be a part of the 2A availability zone. And this is going to basically have this IP range. Okay. Now, similarly, let me create a private 2B as well. /24, and let me go ahead and create it. Okay. So, okay, there's a small change over here that I'll have to do. So once you have deployed it, guys, you can verify if it has been deployed in the correct data center or not. For example, private 2A has been deployed in 2A data center. That is great. But when we talk about public 2B, it has again been deployed in 2A data center itself. So what I can do is I can delete it quickly and I can create public 2B once more. Okay, so let me create public 2B, and VPC is going to be my Netflix network. It's going to be part of my 2B network, and this is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, so now I have private 2A, I have private 2B, I have public 2A, I have public 2B deployed, and these should be now in the respective data centers. If I've named it 2A, it's in 2A. If I've named it 2B, it's in 2B. If it's in 2B, it's in 2B, and 2A is also there in the 2A data center. Great. So I have my network deployed. Now let me go ahead and define their functions. So what I've decided is my public subnets will have internet access and the private will not have internet access. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first I need internet connection to my network. So how can I give internet connection to my network to these public subnets? Let me go ahead and tell you. So for example, if you need a Wi-Fi at your home, or if you need internet at your home, what do? You contact an internet service provider. They basically bring a modem to your home, and then that modem you connect to your Wi-Fi router, and by connecting to your Wi-Fi you're able to use your internet, right? Similarly, if I want to give internet to my network, what I'll have to do is first I will have to go ahead and request for something called as a internet gateway. So let me create an internet gateway. Let me call it as Netflix network internet gateway. Let me create it. Okay, so it has been created, and now you see it in a list. So I've created the internet gateway. Now I will attach it to my Netflix network. So here you can see, you can find something called as attached to VPC. Let's click over here. Let's select the VPC that we want to connect to, which is Netflix. Let's select it, and let's click on attach internet gateway. Okay, so my internet gateway is now attached to my network. Okay, but still the resources that are going to be in my network, they will not be able to access it. The reason for that is whenever you deploy a resource in a cloud, it is not directly deployed in the main network that you created. It is always deployed in a sub part of the network, which is basically nothing but the subnets that you created. So the subnets that you have deployed, you have to configure them to connect to this internet gateway. Okay, now internet gateway is part of your network, but your subnets are not knowing about that internet network. So in a simpler way, if I were to tell you,
You have Wi-Fi at your home, but you are not connected to your Wi-Fi. So your laptop does not know if it can connect to that Wi-Fi or not. Okay. So what I'll be doing now is I will go ahead to something called as route tables. So route tables basically specify which IP addresses can connect to a particular resource in the network and which IP addresses cannot. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you guys how the route table is basically going to be configured. So right now, there is one route table which is automatically created for your Netflix network. Let's call this route table as the internet route table. So whichever subnets or whichever part of the network are going to be connected to this route table will have internet access. And let's create a route table which is called non-internet route table, right? And let's also deploy it in the Netflix network only. So this route table that I have created over here is going to have all the resources which do not have internet access. Okay, so to this non-internet route table, let's go ahead and attach the subnets which will not have internet, and to this internet route table let's attach the subnets which are going to have internet. Okay, so first let's attach subnets to the internet route table. We'll click on subnet associations, and here as you can see there are no subnets attached to it as of now. We'll click on edit subnet associations and we will attach all the public subnets where we need internet to this route table. Okay, so now the route table have been attached, the subnets have been attached to this route table. And now what you will do is you will specify a route to the internet gateway in this route table. And then what will happen is all the subnets which are connected to this route table will be able to see that internet gateway. Or in other words, whichever laptop is at your home will be able to connect to that Wi-Fi. Okay, so let's click on edit routes. Let's click on add a route. And here, let's say everyone in this network should be able to connect. So when you have to say everyone, you give a destination or IP address like this. Okay, so all the IP addresses which are there in this subnet should be able to connect to my internet gateway, which is this, right? And let's click on save routes. So now what have we done? Let's revise. So we connected two subnets to this route table, which basically I named them to be public subnets. And these public subnets, I have given a property to them that they can connect to the internet by using an internet gateway. Okay, is everything clear till over here, guys? Any questions that you have? Okay, so Samiran is saying, are you using the free tier account? Yes, Samiran. So this is not a free tier account, Samiran, but all these settings that I'm doing right now, they're all going to be, a part of, what do you say? It is going to be a part of the free tier. So you don't have to worry about it. Whatever I'm doing, you can also do, and you will not be charged whatever you have to do. So Ehsan is saying, even if you are located in a different region in the world, is it still 10.1 IP address? So Ehsan, the network that I've deployed, it's basically deployed in the Oregon region. So this is the region that I'm working on right now. I'm working in the Oregon region. So in Oregon region, the network that I've created, no matter which data center that you connect to, if you are a part of my network, you'll always have 10.1 IP address. So Nagraj is saying public 2B is not assigned availability zone, so I did that. So Raju is saying clear explanation. Okay, great, Raju. Hari Krishna is saying, did the internet rule table got created the moment we had created an internet gateway? No. So Hari Krishna, whenever you create, a network, automatically a default route table is created for you, right? But you can go ahead and create more route tables which can be attached to your network as well. Okay. Ujjwal is saying, how can we connect the public and private subnets? Good, very good question, Ujjwal. I'll tell you in a little while. So Hari Krishna is saying how to know that which CIDA ranges we can use. So you can follow the same formula which I told you, Krishnan. When you specify a subnet, an IP range which is ending with /16, that means you are specifying a range of 65,000 IP addresses. Okay, but when you increase the number, so let's say if you give /24, that means now you have reduced your IP address range. So what I've done is I created an IP range which said 10.1.0.0, where 0 and 0 can be anything, right? And then what I did was, while I was creating the subnets, I replaced the third value in the IP address. So I specified 10.1, and instead of 0, I specified a digit. So that digit is now going to be fixed, and only the zeros can be changed, right? So with that, I specified what ranges are going to be a part of the other subnet that I have deployed. So you can, if this is confusing for you, you can use the same ranges that as I've did, and it should be not a problem for you. Okay. Ujjwal is asking how can we communicate between the two subnets. Ujjwal, like I said, I'll be explaining in a little while. Shri Ganesh is saying how to put data in subnet. Ganesh, please be with me. I will be explaining in a little while. Ashish is saying, can we limit the number of IP addresses that can connect to public networks? Yes, Ashish, you can do that. So right now what I've done is I've specified 0.0.0/0, which means each and every IP address can connect to the internet. If you want only specific resources to be able to connect to the internet, what you can do is once you have deployed your resources, you will get their IP addresses. Just specify that IP address over here, and only that IP address will then be able to connect to the internet gateway. I hope that answers your question. So Hari Krishna is saying, are these CIDR ranges region specific? So whenever you deploy a network, Hari Krishnan, in AWS cloud, it is always specific to that particular region. So right now I have deployed it in the Oregon region, right? So all these data centers in Oregon region can basically, have resources which are going to be a part of the network that I have created. But let's say I go ahead and I choose, let's say, the Mumbai region, right? So Mumbai region will not be able to deploy a resource in this network. I hope that answers your question. Okay, any other questions, guys? Can we move forward? Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, let's move ahead. I hope everyone is on the same page, guys. Anywhere, if you feel something is not clear, let me know. All right. So now that we have one network which is going to have internet with us, and the other network which is not going to have internet with us. Why this does not have any internet? Because I've not specified any connection to the internet gateway, and I will also show it to you in a little while. Now, a very good question which Ujjwal asked me was, let's say I have some resources, in the public subnet, okay, and I have some resources in the private subnet. So how can they communicate with each other, and if yes, how? So let me answer that question for you, Ujjwal. So when you create route tables, automatically, the route table that you have created, it has a rule in it which says all the IP address ranges of that network, they should be able to connect to the local resources which are there as part of that route table, right? What that means is the internet route table, it has two subnets, right? It has public 2A and public 2B. So when I say that these IP addresses, if anyone is requesting anything from these IP address ranges, right, they should be able to connect to all the resources which are part of the subnets which are connected to this route table. In other words, anyone in this network, through this rule, what I'm defining is anyone in this Netflix network, if they have been assigned an IP address, they can interact with the resource which has been deployed in the public subnet. Okay. Similarly, if you have a look at my non-internet route table, here also I have defined that anyone who is a part of the Netflix network can connect to all the local resources which are going to be there in my private subnet. Okay, so this is what I have specified from my router. Does that answer your question, Ujjwal? Is it clear to Ujjwal and to everyone that all the resources that I'm going to deploy in the Netflix network, they will be able to communicate with each other because they are part of the same network? If I were to give you an example of this, let's say inside your home network, your laptop is connected to your Wi-Fi, right? And your mobile is also connected to your Wi-Fi. So if you want, your mobile and your laptop can communicate with each other even if your Wi-Fi router is not connected to the internet. Okay, if you remove the internet line from your Wi-Fi router, and you will not be able to use the internet, that is for sure. But what will now happen is, if two devices are connected to the same Wi-Fi router, you will be able to talk to each other. So let's say on your system, you create a shared folder, and you try to access that shared folder from some other laptop which is connected to the same Wi-Fi. You will be able to interact with each other. Okay. Similarly, all the resources which are a part of this network, the Netflix network, they will be able to interact with each other. So Hare Krishna's this means we can access public subnet from private subnet. So Hare Krishna, yes, the resources which are there in the public subnet, I can talk to them, I can do a two-way communication with them, right? But if I want to connect to the internet, I will not be able to do it from the private subnet. Okay. So Ujjwal is saying once repeat. Okay, Ujjwal. So I'm saying that in my route table, I have specified, or this rule is automatically specified, which says anyone who is connected to this IP range, they can talk to all the resources which are there, deployed in the subnets which are associated to your route table. For example, this is the non-internet route table, and this will have the private subnets or private networks connected to it. So anyone from this IP range, where is this IP range? This IP range is nothing but your Netflix network IP range. Anyone from this IP range can connect to your resources which are a part of your private subnets and can talk to them. But only the resources which have these IP address will be able to talk. No other resource. Is this clear? Okay, guys, is this clear to everyone? Right? Are we all clear with what we have done as of now? So we have created a network. We have created some subparts of the network. Those subparts, some parts have internet access, some parts do not have internet access. But irrespective of the fact whether they have internet access or not, they all will be able to talk to each other. Is this clear with everyone? Okay, Hari says yes, he's clear. Thanks, Hari, for the kind words. Others, are we all clear with whatever I've just explained? Please be a little responsive on chat, guys. Otherwise, I will not understand if you guys are actually able to follow me or not. Is everyone clear? Ganesh says he's clear. Thanks, Ganesh. Ashish, yes. Aradhna, yes. Thank you, Aradhna. Nagaraju says local network. Do we need to create any firewall rules? Yes, Nagaraju. So there are some firewall rules that we can create, but we have not got to them as of now. Just let me know if whatever I've explained to you is clear. Praveen says yes. Okay, so thank you all for the confirmation. I can see a lot of you have said yes. Thank you all. Now what I'll be doing is, so I think I'm not connected the subnets to my non-internet route table. Let me go ahead and connect. So I'll just click on actions. Sorry, I'll go to subnet associations of my non-internet. and let me connect the private subnets to it. So private 2A and private 2B. Let me connect. Okay. So now I have the two route tables configured and I have my network configured in the fashion that I've just explained to you guys. And now one final setting that we will have to do is we will go to subnets. Now the resources which can talk to each other on the internet or which will basically have internet access, they will need a public IP address as well. If they don't have a public IP, be outside from the Netflix network will not be able to talk to them. Okay, so how do we configure our resources which are being deployed in the public subnet to have a public IP address? This is a small setting that you have to do. So you will be clicking on your public subnet. You will be going to actions. You will have to go to modify auto assign IP settings. Click on enable auto assign public IP for address and click on save. So now all the resources which are going to be deployed in public 2A are going to have a public IP address. Public IP address is basically an address which can be reached out from the internet. Okay, all the 10.1 IP address ranges that I specified earlier are basically going to be a part of the local network, that is the Netflix network. But when we talk about the internet is also a network, right? So internet also has its own IP addresses which are given to people when they want to connect to each other, right? So for example, if I am connected to the internet, if I go ahead and see what is my IP address, this is the IP address that I have, right? And this IP address is basically given to me by my internet service provider. So similarly, if I want to deploy a resource on AWS which is connected to the internet and to which I want to connect to, it should have this public IP address. Okay, so that is what we have configured, that all the resources in my public 2A will have a public IP address, and even in public 2B, I will specify that they can have a public IP address. Okay, great. So now all the resources that I'm going to deploy in public 2A and public 2B will have an IP address. And now we can simply go ahead and go to my service EC2, which we talked about earlier, which is going to rent me servers. I will go to that service. And let me deploy some servers now. So what I'll do is I'll click on running instances. And let's click on launch instance. Okay. So the moment you click on launch instance, now let's see what are the kind of options that we see on the screen. So now when you want to rent a server from cloud, the first thing that you need to decide is what is the kind of operating system that you want to run on that server. Okay. So let's say I want to run a Linux server. So let me select Ubuntu. I want to run the Ubuntu operating system on my server. Okay, so I'll select it. And now it will ask me what is the kind of processor, what is the kind of RAM do you want for your server. So here's a list that you can select for. Now, if you want your server to be a part of free tier, you can see this green highlighted text over here which says free tier eligible. Select that. It will give you 1 core CPU and it will give you 1 GB of RAM. Okay, let's go ahead and click on next. Next thing it will ask you is what network do you want to deploy this resource in. So I want to deploy it in my Netflix network, right? And since this is going to be a public instance that I'm deploying, because first what I want to do is I want to configure my server that I'm deploying on AWS, and later I'll shift it to a private network where we will not be able to access it from the internet. Okay, so I am going to deploy it in the public subnet as of now, and what I'm going to do is rest I'm going to leave everything at default. I'm going to click on next. Now it will ask me what is the kind of space or what is the hard drive space that I want for my server. So when you deploy a Linux server, it has minimal requirements. So a Linux server with 8 GB of RAM will work. 8 GB of storage space will work. So I'll just click on next again. And now this is the place where people were referring to, will it have any firewalls? So when you talk about firewalls, you basically are referring to security groups in AWS. Okay, so my instance will basically, or my servers will be governed by a firewall, which is called security group. And I can create a firewall or I can choose an existing firewall as well. So when you create a new network, what happens is automatically there's a firewall which is created, which is basically called the default firewall. So it's called the default VPC security group. Okay. If you select that firewall, what are the kind of things that you can configure over here? Let's see. So first of all, what you can configure is the kind of traffic which is allowed in this firewall. Okay. So right now it says all traffic is allowed. Good. What protocol is allowed? All protocols are allowed. Okay, so we'll have to restrict this firewall in a little while. We'll do that. What port range is allowed? Any port from any traffic is allowed. Okay, and who can connect to this firewall? Only the people who are part of this security group can connect. So this we will have to change, since I want to connect to the server to configure it. So I will have to put my IP address over here in the source. We'll do that in a little while. But for now, this is the firewall that you all were referring to, right? And this is something that we are choosing as default over here. You can create it as well. If you create it, you will again get the same options, but you will have to configure them. Okay, so let's click on review and launch. And now you can just review all the settings that you have done. If everything looks good, you can just click on launch. Now, AWS as a security option, it does not give you a simple password-based authentication to your server. What it gives you is a file which you can use to connect to your server. Okay, so that file is basically called a private key file, which you will have to download from over here, right? So I have a file that I already created. It's called Mac Oregon. So I'm going to select that. I already have it on my system. If you don't have it, you're creating it for the first time, you will have to choose create a new key pair. Let me create it since we are doing it over here. Let's specify as Netflix demo. This is the file that I will be using to authenticate to my servers. Once you specify the name, just click on download key pair. This will be downloaded to your system, and then later you can use it to connect to your server. Okay. Now I click on launch instances. And with this, my server has now just been launched. Okay, and I've launched it inside a public subnet. Okay, now before I move to the next screen, if there are any questions, I'll be very obliged to answer them. So let me just check. Balu is saying EC2 is one way of launching VMs. Are there any other way we can launch a Linux instance using AWS services? So Balu, AWS is basically one service which gives you servers. It gives you general purpose servers to launch, but the other services that are there in AWS, they are very specific to the kind of server that they will give you. For example, we are going to make use of a database server today, right, later in this session. So if you want to create a database server, you can create it with EC2 as well, right? You can launch a Linux instance. On that, you can install your server and on your database, right? And then it becomes a database server. But what AWS also gives you the flexibility is that, let's say you do not want to do all this hard work. What you want is a database server itself. So AWS has specialized services in its management console, which basically gives you a server which is pre-configured. And that is about each and every service which is there in AWS, right? So the different kind of methods that you can launch servers, this is the most common method which is used. But let's say you do not want to configure your server yourself, you want AWS to configure it, then there are different services in AWS which you can choose. which will give you specialized servers. It could be a database server, it could be a web server as well, it could be a serverless architecture as well. So everything is given to you, but it will be pre-configured by AWS. So those are the different kind of ways that you can launch servers. Hope that answers your question. Altaf is saying, are these steps what we have done will be charged? No, Altaf, these will not be charging you if you do this, whatever I've done so far. Okay, so Hari Krishnan is saying the default security group we selected, was it specific to the VPC we created, or is it default for all VPCs? So it is specific for the network that we created. That was Netflix, right? It is not common to all VPCs. Okay, so Nagaraju is saying the free tier you have created, how many days it's free? It's free for 1 year, Nagaraju. But let me give you a limit as well as to how this free tier operates. So every month you have 24 into 30, that is, you have 720 hours in a month, right? So what AWS tells you is you can run a server for 720 hours in a month for free. That means if you launch one server, if you run it for 30 days and you don't never stop it, you will not be charged for anything. But the game changes when you launch two servers. So if you launch two servers, then the number of hours for those servers are counted independently. So 1 hour of those two servers accounts to 2 hours of AWS counting with the 750 hours limit. In other words, if you launch one server in AWS, you can run it for 30 days. If you don't stop it, it will not charge you. If you run two servers in AWS, you can run it straight for 15 days without getting charged. Why 15 days? Because now for your 1 hour, there are two servers which are running, right? And those two servers have the different pricing which is running on them per hour, right? So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So if AWS tells you that you can run 750 hours worth of servers in a month, 720 hours worth of servers in a month, right? But it depends on how many servers you run. So if you run 3 servers, then that 15 days time will reduce to 7 days. So it's always a good idea to stop the servers once you're done with them. So if you stop a server, right, in that case you will not be charged. Right now the servers are running, so there's also an option to stop them. So the moment you're done with them, just stop it and you will not be charged. So that is how you can be under the free tier. Okay, so Ashish is saying we are able to connect to EC2 via key pair only, or other options available. Ashish, by default you can connect only via key pair, which we downloaded. There's no other option available. Okay, are there any other questions, guys? Any other question that I can answer for you? Cool. If there are no more questions, let's move ahead. Okay, so now I've just launched a server, right? And this server is now a part of my public subnet, which means this has internet access. So let's see what all things we have available for this server. So let's call this as Ubuntu server. Okay, so this has a public IP address. Great, I can use this IP address to connect to this server, right? It has the private IP. Private IP is basically the IP which is given inside the network. So as you can see, the range is 10.1, which is exactly what we specified, right? It is a part of the 2A data center, which is good. The firewall attached to it is default, so we will have to change the default rules for this firewall. And others you can verify whatever you configured, exactly those configurations you can see for your server over here. Okay, now what I'll be doing is I will be selecting the security group, which is the default security group, and let me change the settings over here. So first of all, I'll be changing the inbound rules. So the inbound rules of my firewall right now are these. So let me change this. So I click on edit inbound rules. And now, first of all, let me tell the server that only I can connect to it. So I will specify my IP. And as you can see, this is my IP address that has been specified. So only my system will be able to connect to this server. And right now you can see this is the public IP that has been attached to my firewall. Okay, so any kind of traffic from my IP address will be allowed to this server. Okay, so this is the setting that I'm specifying right now. I'll click on save rules, and this setting is done. Now this will be changed later when we will be deploying our full stack application, but for now this is the IP range that I have specified. Okay, now I'll go back to my dashboard, go back to my server, select the server that I want to connect to. So this is the Ubuntu server. So you will notice I have some other servers, EC2 demo, which have been created over here. So this account is used by a lot of people. So you don't have to worry about the other servers which are being launched. Just select the server that you want to use. So in my case, it's Ubuntu. Now I'll be connecting to it. Okay. So this is the IP address that I'll be connecting from. Let's copy it. And now to connect to it, I will make use of my terminal. Okay. Now here is something that will be different, that can be different on your system. What is different on mine? So I am using a Mac operating system. So I have something called as a terminal, right? So this is a bash terminal that I'm going to use to connect to my server. Okay. Now, when you might be on a Linux, sorry, you might be on a Windows system. So in that case, if you want to connect to your server, you will have to basically make use of a software called Putty. Okay. So there's a software called Putty, which will basically make you to connect to your server, right? So what we basically make use of is the SSH protocol to connect to a Linux server. So this tool, the Putty tool, will help you connect to your server using the SSH protocol. So just click on the first link that you see. You can see it says you can download Putty over here. Just click over it. And here you can download, the Putty version. So you have to download the 64-bit version. In case your processor is 64-bit, if you have 32-bit architecture, then you will be selecting the 32-bit version. Okay. Once you download it, there is one more software that you have to download, and that is called Putty Gen. Okay. Download this as well on your system. Now, once you have Putty Gen and Putty downloaded, what you have to do is, you remember the key pair file that you got? This is the PEM file. This is the key pair that you got, and this is only for Windows system that I'm telling you right now, guys. So this PEM file is not compatible with your Putty software. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to convert this PEM file into PPK, and that can be done using this Putty Gen software that you will be downloading. Okay. So how you can use the Putty Gen software? Let me show you some screenshots. So this is how your software is going to look like. You don't have to enter any values in key comment key phrase. So what I'll do is, okay. So this is how your Putty Gen will look like when you open it for the first time. So what you have to do is you have to click on load. Okay, it will open a dialog box. Select the PEM file that you downloaded, click on OK, and then click on save private key. Okay, what this will do is it will save a PPK format file on your system, and that is basically the file which you will be using now to connect to your server, right? So PEM files are compatible with Linux systems, but PEM files are not compatible with Windows systems when you're using the Putty software. So you have to convert it to PPK. Okay. So with that done, once you have the PPK file, next you will be opening your Putty software. So your Putty software will look something like this. Okay, this is the UI that you will get. So the IP address of your server will go over here in hostname. So this is my Ubuntu server. This IP address will go over here in this dialog box, the hostname. Okay. So once you put the IP address over here, next what you have to do is you have to click on SSH, right? And once you open SSH, you will find something called as auth under it. Click on auth, and then you will get a browse window over here. Okay. So if you click on SSH, you will click on auth, you will get a browse button over here. Click on this browse button, select the PPK file that you downloaded earlier, and then all you have to do is click on open. That's it. So once you click on open, you and I will be on the same user interface as what I'm going to show you as of now. Okay. So this is the only difference that is going to be there while I am doing this demo and while you will be doing this demo. So first step, you have to convert PEM to PPK using the Puttigen software. Put the PPK file over here in browse section of SSH auth, and then put the IP address over here by going to session, click on session, put the IP address over here, and finally click on open, right? So now a terminal will open just like this, and then I'll tell you what has to be done from there. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is, let me pass in the command. So this is the command that you will be using when you're on Linux. Okay, so people who are there on Linux, first you have to go to the folder which will basically have your PEM file, then pass in this command. So ssh-i basically means the server that you want to connect to. Sorry, the PEM file that you want to connect to. This is the PEM file that I'll be using to connect. And then now people on Putty, you will see a dialog box which will ask you for login as. It will ask you for username. So if you have launched a Linux machine which has Ubuntu operating system, the username would be Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu @ now when you just have to specify Ubuntu, hit enter, you will be logged in. People on Linux, you have to specify username @ of IP address of your server, and then hit enter. Okay, so it will ask you whether you trust this server. This will also be the same for people who are going to work on Windows. You have to type on yes, hit enter, and Windows people will be able to connect then and there to the server. People on Linux will find this kind of a warning which will say unprotected private key file. Okay, so you will have to pass in a command sudo chmod 500, which are basically going to change the permissions of your file, right? And then just change it with 500, and this should do the trick. Now pass in the same command, and there you go. I have connected to my Ubuntu server on AWS. So people who will be doing it on Windows, you will also see the screen as you are seeing right now on my screen, right? And this is how you connect to a server which is deployed on AWS. Okay, so let me see if we have any questions. So Raju is saying, is it enough if we stop or it has to be terminated? So Raju, if you are working under the free tier, it is enough if you stop the server. You will not be charged. But people who are not under the free tier, you will be charged for the storage. So the hard disk that is there with your server, it is not deleted if you stop the server. So you will be charged for the hard disk. But people in the free tier, your hard disk space also has some limits, which will be basically available under the free tier. So if you're choosing the 8 GB option, I think if you stop even 2 or 3 servers and don't use them, you will not be charged anything. Okay. So Ganesh is saying, why are you using Ubuntu instead of Windows? So Ganesh, when you are working in production systems, right? When you are basically, even if we let's talk about, the session today, which is about deploying an application like Netflix. So all of them, they use Linux systems only when they are deploying applications, and the reason for that is Linux basically takes up a very few amount of resources for the whole operating system that it has to run. And when you compare it to Windows, Windows takes up a lot of resources to run. Okay, because Windows also has a lot of features. So to minimize the cost of the resources that you're using, every company prefers to launch their applications on Linux operating system. And that is exactly what we are also going to do. Surendra is saying, how can we connect to AWS server through local window or Linux command line? So this is exactly what I've done, Surendra, right now. So I have connected my local machine. This is my MacBook. So I've connected my MacBook to the AWS server using the terminal, right? So this terminal, what I have commands I have passed is going to be the same for any Linux operating system that you use out there. For Windows, I've told you you can use putty to connect to your server. So I hope that answers your question. So Ashish is saying, can we create different users that allow to connect to EC2? Yes, Ashish. So if you are sound with Linux, now that you're connected to this server, you can do anything with this server. It's now yours. If you want to create more users, you can go ahead and do that. You can do anything with this server now. It's up to you. Okay. Nagaraju is saying PEM file is a secure key or cloud server. Yes, Nagaraju. So the cloud server has given us a PEM file, which is basically a private key. So I don't need any password. If I have this file, only then I will be able to connect to my servers. If I don't have this file, I will not be able to connect to my servers. So it's basically a replacement for having a password, because password generally gets leaked, right? If you are typing in a password, somebody might see what you're typing on the keyboard and they might get to know what your password is. So instead of that, if you have a file through which you're connecting, and given the fact that you are not going to share this file with anyone, nobody else would be able to connect to your server. Okay, so that's why it's a little more secure when you compare it with having a password. Okay, so Mupai is saying security group inbound rules. Can you show once? Yes, Mupai, I'll show you in a little while. Okay, so let me show you the security group rules. Mupai, 1 second. So these are my rules, Mupai. So I have enabled every kind of connection from my MacBook to the server that I've just connected to. Okay, great. Now that we have connected to our server, what I'll do is I will basically make it a web server, and then once our website is ready, we will deploy it in my private subnet, which is not going to have any internet access. Okay, so when you want to create a web server, first thing that you have to do is anything that you want to install on a Linux machine, first you
launch config.
Okay, so I'll just type in sudo apt get update. It'll take like a minute to update the machine, or even less than a minute. So it took 10 seconds to update the machine. Now what I'll be doing is, so this is the command that I passed to update the machine, sudo apt get update. Next thing that I'll be doing is I will be installing a web server. So sudo apt get install Apache 2. So this is a web server which is now getting installed. Okay, so I'll just choose yes. Okay, so web server is now being installed. And after this, we'll do a very cool exercise, guys. So you will be able to see that if I go to the IP address of my server now, so I'll just type the IP address over here in the browser. You can see I can able to access this page in my browser. Okay, but let me do one thing. Let me give this IP address to you guys, and then you can tell me whether you are able to access them or not. So I'll just put this IP address in the chat. Let me know if you are able to access this IP address. Can everybody go to that IP address and tell me whether they're able to access it or not? So Raj says he's not able to access. Okay, Raj. Others? Harikrishnan cannot access. Okay. Okay. Can you guys tell me why you are not able to access it? Can anybody tell me? Okay. So Deepthi has given me a right answer. Others? Nagaraju also has given me the right answer. Raj also has given me the right answer. Okay, I think everybody is on the same page. So yes, guys, because in this firewall that is in the security group, I just specified that only my IP address can connect to it. Okay. Now, if I change that, let's see what happens. So I'll just go to the default security group, which is this. I'll change the inbound settings. And okay, I think I'm not in the right security group. 1 second. So let me change these inbound settings. And now let me allow anyone to connect. Now, can you guys confirm if you're able to access your machine or not? I mean, this web page or not in your browser? Okay, Hari can access, great. Nagaraju can access, Altaf can access, great. All right, awesome. So since everyone is able to access now, you can now understand how this firewall basically works. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, guys, I'm gonna basically go ahead and define a web page over here. So let me show you how we are going to go ahead and define our web pages. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, this is the architecture that we are going to deploy now. So I will have a separate web page for streaming servers. 1 second. So I will have a separate web page for my video page, and I will have a separate web page for my home page. Now let me show you why we are going to do like this. So let me go ahead and open the website called netflix.com and just see what is the behavior. So if I go to netflix.com, I automatically go ahead and get routed to netflix.com/browse. Okay, and if I select the account that I want to use, it's still the URL over here. It's netflix.com/browse. So netflix.com/browse is taking me to the homepage of Netflix. I hope everybody is clear here. Okay, now what happens if I play a video? Okay, so let me play this series over here. So now what you can see is the URL changed to netflix.com/watch, and then you have some numbers over here, which probably would be the numbers for your video. Okay, so you have connected to netflix.com/watch. 1 second. You have connected to netflix.com/watch in order to get to this page where it is playing this video. Okay, now let me show you what happens when you play some other video. So I'll again click on back. Let me play some other video. So let me play, let's say, this Space Force. Can you still see? It's still netflix.com/watch, and then you have these numbers which are after this URL. So these numbers basically are referring to the video which is playing on this page, but this page is same all the time. The page is always netflix.com/watch, which is basically referring you to this video player. And then to this video player, what you're doing is you're providing this number, which is basically now going to play the video that you are launching over here. Let's see if we remove the track ID, what happens. Okay, so this is the number which is associated to the video that you are playing, right? And this is the page that you're going to. You're always going to netflix.com/watch. So if you go to netflix.com/watch, you open the video player, and to that video player you tell, okay, so this is the video that I want to play, and that is what is being played over here. So let's see if I just type in watch, what happens. Okay, you can see they have routed me to something else because they do not want me to just access the web the video player. So when I go to netflix.com/watch, they basically reroute me to some other URL. But you now understand the working of Netflix. What they do is, if you go to netflix.com/browse, they are routing you to the home page. And if you go to netflix.com/watch, and some video ID if you specify, it will take you to that video which is being played. Okay, so now let's see how we can mimic this architecture on our system. So what I'm going to do is, if I go to netflix.com/home, I will be taken to the home page. And if I go to netflix.com/stream, or let's make it watch. So if netflix.com/watch, if I go to, it will take me to the video player. Okay, so this is something that we are going to configure now, and this we are going to do using the AWS infrastructure. Okay, so before we move on, guys, let me see if we have any questions. Okay, so Ujjwal is saying streaming and web page, can we assign SSL certificate to ELB? Well, Ujjwal, you can do that, but SSL certificates will only improve the security. So my point is to basically show you how this particular mechanism is done on AWS. So I'll be showing you that. So he's saying I'm talking about production. So yes, on production you can do that. In production you can, all you have to do is on your server you should have an SSL certificate which is going to enable HTTPS connections, right? But since if you might already know that SSL certificates are you have to buy SSL certificates. You cannot just get them like that. So we are not going to make use of SSL certificates today, but we are going to mimic the mechanism that I just showed you. So Devashish is saying, do we need to attach load balancer to Route 53? Yes, Devashish, we are going to do that. Actually, I've not reached that step yet. I'm just still talking about, the URL based routing that we are going to accomplish in some time. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Is everyone clear as to what we have to do? Is everyone crystal clear as to what we will be doing right now? Any questions? Anaga says yes. Thank you, Anaga. Others? Radna says yes. Thank you, Radna. Others? No queries. Thanks, Hari Krishnan. Okay, thank you. All right. So if everybody is clear, let me go ahead and show you how this architecture is basically going to work. So first of all, let's create a home page. Let's create a page that we will be routed to if you go to /home. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is my web server where I'm able to go and see this page. Let's change this page to look like a home page. So what I'll do is, so once you have an Apache 2 server which is running, you can go ahead in this path /var/www/html. and this will have a page called index.html. Okay, so this index.html page, if you change this, your HTML will change over here. Okay, so for now, let me first delete this index.html page, and now let's create a new index.html page which says, let's say, welcome to home page. So I will create an HTML page which will, this is a very simple HTML code that I'm writing over here, which will says welcome to the home page. Okay, so this is what I've created, and if I refresh over here, you can see it says welcome to the home page. And even you guys, if you refresh, you will be able to see this particular web page which says welcome to the home page. Okay, so Surendra is saying how to minimize streaming. Surendra, I didn't get your question. If you can rephrase your question, I think I can, understand what you're trying to ask. Okay, otherwise, guys, now if you go to the IP address that I gave you earlier, you should see this page, welcome to the home page. Now, our web page, our web server, our home page is now ready. And now what I'll be doing is, I'll be deploying this inside a private subnet. So let's see how we can do that. So for doing this, I will first go to my dashboard. And this is the server that I created. So let me create a copy of this server first. And then that copy, I will deploy it in the private subnet that we created earlier. So I'll just select the server that I created, click on actions. Then you have something called as image. So let's create an image. Image is nothing but it creates a copy of your server which can be deployed multiple times in. So we'll create an image. Let's call this image name as homepage, home, Netflix-home. Let's specify this. Right? Let's click on create image. And now my image is getting created. Okay, and that image will basically have this web server already deployed. Great. So now that it is happening, I think it will take a minute or two to create that image, and you can see that image in the under the image section in AMIS. So if you go to AMIS, you can see that a Netflix home image is being created, and it is in the pending state as of now. So I think if we refresh it a couple of times, you can see it will change to available. So let's wait. So while this is happening, let me explain you how the other things are going to work out. So as you must have noticed, right? So if you want to have a home page which is going to be separate, and if you want to have a watch page which is going to be separate, you will be dealing with two servers, right? And if you're dealing with two servers, you obviously will have two IP addresses, right? But as you can see from the behavior of the Netflix website, the URL always remains the same, right? Only the web page is changing. So how do we accomplish that? So we can accomplish it by having a common medium in the middle, which can connect to both my watch page and my home page. Okay, so this resource, which is the elastic load balancer that we're going to deploy in a minute, is going to have a URL which is always going to be the same. And this load balancer we can configure to understand if the URL is /watch or /stream, it is always going to route my request to the streaming servers. Whereas if my request is /home, or let's say just / or just no URL at all, in that case it will be routing my request to the home page. So this is possible using the elastic load balancer, right? And this is something that we are going to go ahead and deploy now. Now I think we are ready to now understand how our architecture is going to be deployed. So now what I'm going to do is all my servers, they are going to be a part of my private subnet where I do not have internet access, right? But as we have known from the previous from our previous understanding, we know that everything within a Netflix network will be able to interact with each other. Okay, so in my Netflix network, I have a public subnet, I have a private subnet. So private subnet does not have internet access, public subnet has internet access. So in my public subnet, I'm going to deploy my load balancer, right? In my private subnet, I'm going to deploy all my servers, right? And these servers can only be accessed by the load balancer and nothing else. Okay, nobody else will be able to connect to these servers directly. Only through my load balancer, they will be able to access my servers. And this is a very good architectural practice when we talk about having security for our servers. Why? Because you can control which protocols can you interact with in your load balancer. For example, let's say a hacker wants to go ahead and make use of servers. They want to pass some commands as I did on this terminal. Okay, so if you want your load balancer to restrict that, your load balancer will only allow HTTP traffic. What is HTTP traffic? HTTP traffic is the traffic that you get from your web browser. So only the web browser's traffic will be enabled through your load balancer. If somebody is trying to pass some command, if somebody is trying to connect through some other protocol, it will not be allowed. Okay. And even in that case, your load balancer will only allow some URLs. So only if you type in /home, you will be allowed. If you are typing something else, you will not be routed to my server. That again is a very good security aspect, that if your URL is pointing to netflix.com/home, only then you will be reaching my home server to access that content. You cannot access my content and from any other medium from that particular server. Okay, so this is how you can restrict hackers or restrict attackers from accessing your server, and it's a very good architectural practice to have your architectures deployed like this. Okay, so let me see if you have any questions with respect to whatever I've just explained. So Ehsan is saying, why did you have to create an AMI? So Ehsan, if I did not create an AMI, I will have to go inside, the server which will be there in the private subnet to configure it to have, the required software installed and the other software configurations. But I cannot do that obviously because no internet access is given to the resources which are there in the private subnet. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an image which has every bit of the software installed in it, and then I will just deploy that image inside the private subnet. In that case, I do not have to connect to it directly. Okay, so that is why I'm doing it. So Ujjwal is saying, how do we manage the private subnet server? So Ujjwal, we don't have to manage them, right? Because the reason being, we have created an image and we'll be directly deploying it over there now. So we don't have to manage them from our system. But one thing that we can do is something called as a bastion host. So a bastion host might sound a very big name, but all a bastion host is that it is a proxy server. What is a proxy server? If I want to connect to instances in the private subnet, can somebody tell me how can I access it? Can somebody tell me if I have to connect to a server from my local system to this server which is there in this network, how can I connect to it? Given I have access to my AWS management console, given I can deploy as many resources that I want, is there a way that I can connect to this server for passing a command. Can anybody tell me how we can do that? Okay, so Ganesh is saying which condition the elastic load balancer will allow access to private server. I will show you in a little while, Ganesh. Prasad is saying, are we not using S3 for storing the video or media files? So Prasad, we can do that, but right now we are focusing more on the architecture. So we're not getting into implementation details. So I hope that answers your question. Ujjwal is saying, is Bastion host the best solution for connecting to your private servers, Ujjwal? Yes. So Devashish is saying, what we put in private subnet exactly, and what is the another port you were telling that restrict to access? So in a private subnet, whatever you see in this rectangle, Devashish, we'll be deploying that. So we will be deploying, the servers which will our home page and a streaming page inside our private subnet, right? Our home page and a streaming page will then be able to access it through the load balancer, which will be deployed in the public subnet. So this is the architecture that I explained you. Altaf is saying, I have him having the below issue. If you can suggest, it will be great. Otherwise, please proceed. So it says no. So Altaf is getting an error. Not supported authentication methods available. So Altaf, you have not selected the PPK file in the SSH option of your auth. So select that, then put in the IP address, and then click on open. That should resolve your doubt. Okay. Ujjwal is saying Git or AWS CLI. Okay. So Hari is saying, please repeat the question. I'll do that, Hari. Nagaraju is saying using proxy to connect. Okay. Nagaraju, you're right. Proxy to connect. But how will we do that architecture? How will we create that architecture of connecting it, to the servers that they're deployed in a private subnet? Is something that I'm trying to ask. Mopa is saying allowing a route in the route table, we can connect to the private server. There is an easy way, Mopa, also. So just think on the lines of how your load balancer is accessing your are accessing your private servers. Just think on those lines, and you will be able to crack the answer. Ramesh is saying NAT gateway, not no Ramesh, not NAT gateway. Okay, so can anybody guess it? Okay, so Parveen is saying first connect public network server, from that server connect to private network. Okay, so Parveen has given me the right answer. So what I'll have to do, guys, is this rectangle over here is my public subnet, right? So what I'll do is I'll deploy a server over here, which will have internet access. I will connect to this server from my system using SSH. Now, once I'm inside this server obviously can access every resource which is a part of the Netflix network, right? So using this server, I will then SSH into the private servers that I have in the private subnet. Is everyone clear with what I have just told you? Any doubts in what I've told you? I will deploy a EC2 server over here in the public subnet. That subnet will have, that EC2 server will have access to all the servers which are there in the network, right? Even if it's private or public. So then what I will do is once I'm inside this server which is there in the public subnet, I will SSH to the server which is there in the private subnet. Does that make sense? Is everyone clear? So Altaf says yes. Okay. Hari says yes. Ganesh says no. Okay, Ganesh. So you can tell me what is not clear. I'll be happy to answer. Surendra says yes. Raj says yes. Anaga, Ramesh. Thank you for the confirmation, guys. So Ganesh, let me repeat it for you. So this rectangle over here is my public subnet. Is this clear? Ujjwal and Amit are also saying repeat. I'm going to repeat it, guys, for you. So this rectangle is my public subnet. Is this clear to you? Okay. Okay, great. So Devashish is saying, but why we need to do this? Public will be exposed to hacker. So Devashish, we are going to do this just to configure. So somebody asked a question. If I have to configure my servers, if I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, how will I do it? So I will deploy a temporary server in the public network. I will connect to it, and through that I will connect to my private server. So this is just for maintenance, right? And only for that reason I will be deploying that server, nothing else. So Nagaraju says someone hacked Netflix public server, they may get access to the other server. You're right, Nagaraju. But like I said, it is only temporary. When I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, I'll be doing this. Other than that, I'll not be doing it. Okay. All right. So, okay, let me get back to what I was explaining. So this is my public subnet. Everyone understands this. And this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay. So this rectangle has internet access. This rectangle does not have internet access. This is the rectangle where my private servers are going to be deployed. And this is the rectangle where I'm going to have a public server deployed, which in this case, I have also deployed a Ubuntu server. So I've deployed it inside a public subnet. Okay. Now, do you guys agree that whatever I'm going to deploy in this rectangle or this subnet is going to have access to resources which will be deployed in this rectangle, which is the private subnet? Does everyone agree with that? Okay, Nagaraju says yes, Hari says yes. Ganesh, do you agree with that? Ujjwal, Amit? Okay, everyone has said yes. Amit, I'm waiting for you. Okay, Amit says not sure. So Amit, as I said earlier, we are inside one network, the Netflix network that we created, right? That is the big network that we created. Inside that big network, we created small networks, which were public and private. Public had internet access, private did not have internet access. Okay. So all these resources which are a part of the big network, which is Netflix, all the resources can talk to each other. Is that correct or not? Do you agree with that, Amit, or not? Okay, Amit says yes. All right. So now because they can talk to each other, now imagine this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay. And this rectangle is my public subnet. And what is the difference that I told you between the two is the public subnet has internet access. The private subnet, it does not have internet access. Okay. So if I connect to a server which is there in my public subnet, right? Because I'll be able to connect to it. Why? Because it has internet access. If I connect to a server in the public subnet, I can then connect my private server through this public server, right? If I connect to this Ubuntu server on my terminal like this, and then in this server which is there in the public subnet, if I enter the SSH command again, and I enter the IP address this time, the private IP address of the private server which is deployed in the private subnet, will I be not be able to connect to it? Okay, so Amit says yes. So Amit, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell. If I have a private machine which is deployed in this private subnet, if I have to connect it from my machine, what I'll be doing is I'll be launching a machine in the public subnet, and through that, I will be connecting to it. Okay, it'll be more clear to you when I do it in the terminal. So Devashish is saying, do you mean to say in real-time scenario, we do not have any public machine? They use only private machines? Yes, Devashish. So every big MNC, right, which are dealing with a product which is accessed by millions of people, every day, right? And if they are following the right security best practices, none of their servers will be exposed on the internet. It will always be inside a private subnet. So that is what I am trying to tell you. Okay. All right. So coming back, now we have our homepage image ready, right? Now let's create an image for our streaming server as well. So what I'll do is, again, let's create one more image from this server itself. Let's again go back to this directory. Let's change the index.html, and this time let's say welcome to the streaming page. Save it. Okay, and now if you go to this IP address, you will see it will now say welcome to the streaming page. Okay, and now let's create an image out of this as well. So again, we'll go to EC2. So in our Ubuntu image, we'll go to image, we'll go to create image, and let's call this image name as Netflix stream. Okay, so now the image will be created for that as well. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and launch my home page in my private subnet. Let's see how we can do that. So I'll click on launch instance, and I will choose my AMIs over here. I'll not choose any operating system now. I'll just choose my AMIs. And now I will choose the Netflix home image, which I created earlier. Let's select it. I want to launch it in the free tier server. Everything is going to be the same that we did earlier. Just that now I will be selecting a private subnet which I'll be deploying it in. So I'll be choosing the private 2A network. Let's deploy it over here. And this is our home page that we're deploying. Security group, we will select again the default security group. And we're going to restrict it. Don't worry about that. We're going to restrict that security group. And let's choose the same key pair that we used earlier, Netflix demo. Acknowledge that we have it and click on launch instances. So this is now getting launched in US West 2A. It's going to be launched in the 2A data center. This is basically now called Netflix-home. This is the home server that you have launched, home page that you have launched, and it will take a little while. And as you can see, it is now running. Now, if you have a look at the settings of this server, you will see that it will not have a public IP address, right? Why? Because we deployed it inside a private network, right? But it will have a private IP address. But this private IP address can only be reached out within the network. It cannot be reached out from outside of the network. Remember this, okay? So this is the IP address that we will be connecting through from our public instance, which is nothing but this instance that we connected to earlier. All right. Okay. So we have launched our home page. Now let's go back. Let's see if our streaming page is ready. So even streaming page is now ready. Let's launch this as well. So I'll just select the streaming image, click on action, click on launch. This is another way of launching it, right? This is the server that I want to launch. I want to launch it under the free tier. It will be deployed in the Netflix network. And this time I'm going to deploy it in private 2B data center. Okay. Everything else going to be the same. Security group, I'll select the default one. Click on review and launch it. select the same key pair that I selected earlier, acknowledge that I have it, click on launch instances, and with this, my streaming page has also been launched. Okay, great. So now I have two servers which are now deployed inside private subnets, and as you can see, I do not have a public IP address over here. Okay, and hence I will not be able to access them from the internet. These are not having any internet access, and I will prove it to you in a little while. Okay, so I have the home page which is now running. I have the stream page which is now running. I have, let's name it as proxy server. So I have a proxy server which is running in the public subnet, which has internet. Now what I'll do is, using this proxy server, I will be connecting to this home page and the stream page server. So let's see how we can do that. So first we need to copy the PEM file that we have on this proxy server. So let's copy it. So the way you can copy it is, use a command called SCP, which is called secure copy. So first you will have to authenticate yourself using, the proxy server's PEM file. Then you will have to specify the file that you want to copy. So the file name is again this PEM file I want to copy, right? Where do I want to copy it? I want to copy it on the proxy server, which is this IP address. And I want to copy it in this particular file location, which is /home/ubuntu. Hit enter. Since I specified sudo, it is asking me for my computer's password. Specified that. And now the file has been copied successfully. So now if I SSH into my server again, you can see that the file has been copied, netflix-demo.pem. It has been copied onto my proxy server or my public server that I launched earlier. Okay. Now people on Windows, if you want to do the same, what you can do is follow a simpler method. You can download a software called FileZilla. Okay. So FileZilla helps you to copy files from your local system to your specified server, right? So you can use this software to connect to your server and copy files. How you can use it, I will request you to just follow a small tutorial on YouTube and you will understand how to use this tool. It's very simple. Okay, so let me see if I have some questions. So Nagaraju says static PAT need to configure this for private servers. Static private address, is that what you mean by PAT? Nagaraju, can you explain me what PAT means? But I don't need to configure any static addresses for my private servers, Nagaraju, because my private servers, the private IP that they get, they're already static. They are never unassigned from those servers if, let's say, I'm not using them. If let's say I'm not detaching them manually. Even if I stop the server, if I restart the server, it will always going to be the same. Okay. Kirti saying any feedback link, sir. So Kirti, I did not understand. You mean the feedback for this session? For the feedback for this session will be available once this webinar is ended. You can use it to give feedback. Raju saying you created AMI from public. Will it bring the enable auto IP feature to private instance? No, Raj, it will not bring it because that feature is basically enabled on AWS. On AWS configuration. It is not enabled on the server's configuration. So as you might understand, a public IP address is an external resource to the server, right? So your server will not get the public IP address. Don't worry about that. So Harikishan is saying, is this similar in Windows as well? So Harikishan, like I said, you can use the FileZilla software for copying the files. Devashish is saying we can use FileZilla to copy. Yes, Devashish. Nagaraj is saying port address translations. So port address translations will not be required, Nagaraju, when you want to connect, and it will be more clear to you as we progress in doing this hands-on. Anaga is saying, can you please repeat the step in short once again? So Anaga, what I've done is I use the scp command. If I can show you. Okay, so I use this scp command to copy the PEM file from my system to the remote system that I have on AWS. So this is what I've done. And once I did that, I can see that it's now available to me, and now I can use this file to connect to my private servers. This is what I've done. Ashish is saying, sorry to ask, what does AMI mean? AMI basically means, Ashish, Amazon Machine Image. So Amazon Machine Image basically means the machine that you launched. If you want to create a copy of it, you create an AMI for it. That is what AMI is. So Mupa is saying Ubuntu server is not able to connect to .ppk file in North Virginia region. So Mupa, what is the exact error you are getting? If you can tell me that, I can help you further. So if you are using a Linux instance, I do not understand what you mean by I tried with a Linux instance instead. So if you did not launch Ubuntu, in that case, your username will be EC2-user. It will not be Ubuntu. So Altaf is saying, how can we install software in private subnet instances? So Altaf, that's why we created the image. So our image already had the softwares installed, right? So we do not have to install it in the private instances again. Okay, that's why we created the image and then we launched it inside the private subnet. Okay, great. So now that I have the PEM file on my server, guys, the next thing that I will be doing is I'll be connecting to my private server. Now, where is my private server? My private server is this. Let's connect to a Netflix home server. Okay. So Netflix home server, this is the IP address, the private IP address for my Netflix home server. Let's try to connect to it. So I will be typing in SSH-I and then the PEM file, the username, and then the private IP address. So as you can see, earlier my IP was 10.1.1216. Now it has changed to 10.1.3.193. And that is the IP address of my Netflix home server. As you can see, the private IP address of my Netflix home server is 10.1.3.193. So this basically means I have successfully connected to my private instance. Now, for some of you who still have a doubt whether, if I pass this on my local machine, what will happen? So right now I'm inside the AWS server, right? But let's say, this is the terminal for my local machine. If I pass the same command over here, okay, first let me go to the folder which has the PEM file. Okay, so if I pass in the same command over here, you will be able to see it will not recognize what this address is. Can you see it's not connecting? It's not doing anything. Why? Because it does not know what this IP address means. Why? Because my local machine is not a part of the Netflix network, which is there on AWS, right? But this machine is, and that's why when I passed this command, it was able to connect to this Netflix home server. Now, what I'll do is I'll just check if the web server is running. Yes, so it is active, it is running. That means if I curl, so this is something that I'm just doing for my checking, guys. If you don't understand, it's fine. Okay, so that means my Apache server is working on Netflix home, which is great. So let me just exit. So I have exited. And now I'm back to my public server. You can see the IP address changed. And now let me log into my Netflix streaming server as well. So I'll just change this IP address to my stream server. So my Netflix stream server has the IP address as 4.167. Let's specify that. So as you can see, I have connected to my Netflix stream server now. And if we check if the web server is running over here, yes, it is running over here as well. Great. So both my servers are running fine, and I've just showed you how to, if some maintenance is required, how to do maintenance on your private machines. Right now, what I can do is once maintenance is done, I can just delete this proxy server, and then I'll not be giving any access to my uh, private machines. One thing that I forgot to show you was, let's say this is my public machine that I've launched on right now, right? This is my proxy machine that I've connected to, right? This has internet connection. How do we know that? First of all, we are able to access it from my local machine. At the same time, if I type in curl google.com, you can see that there is a response that I get, right? But if I, let's say, go to my private machine, right? And if I do a curl google.com over here, you can see that I'm not getting any response over here. Why? Because this machine does not have internet access. Okay, and this proves that. Great. Let me exit. And now that our web servers are ready, they are ready inside, a private subnet. Let's configure our load balancers to connect to this machine. Okay. Meanwhile, let me see if we have any questions. So Sri Ganesh is saying how long this session will continue. So Sri Ganesh, it will take 15 more minutes and then we will be done. Asan is saying I'm confused about proxy servers. Did we create this server? So Asan, this proxy server is nothing but the same server that I deployed in the public subnet where I created the image, right? So I'm not creating one more server. I'm just using this as a proxy server now because that is also a part of the same network, which is the public subnet. Right. So essentially, what you just need is a machine in a public subnet that you can connect to, and through that you can connect to your private machines. So there's nothing to be confused about. But if you still are, let me know. I can explain you further. Okay. So Devashish is saying how people connect to private network if you don't have public machine. Devashish, there is no way that you can connect to a private machine, and that is why it is a good architectural practice to do it. Any other questions, guys? Should we proceed? Okay, great. So now what I'll do is, so Devashish is saying only we use website page. So Devashish, nobody else will be able to use this website page also. It will be through the load balancer that people will be accessing it. So let me go ahead and show you how that architecture is, and then we can discuss if anything is not clear. Okay, so now what I'll do is, let's create a load balancer. So I'll just scroll on my EC2 console, and I will be able to see something called as load balancers over here. Let's click over it. So let's click on create a load balancer, and I will be creating an application load balancer. So application load balancer basically works on the application layer, and it basically helps us to do path-based routing, which is something that we are trying to accomplish, which is if I go to netflix.com/stream, I should be going to my stream server. If I go to /home, I should be going to my home server. So we'll be creating an application load balancer. Let's name it as Netflix-demo. This is going to be an internet facing load balancer. right? And the protocol that we are going to use is HTTP protocol. Okay, so here, as you can see, this is very important. So the only protocol that this load balancer is going to allow is HTTP protocol, nothing else. All right. Which VPC will this load balancer be a part of? It will be a part of the Netflix VPC, and this has to connect to 2A and 2B servers, private servers. So if they have to connect to private servers in 2A and 2B, this load balancer has to be deployed in public 2A and public 2B. Only then it will be part of the network, and then it will be able to connect to your machines. Okay, so what is the configuration that we did here? So you have configured your load balancer to connect to your private machines only using the HTTP protocol, nothing else. Okay, let's configure the firewall for this. So firewall, we'll be using the default firewall only, will not be making any changes. Let's specify routing now. So for routing, you will have to specify which servers to connect to, right? So right now, let's go ahead and specify a target group. Let's name it as public-server. And now let's go ahead and specify the public server IP address. So the way I can do that is by specifying the the servers that I'll be able to connect to, right? So what I'll do is target group is nothing but the set of servers that you can connect to, right? So let's specify the name of this to be, let's say this is the home page server, right? Let's click on next. And now what I can do is I can select the home page that I want to connect to. So this is the home page that I want to connect to. And let's click on next again. So this is the target group that I've just created for my home server. I'll be creating one more target group. Don't worry about that. So let me first create it and then I'll explain you what I've just done. So let's create this load balancer now. Okay, so load balancer is now created. Next thing that we will be doing is we will be creating one more target group. So we have created one target group for homepage server. Let's create one for streaming server. Okay, this streaming server will also be a part of the Netflix VPC. And now let's go ahead and click on create. Okay, so now my target group has been created. So I have a homepage server and now I have a streaming server as well that I would want to connect to. And in this, so homepage server should have the homepage server connected to it. So it is not connected. Let's connect the homepage server over here, which is Netflix home server. Let's register it to this target group, save it. And similarly, in my streaming server target group, let's connect our stream server, register it, and click on save. Okay, so both of these now have the targets attached to them. And now what we can do is now we will be specifying the rules for our load balancer. So let's go back to our load balancer. And now what I can do is so now I have to specify this routing rule, which is if I go to /stream, then it should connect to the target group of my streaming server. And if I go to /home, it should connect to the servers of my home server, the server of my home page. Okay, so let's see how we can configure that. Okay, so you will have to go to listener and then you will have to specify rules. So let's go ahead and edit these rules over here. Okay, so right now what is happening is anything which is going to this server, it will be routed to the home page server. Okay, so let's add a route over here. Let's click on insert rule and add a condition. So we'll be adding a condition for a path, and the path will be if it goes to slash stream, or let's say slash watch, right? It should then forward this request to the streaming server. All right. So if the path is slash watch, the request will be forwarded to the streaming server. Okay. If uh, if there is no path specified, it will be routed to my homepage server. If there is, let me specify one more thing. If so, let me first save it, right? And let us add one more rule. So if the path is slash home, in that case, it should forward the request to my homepage server. And now let's click on save. Okay, so now I have configured my load balancer to forward the request to my homepage server when this path is specified. So let's check if this is working or not. Okay, so I'll just go back. This is my load balancer that I created, right? So this is the URL that is there for my load balancer. Let's copy it. Let's paste it on my browser. So as you can see, I'm being routed to my home page. Now I will right now get an error if I go to slash watch. It says the requested URL was not found in this server. And the reason for that is that whenever you want to go to a particular path, what you'll have to do is you will have to specify a folder in your server. Okay, I will clear it to you in a little while. So let me first make it work and then I'll answer all your queries. Give me 1 second. So if I go to slash stream server, which is this IP address, I have to go inside this server. I have to create a directory called watch. And inside this directory, I will have to copy the index.html. Okay. And now you can see if I go to my load balancer slash watch. 1 second. Okay, so this is my streaming server. All right. And inside my streaming server, if I go to watch, I have my index.html. And let me verify my settings of load balancer. So if I go to listeners and if I go to the rules, so if slash home is there, it'll go to homepage server. If slash watch is there, it'll go to streaming server. And let me verify streaming server's IP address. Okay, streaming server target is Netflix stream and it is healthy. Okay, so now if somebody is going to my streaming server and the path is slash watch, it says it's 100%. Okay, we'll verify that in a moment, guys. Let's see what the problem is over here. So I think if we go to rules and try to edit these rules. Okay, let's try and see if this works for us. So if I'm going to /watch, yes. So the star was missing over here. So now if I'm going to my load balancer /watch, I'm going to the streaming page. And similarly, what I'll also have to do is, let me exit and let me go to my home server as well. Okay, so here as well, I will have to add a home directory. Let me quickly do that. Okay, and now if I go to my load balancer, let's say I'm going to /home, you can see I'm being routed to the welcome to the home page. And if I'm just going to the URL, then also I'm being routed to welcome to the home page. Okay, now I know that you guys will have a lot of questions. Let me pick it one by one and then I'll be answering it. Okay, Kishore says a lot of kind words. Thank you, Kishore. Ashish is saying, how do we deploy applications to private networks in future? So Ashish, for deploying application to private networks, it's going to be the same way that I showed you. We created a private subnet, right? And in that private subnet, we deployed some resources, right? So this is how you do it. Now, if you want to configure them, you will have to have a proxy server that will be deploying in a public subnet, which will then be able to talk to your private subnet. But that will be the way. Okay, so Sri Ganesh is saying, what is the function of load balancer? Sri Ganesh, load balancer basically is one single endpoint through which you can interact with a lot of servers. So that is what the function of load balancer is. Murthy is saying, any plans to show registered users versus new user accessing websites through ELB? Murthy, that will not actually, be any difference, because if you create users, that will be actually on the application. It has nothing to do with the load balancer. Nagaraju says group level strictness is off. In rules, what is it? So stickiness basically means, Nagaraju, when let's say you are connected to a server and you're uploading something over there, right? So if you have uploaded something to that server, it will not be replicated across the other servers. So when you enable stickiness for the session that you are connected to, your request will always be routed to the same server through which the load balancer has given you the first access. Because what happens is right now we just have two servers. We don't have any replicas of it. On production architectures, we have a lot of replicas of each server. So which replica to connect to, your load balancer randomly picks up one and connect you to it, whichever is available. But if you have something that you are uploading and you're in the process of uploading it, the problem is that you have to be on the same server while that process is happening. And that is what stickiness basically attends to. So Devashi is saying, why we put star in /watch? So Devashi, star basically means that anything after this URL, whatever is anything, whatever thing what you want to add after /watch, right? It does not matter. You should still be routed to the same server. For example, if I type in /watch, right, and then I can type in anything over here. So if this file exists on the server, I will still be on the watch server, not on the home server. So this is what star means. That means I can have anything after this URL, and still my request will be forwarded to that target group which has the watch servers, no other target group. That's what star basically means. So Raju is saying, won't be using Route 53. We will be using Raj. Okay, so Kishore is saying, wanted to connect with you. Okay, so Kishore, let's talk after this session. Surendra is saying, awesome and big session. Please share me recording on this email. Yes, Surendra, it will be shared to you. Nagaraju is saying, many thanks for the sessions yesterday and today. You're welcome, Nagaraju. Okay, Murthy is saying, proxy server, private subnet for UI application, private subnet for RDS will be typical config, right? It will be the same config, Murthy. Now that you know how the networks are basically configured, you can launch any resource and then you can just have to specify that that resource has to launch in a private subnet. All right. And then since with databases, the scene is that only your application will be connecting to the database. Nobody else, nobody from the outside also will be connecting to your database. So in that case, you don't have to configure anything else, right? Since your database will be going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? So your database can automatically be connected to your application servers which you have deployed in the private subnet. Okay. Altaf is saying Netflix architecture good and easy to understand. Do we have any other cloud architecture repository where we can try to implement and simulate? Altaf, not as of now, but you can just subscribe to the Intellipaat YouTube channel. So if we have something coming up, we can actually, we are actually going to publish it over there, and you will be the you'll be the right audience to get notified in that case. Ashish is saying, thanks. For example, if you have multiple servers, say 100, do we need manual SSH to all with proxy? No, Ashish. So that is why you deal with images. So I created an image, and through that image, now I can create 100 servers. So I don't have to configure every one of them. Now, let's say there is one common change that I have to do in all the servers. So what I'll do is I'll create an image, and then I'll replace all those 100 servers with the new servers that I'll be deploying. So that is how we do it. Devashi is saying, is companies like Netflix use Windows or Linux? Which OS they use for hosting their website? So Devashi, they use Linux for hosting it most of the times. It'll never be Windows. It'll either be Linux or some custom operating system that they have made. It'll never be Windows. So Sharath is saying, please share the recording. Sharath will be shared to you. Don't worry. Raj is saying, Hemant, do you also teach AWS Solutions Architect course in Intellipaat? Yes, Raj, I do. So you can just check with Intellipaat in case you're interested. Okay, guys. So now what we'll be doing is, now we will be connecting a custom URL to our load balancer. And I understand we have already, taken a lot of time for this session. It'll just take 5 to 10 more minutes, guys, and then we'll be done. Okay. So first things first, what you need is a URL first. So what you need to do is just go to your Freenom website. So there's a website called Freenom. It basically gives you free URLs. Okay. Otherwise, if you have to buy a URL, it's a proprietary resource. You'll have to pay for the URLs that you want. But with Freenom, you can get a free URL at your will. Okay. So just sign up on Freenom. So I already have signed up. So let me just connect to it. Let me sign in quickly. Okay, I'm connected. Let's go to my domains. So right now I have some domains, but I'll be showing you once you sign up, how you can create your own domain. So what I'll be doing is, as you can see, these are some domains that I have. I'll be creating a new domain, just like you guys would be doing when you sign up. So I'll just go to register a new domain, go to services, go to register a new domain. And in register a new domain, just specify the name of the domain that you want. So in my case, I want Netflix-demo. Let's check the availability. So as you can see, these are all domains which are free and I can get them. So let's get this domain. Check it out. Continue. And just agree to the conditions and click on complete order. So with this, your order has been confirmed and you can now go ahead to my domains. You have the Netflix demo domain registered to you. You can just click on manage domain. And here you will have to go to click on management tools, and then click on name servers. Okay, and what you have to type in is custom name servers. So these are some name servers that you have to fill in. Now, how can you fill these name servers? Again, go back to your AWS Management Console, click on services, type in Route 53. Now, once you're inside Route 53, you will have to choose a hosted zone. Let's click on create hosted zone, and over here, just type in the domain name that you created. So it's netflix-demo.tk. Give the same name over here, click on create, and this will create a hosted zone for you. Now, as you can see, these are name servers that you will have to enter over there in Freenom. Okay, so just select this, copy these name servers one by one. Go to the second name server, again copy it from here. Third name server, again copy it from here. Fourth name server, again copy it from here. Okay, so that's all the changes that you have to do on Freenom. You can close it now. Now in Route 53, you just have to do one small change. Click on create record set, right? And now what you'll be doing is you'll be pointing. So what have you done so far? You have mentioned these name servers in your Freenom website, right? So now your domain will be pointing to these name servers, which are basically the Route 53 service that you have. Now this Route 53, you will have to point to your load balancer. So how will you do that? You will find this section called alias, click on yes. And here you have to select your Netflix demo load balancer. Okay, click on create. So entry is made over here. Similarly, one more entry you have to create with the similar settings, just that in name you will have to enter www as well. Click on alias yes, select the load balancer, click on create. Okay, so with this, now your Route 53 is ready. And now what you can do is just go to a browser, type in netflix-demo.tk, hit enter, and it will now route you to the home page directly. And now if you go to the URL/watch, it is now pointing you to the streaming page. And this is exactly what is happening on your Netflix website as well. So let me quickly show it to you. Okay, so if we go to netflix.com/browse, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.tk/home, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.com/watch and then the video title, it will take you to the video player, which will play the video file for you. And similarly, if here you go to netflix.com/watch, you will be taken to the streaming page. And guys, this is how you mimic the architecture for Netflix on AWS. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can let me know. I'll be happy to answer. If not, let's conclude today's session. So Devshi is saying, what are the security group port like RDP, ICMP, etc.? Please little elaborate on this. So in security group, if you specify RDP, Devashish, RDP basically has a port of 3000 something, right? So RDP is always available on a specific port. So if you select RDP, that port is opened in the firewall, and through that you will be able to connect to your machine. Similarly, if you select ICMP, ICMP has a separate port which is designated to it. So if you allow ICMP connections, then that port is enabled in the firewall. Now, the application that you have for your streaming player, right, that you will have to deploy in this server. That's it. From the architecture point of view, what we have done is we have showed you how cloud architecture will be deployed for Netflix. And now here you just have to replace the streaming page with your video player, right? And then it will start to work like that. Now, what you're asking is how will the movies be stored? It will not be stored inside the database. Your database will just have the data about the movie. For example, the title, the rating of the movie, the description of the movie, etc. Right? And what you'll have later, what you'll have, the movie itself will basically be stored in a service like S3 or Google Drive, not in Google Drive, but I'm just giving you an example. Just like you have Google Drive, you have something called as S3 in AWS. So that is where you will be storing your movies.
All right. So the first question says, what is the difference between an AMI and an instance? So guys, an AMI is nothing but a template of an operating system. It's just like a CD that you have of an operating system which you can install on any machine on the planet, right? Similarly, an AMI is a template or is an installation of an operating system which you can install on any servers which fall into the Amazon infrastructure. All right, you have many types of AMIs. You have Windows AMI, you have Ubuntu AMIs, you have CentOS AMIs, etc. There are a lot of AMIs that are present in AWS Marketplace, and you can install them on any servers which are there in the AWS infrastructure. All right. Coming on to instances, what are instances? So instances are nothing but the hardware machines on which you will install AMI, right? So like I said, AMIs are templates which can be installed on machines. These machines are called instances. And again, instances also have types based on the hardware capacity. For example, a 1 CPU and 1 GB of machine is called T2.micro, right? Similarly, you have T2.large, you have T2.extra large, then you have IO intensive machines, you have storage intensive machines, you have memory intensive machines, and all of these have been classified in different classes, right? Depending on their hardware capability. So this was the difference between an AMI and an instance. Our next question asks us, what is the difference between scalability and elasticity? Alright, so guys, scalability versus elasticity is a very confusing topic, and if you think about it, so scalability is nothing but increasing the machine's resources. For example, if your machine has 8 GB of RAM today, you increase it to 16 GB. Therefore, the number of machines are not increasing. You are basically just increasing the specification of the machine, right? And this is called scalability. When we talk about elasticity, we are basically increasing the number of machines present in an architecture. We are not increasing the specification of any machine. For example, we choose that we require a 3 GB machine with say around 8 GB or 10 GB of storage, right? So any replica which will be made or any autoscaling which will happen, it will only happen to the number of machines. It will nowhere be related to the specification of the machine. The specification of the machine will be fixed. The number of machines will go up and down, and this is called elasticity. On the other hand, scalability is basically termed as the change of the specification of the machine. That is, you're not increasing the number of machines, you're basically just increasing the specs of the machine. For example, the RAM, the memory, the hard disk, etc. And this is the basic difference between scalability and elasticity. Moving forward, our next question is, which AWS offering enables customers to find, buy, and immediately start using software solutions in their AWS environment? Now you can think of it as, say you want a deep learning AMI, or you want a Windows Server AMI which specific software is installed on it, right? So some of them are available for free, but some of them can be purchased in the AWS Marketplace. So the answer for this is AWS Marketplace. It's basically a place where you can buy all the AWS systems that you, or all the AWS or non-AWS softwares that you require to run on the AWS infrastructure, right? So the answer is AWS Marketplace. Moving on, our next question would fall under the domain of resilience architecture. So all the questions that we'll be discussing henceforth in this domain will all be dealing with the resiliency of an architecture. All right. So a customer wants to capture all client connection information from his load balancer at an interval of 5 minutes. Which of the following options should be chosen for his application? All right. So I'll read out the options for you. The option A says enable AWS CloudTrail for the cloud balancer for the load balancer. Option B says CloudTrail is enabled globally. Option C says install the Amazon CloudWatch Logs agent on the load balancer. And option D says enable CloudWatch metrics on the load balancer. All right. Now, if you think about it, CloudTrail and CloudWatch are both monitoring tools. So it's a bit confusing, but if you have studied it deeply, or if you understand how CloudTrail works and how CloudWatch works, it is actually not that difficult. All right. So the answer for this is A, that is you should enable AWS CloudTrail for the load balancer. Reason being, option B is not correct. CloudTrail is not enabled by default or is not enabled globally to all the services. Option C says install Amazon CloudWatch. So option C and option D, you will not even consider, reason being that you're talking about the log of the client information, right? What all people are connecting to the load balancer, what IP addresses are connecting to the load balancer, etc. CloudWatch deals with the local resources of the instance that you are basically monitoring. For example, if you are monitoring EC2 instance, CloudWatch can monitor the CPU usage or the memory usage of that particular instance. It cannot take into account the connections which are getting connected to your AWS infrastructure, right? On the other hand, CloudTrail deals with all these kind of things wherein client information or any kind of data which can be fetched from a particular transaction, all of that can be recorded in the logs of CloudTrail, and hence for this particular question, the answer is enable AWS CloudTrail for the load balancer. Moving on, our next question is, in what scenarios should we choose classic load balancer and application load balancer? All right. So for this question, I think the best way to answer this question would be to understand what exactly is classic load balancer and what exactly is application load balancer. All right. So a classic load balancer is nothing but, it's an old-fashioned load balancer which does nothing but round-robin based distribution of traffic, which means it distributes traffic equally among the machines which are under it. It cannot recognize which machine requires which kind of workload or it requires which kind of traffic. Whatever data will come to a classic load balancer will be distributed equally among the machines which have been registered to it. On the other hand, application load balancer is a new age load balancer which basically deals with identifying the workload which is coming to it, right? It can identify the workload based on two things. It can either identify it based on the path. For example, you can say that you have a website which deals in image processing and video processing. So you can say it might go to intellipaat.com/images or /videos. So if the path is /images, the application load balancer will directly route the traffic to only the images servers, right? And if the path is /videos, the application load balancer will automatically route the traffic to the video servers. And this is application load balancer. So whenever you are dealing with multivariate traffic, that is traffic which is meant for a specific group of servers, you would use application load balancer. On the other hand, if you have servers which do the exact same thing, right? You just want to distribute the load among them equally, then in that case you would use a classic load balancer. Our next question says, if you have a website which performs two tasks, that is rendering images and rendering videos, both of these pages are hosted on different parts of the website but under the same domain name. Which AWS component will be apt for your use case among the following? Alright, so this I think is an easy question, reason being we just discussed this, right? So the answer for this is application load balancer, reason being the kind of traffic which is coming is specific to its workload, and this can be differentiated easily by an application load balancer. Okay, so we are done with the resilient architecture questions. Now let's move on to the performance architecture domain, where we'll be discussing about about architectures which are performance driven, right? So let's take a look at the first question. So the first question says, you require the ability to analyze a customer's clickstream data on a website so they can do behavioral analysis. So your customer needs to know what sequence of pages and ads their customers clicked on. This data will be used in real time to modify the page layouts as customers click through the site to increase stickiness and advertise click-through, which option meets the requirement for captioning and analyzing this data. All right. So the options are Amazon SNS, AWS CloudTrail, AWS AWS Kinesis and AWS SES. So let's first start with the odd one out options, right? So we have Amazon SNS, which deals with notifications. So obviously, because we want to basically we want to track user data, right? So SNS would not be the apt choice for it, because sending multiple notifications in a short amount of time would not be apt. Similarly, SES would also not be the apt choice, because then we will be getting emails on basically the user behavior, and this would amount to a lot of emails. So hence it's not an appropriate solution, I think. Then we have AWS CloudTrail and AWS Kinesis. Actually, both these services can do this work, but the keyword over here is real time. Right? You want the data to be in real time. So since the data has to be in real time, you will choose AWS Kinesis. CloudTrail cannot pass on logs for real time analysis. Kinesis is specially built for this particular purpose, and hence for this particular question, the answer will be AWS Kinesis. Moving on, then our next question is, you have a standby RDS instance. Will it be in the same availability zone as your primary RDS instance? Okay. So the options are, it's only true for Amazon Aurora and Oracle RDS. Second option is yes. Third option is only if configured at launch. And the fourth option is no. Alright, so the right answer for this, I want you to think about it like this, that whenever you want a standby RDS instance, it will only be there when your RDS instance stops working. Now, what could be the reasons that your RDS instance could stop working? Probably it could be a machine failure, or it could be a power failure at your at the place where your server has been launched. It can also be probably a natural calamity which would have struck your data center where your server exists. So all of these could be reasons which could lead to disruption in your RDS service, right? Now, if your standby RDS instance is also in the same availability zone as your primary, these conditions cannot be tackled, or these situations cannot be tackled. All right. So it is always logical to have your standby machines in some other place, right? So that even if there is a natural calamity or if there is a power failure, your instance is always up and ready. And because of that, AWS does not give you the option of launching your standby RDS instance in the same availability zone. It always has to be in another availability zones. And that's why the answer is no. Your RDS instance will not be in the same availability zone as your primary instance. All right. So our next question is, you have a web application running on 6 Amazon EC2 instances, consuming about 45% of resources on each instance. You are using Autoscalimg to make sure that 6 instances are running at all times. The number of requests this application processes is consistent and does not experience spikes. All right. So the application is critical to your business and you want high availability at all times.